Nice.
All right, we should be broadcasting now.
What do we broadcast?
We're broadcasting to YouTube.
Oh.
I usually wait till I hear the loop back.
We should be broadcasting.
Yep, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
I know for sure it's all functioning now. Hello, folks. Welcome back for Irongeek Cast number 14. Show notes? What are show notes? This is, of course, Adrian Crenshaw, Iron Geek. I'm joined by, I'll let you all list off some people who are here right now. Well, introduce yourselves.
I am me.
All right, yeah. This is compelling listening, I know. All right, I'll go back to my normal stuff. What all things I got going on? Well, actually, I'll list off the people I see in the chat currently. Akashic Flow, Brian, Cameron, Jack, James, who has himself muted, and myself, of course. Upcoming cons, since we do this every freaking time. CyberCon 8 have already passed us by, but this weekend I have B-Sides Nashville. It's April 22nd in, of course, Nashville, Tennessee. It's probably my... It or Cleveland are probably my favorite of the cons of B-Sides events, just because the food is generally good and the atmosphere at the locations is good. Nashville has it at this Lipscomb, some kind of Christian college, so you can't have beer during the event, but we all go out to a nice bar after the fact. It's good stuff. Also, the barbecue they serve is awesome. After that, I got B-Sides Charm on April 29th. And Sunday, April 30th. Then I have Converge / B-Sides Detroit on May 11th through the 13th. Then NolaCon, May 19th for the 21st. I'll be taking some vacation time. Hackers on a Farm, contact Mary about that. And Show Me Con, June 8th through the 9th, 2017. And there's also, if you're a religious person, keep Mary's doggy in your prayers, because apparently they haven't found it dead or anything, but they think it might be running around coyotes. That was one of the conjectured theories. Anyway, how's everybody doing today?
I'm doing well, Adrian. Thank you. My name is Cameron Mayers. I guess I'm a breaker of sorts professionally, so that qualifies me to be on this panel.
Break dancer.
All right, I got a first item of business up, and I'm going to be asking some questions that I may actually know the answer to, but I just want to not come off sounding dumb, so I'm going to preface it with that. And also, it just helps move the conversation along if I ask the questions. Shadow brokers. Who wants to tell me about shadow brokers and the leak of NSA tools, was it not, that recently came out?
They suck.
The tools suck, or the people who released them suck, or the fact that the NSA was collecting them? What exactly sucks?
Having to vulnerability scan all week because of it. That's
having to secure too many fucking networks and too many fucking devices and
But the thing about it is this is the funny conjunction is the fact that it should all be patched, and according to whomever or whatever it is. And
I mean,
correspondence to the release date of everything.
Right, but okay. For any audience who don't know much about it, they pretty much have working, not 0 days, because the stuff has been patched since. And that's another question to bring up. But how many different platforms have they now basically have remote code execution for? What I'm saying is, like, basically every version of Windows up to Windows 10, the SMB implementation has problems that can lead to remote code execution. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And they've released code that will exploit this. Have somebody actually messed with this code?
I just tinkered around with it for a second, but I was unsuccessful. But as I said, it was a very, 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 very minuscule tinker.
right. And I think the majority of the pain presence that a lot of IT guys felt is that before this was a known vulnerability that could be exploited, but there was no like, active exploit kits, or script kiddie tools out there in the wild just kind of going around. And now with this NSA drop, this allowed every script kiddie in the world basically to go out and just Molotov cocktail whatever network they were going after, and basically possibly become successful with those attempts. And that's what was really scary.
Yeah, one of the things I hate as a pen tester is when I go out there and I find exploit. Well, actually, I found a vulnerability, but no exploit. It's like, well, Oracle or Microsoft or VMware told us that they believe it could be a critical issue, but no one's released code to actually attack it. So I have to put this thing down as a critical probably, but I can't actually show anything for it. By the way, someone probably needs to have a microphone because I hear birdies in the background.
Yeah,
that's me.
Yeah, but another thing I'm having issues with a client this week is rootkits. Ton of rootkits coming out this week.
You mean Lenovo BIOS
Have you guys?
updates?
No, because once the exploit came out, people started rootkitting things like Hail Marying shit. I don't know if that's happening to you guys.
I said you mean like Lenovo BIOS updates.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
that was good.
Good thing there's not no Lenovo's on my network.
Or the ask.com toolbar.
Right. The Ask toolbar is bundled with freaking, was it Java? Yeah, it's Java. It pisses me off. Like anytime you download any of the Oracle crap, you get the Ask toolbar, and it pisses me off because none of my users freaking think long enough to uncheck the stupid box.
Well, you can do it for them.
Yeah, don't let them install anything. Push it all out through AD.
I totally freaking am all for that, but it's an uphill battle, and there's multiple hills.
Yeah, and it gets worse the larger the environment is. That's part of the reason the whole NSA drop was the big issue because small 10 maybe even 50 workstation company, they can roll shit out and patch it in the next day or a couple of days, but you start talking global enterprises with 250,000 500,000 employees, all kinds of local regulations and all the segmentation. It becomes a nightmare to keep everybody up to date, and that's not even counting the remote crap
and the remote users and
Yeah, we're like a schmedium company, but it's just the fact that we don't have any non-technical users. Everybody's a developer, so they all complain.
So they all have root, or they
I can't install any applications. Yeah, I can't install applications, and I can't work. So and then it's
put them in their own DMZ.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we started doing is we put all the developers in a DMZ.
So why do you need that screensaver in order to code? What?
Wait a minute. Do you mean on DMZ or do you mean their own?
They're all
their own little sandbox network.
Yeah,
not DMZ.
Yeah, I was thinking, wouldn't it be conducive to put them in their own VPN?
Yeah, it's kind of what I meant. I used the wrong term, and you're absolutely right.
And
I used the wrong term, and I just went along with it.
I used and getting some applications to run just without administrator rights was a massive pain in the ass about 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
Well, not all applications work very well. There's a few out there that their developers are probably developing with admin access or admin privileges, and then I don't know, it works on our workstation. Are you an admin? Give it admin privileges. It's like no, you need to fix your freaking code to where they can run it as a user. And they always want to.
UAC helps some of that, though. Sometimes the way it would affect would be confusing if you're an old-time Windows developer and you're like, wait a second, it's acting like it has administrator access, even though it doesn't, but it's not writing these temp files to the same place I expected them to. It was, little things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but another solution you can do is have them use Docker, and Docker creates a small little VM that has root, and then you don't compromise the system per se.
Yeah, we're working or looking into that. But like I said, a lot of the people have worked together in previous jobs, and they're all kind of, I guess, quote unquote friends, and nobody wants to hurt anybody else's feelings. And then it's like, oh,
this is how you put it. This is how I tell them. Well, you can keep the network like you have it, and then one day not have a job because your company got goat seed all the way,
exactly.
or we can
goat seed. I remember that.
What I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, you have to. I mean, Docker is a great solution for that because you create a small, a separate environment. And it has nothing to do with the local environment. They can install all the tools they need unless they're point and clickers. You know what I mean? If they're point and clickers, then that's a problem because then I guess they're gonna need admin if they can't use a terminal window.
Right. Well, Windows.
Yeah, a good chunk of them are point and clickers.
For Windows, you can do Windows rights management and deploy different apps to the App Store, and that will automatically give them admin privileges to run. Dev programs or like AutoCAD or something like that, and they won't need the admin rights to get out everything. But that requires a massive SCCM deployment, and that is kind of a pain in the ass to manage.
Yeah, exactly. There's only a few of us as administrators, and we're struggling to keep up with what we got. You know what I mean? Yeah,
no doubt. There's also some pretty cool third-party tools that are out there as well. I believe there's a couple of open source ones because we were looking at that.
You can do it. You can publish applications and allow users to install them directly through Active Directory without SCCM. It's just the implementation and teaching because you have to teach users they got to go to add and root programs and then add the program there.
Right.
But most of them are freaking gonna look at you like you got a dick growing out of your head.
Is it possible to deny them install privileges period unless it's from jumping through the right hoops, and then when they open a complaint have them go there?
Yeah.
That's basically what it is the I can't remember what it's called. It's called publishing an application through Active Directory.
Does I've been out of the Windows world for a while in that sense. Does AD still require an app be in MSI format to be pushed out?
Yes, MSI format.
Well, I've done remote pushes with EXEs and MSIs. So.
Yeah, you can do EXEs on like startup scripts and stuff like that, but it's got to be a script. It can't be an application with a GPO. A GPO has to be an MSI.
All right.
Like you can add the script to the GPO and pull it from a remote location, but it has to be an MSI if you're running the install application GPO.
Well, the upside, I guess, to this, people may actually start patching some of these things since there actually is code in the wild now.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
And that's part of the problem because now people have to patch.
Right.
Because every script created in the world, just has a new point and click thing they can call themselves a hacker with.
I'd say 90%, if not more, of the IT industry that is, has some form or function around patching lost their entire Easter weekend, if not more.
For what patches was this?
For the dump. NSA dump.
Yeah, I lost my weekend and my week. I'm still on it.
Yeah, same here, man. Same here.
Oh, the joys of being unemployed.
It's really not a lot of patching. It's just a lot of verifications that these locations are secure. On my side, but still, I mean, when you're talking about scanning Class A networks for vulnerabilities, that's a time-consuming process, and it's a pain in the ass.
At least I've been running rules like crazy, and then finding heuristics and checking out possibilities, and oh my god, it's finding IOCs and fucking dealing with that shit plus whatever was on there before or whatever.
Exactly right. Yeah, this is actually enable us to find like a couple other issues that we were having with some RDP brute forcing that was going on, and caught a few other things in the process.
Didn't we see that in the other thing we were trying?
Yeah.
You said the patches have all been released for things that were released by shadow brokers. But the timings of that, who necessarily let Microsoft and other companies know about these particular exploits? Was it shadow brokers themselves? Was it the NSA said, we think this leaked out? You may want.
They register if you're not reading like the freaking. If you're a CISO and you're not reading news on security, you shouldn't be a CISO.
True.
You should be. You should be something else.
That's why I'm not a CISO.
Well,
I mean, that's basically their job, is to sit and just read news articles and then get with their staff every day after their news article, read and go, okay,
What are you doing about this?
Right, hey, I just read an article on the DOP. Let's just deploy that across the company. Get it done by Friday.
yeah.
DLP by Friday is an impossible task.
Things like this. What is your favorite news sites? I usually like Ars Technica for like in-depth writings on things like this. But what are some other good sites would you say would be your morning reading for security?
Twitter.
RedTube.
Wait. I also Also the CVE.
Oh man,
It's
the CVE site.
Have you really pared down? Who said Twitter was one of the go-tos?
Me.
me.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
But don't you find a lot of shit to filter through? I mean, the amount of shit posting.
I don't follow a lot of freaking retards and.
Well, do you guys use TweetDeck at all? I use TweetDeck and it's amazing.
I was working on like a Python script to run into my monitoring system so I could have like a Twitter feed up while I'm monitoring my other stuff.
Oh, dude, TweetDeck lets you organize your entire Twitter feed structure. You can set certain keyword hashes to watch for. I've got one for like malware, reverse engineering. I got one for this group. So I saw Adrian's whole scrolling of Twit feed that was going on this week.
TweetDeck, huh?
TweetDeck, it's really cool. Yeah, check it out.
Come on, Microsoft, really? You won't let me change my freaking default browser?
I don't know what I was up to. Exactly.
Because all the back doors are there with Explorer.exe.
It doesn't let me change my browser.
Somebody didn't patch.
The computer's been off. This particular computer's been off for like a week and a half. It just,
or maybe it was because they did patch, because Microsoft has the tendency to change all your default apps when you.
It just did updates like earlier today.
Filter through all the stuff in Twitter. What else do you recommend?
The Hacker News is one of the people I follow on Twitter, so I can't. I guess.
Yeah,
I don't really go there.
Hacker News is bad.
I don't really go there, but I follow them, and they've pointed out a few things in some applications we use, and I'm like, yep, we need to get rid of that.
I'm pulling up my news feed from work. Hold on a second.
Also, Reddit's really good.
Yeah, Reddit's really good.
I don't know. I don't have time to just sit there and go through Reddit because.
No, you just
Jack, you're a millionaire. Nobody cares about what time you got. You don't give a fuck about it.
I am not a millionaire. I would be living next to cousin fuckers.
Hey, you're eccentric. Don't tell us the truth.
Yes, I'm only doing this as a social experiment to see how the other half lives.
Amazing, Jack. Amazing. I like it.
Yeah,
See you next week.
way down the list on where to get info. I mean, there's a couple of people that have YouTube channels that may or may not, like if you listen to their 15-minute or 5-minute blurb every day, once a month you get something good out of it. There's a couple of them. I don't really want to name any because 29 out of those 30 days is stuff you already heard or don't need to know, but that's another potential source for some. If you can find a few people, security company vendors that give a little blurb while pushing their product. It's not a great source, but it is a source.
Yeah, I follow so Alien Vault is one of the RSS feeds that I follow. That's a good one. Carbon Black's their feed, Palo Alto.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. Carbon Black for sure.
The U.S. security, whatever it's called.
USCERT.
Cyber Command, yes, yeah, you cert. I subscribe to their emails. They're sending out freaking patches and vulnerabilities and alerts and.
Also, Irongeek. It's kind of weak, but it's good.
Yeah.
My site's not news. My site is a bunch of stuff.
I know.
The webpage needs an
A lot
update.
of emails from there's a mailer list on full disclosure.
Full disclosure. Well, I mean, full disclosure used to be hot back in the day. Now it's
I mean,
yeah.
Are they? Do they even still exist? Because the mail.
Yes, they do. Foodor runs it.
Okay, yeah, because I know they scrapped the old mailing list quite a while ago.
It's not the same. It's like they don't care anymore.
Well, depending what your time reference is, that is the same.
I remember back when I was a little bit after starting Irongeek, there was a couple sites I really loved to go to. BenRev and great. There was another security site, Anti-Online, which
I remember that one. Yeah. Emerging Threats is another one I go on daily. Server Fault, Threat Post.
I wonder if any of the big
Part of Twitter.
Do any of the big honeypot, people who are running a bunch of honeypots have any kind of, shout out list saying what they're saying or anything like that? That could be useful.
I've been looking for a good one of those. Most of the honeypot guys that I've seen
it's pretty good when it comes to Tor.
They've kind of dropped off the face of the earth. They stopped doing their projects. Or I was following Enormous, who runs Tech Defense. He's a contributor to, I believe, the Kali. He has a couple of products in Kali that he develops. He was running a really cool honeypot, and he was doing full blog posts of every, all the different people that were coming, all the commands. He was posting all that stuff on there. It was really cool. But I haven't found one like that since.
Let's make one.
Yeah.
We should throw up a Honeyd instance. That'd be cool. Just throw up like a little Amazon light sale, like $20 a month.
Shit, I bet if we email some of these companies, they'll give it for free.
I don't know about that.
Hey,
definitely.
I mean, the major antivirus companies are running all kinds of honeypots. I mean, that would be. I don't know how hard it would be to tap into any of that info, but
it's called their paying clients. Yeah, that's.
So we just need to find somebody that has that paying client and doesn't give a shit about
Let's
NDAs.
crowdfund it. We'll call it the people's pot. We crowdfund it.
There you go.
Everybody pays $1 and everybody gets security for free.
Yeah, call it People Pot, and depending on how you market it, you can get a whole bunch of the old hippies in there and everything.
Iron Pot, there you go.
Iron Pot, there you go.
I'm saying I have a honeypot of sorts out there. My whole website's basically honeypot in a way. But I have a collection of web shells and RFIs, and basically these are things that people try to hit me with. So whenever they try to do a remote file include, I go out and grab that file myself, make an archive of it, then note when the person hit me, and in the logs of the people who are hosting these, I put in information saying, looks like someone's using your website to spread an RFI. Let me see. I'll put that link in. Let me share out my screen. Make sure everything's hidden. See, that's one of the problems. I have to all these things. Okay, let me see if I can get this to work.
Shells just for you, from here to Adrian's computer.
Okay, you should be announcing my screen, right?
No.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Basically, what it does is it lists who the attacker is. You can do a quick who is on who that IP address is. Not that's usually going to be too interesting. It shows you what they tried to include. In this case, I suppose someone tried to scam me with Nessus.
I bet.
Let's look at this one. GISO. This is some web shell someone tried to include. I have to look at some of these other ones to figure out what exactly is going on. But I mean, you also have like a zipped up version of what was there, because what it does is it checks routinely to see, all right, has anybody else new hit me? Has anybody else new hit me? Though I'm finding it strange that they're not going back as far as I would expect by any means. I wonder if I put a limit on that in my code. Occasionally, DreamHost breaks something in a way that I don't instantly recognize it, so it kind of messes things up. That's the only kind of things I've done with a honeypot, though. Not really technically this a honeypot, just my website looks like it's going to be remote file include heavy. Someone here contacted me today about a cross-site scripting issue I had, but I've known about it for a while, but I've kind of left it out there because you have to modify host headers. And other than attacking yourself, I haven't found a good way to use that. Yeah, you should sanitize all output that's based on something the user controls. Granted. But since it wasn't stored, the only way I can think of someone could possibly use that particular attack vector is if they were attacking themselves.
Yeah, but what you can do also is I don't know if you have any like IDS or IPS, you can use that. So when it detects it, it just does something else. Even though the vulnerability is there on the site, there's ways of like using whatever, the kind of like heuristics to you can catalog all that, see who tried. And even like forward them somewhere else.
Yeah, have you ever been to my robots.txt file?
No.
I deliberately troll people via my robots.txt file. If you look at it, it has like a secret and a hidden. If you go to those sites, it used to redirect you to, it would log who you were, and then it would send you to shock sites. I'm not sure what I have there right now, if it even work. I think one time it was at all Redenbacher Rule 34, and I think one time also One Man, One Jar.
One Man, One Jar. That's a good one.
That sounds terrible.
It's a classic. I think that's the first time I was ever introduced to the domain eFucked.
Nope.
Got some messed up stuff on there.
Apparently so. That's why you go there, our little astronaut.
Yeah, I like when people are like, oh, you got to check out this random ass site. And I'm like, nope, not going there. I just don't go there.
Yeah.
It gets real frustrating when somebody you sort of kind of wish you could trust and they give you like a bit.ly link or something. It's like, nah.
Right? Yeah.
QR
What?
codes. Yeah.
So does anybody think the freaking? Does anybody think the bit.ly stuff is going to actually wind up totally destroying the internet in the future?
I mean, Google also has a link shortener too.
Yeah, a lot of
Twitter
places
as well.
do. I mean, Amazon's got them. I mean,
I guess the idea being is if that particular URL shortener goes away, then access to the original content kind of gets much harder to get to.
You can actually run your own shortener, Ollie.
You can what?
You can run your own link shortener, Ollie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have my own link shortener, but the point still stands. If a whole bunch of these link shorteners went away, what would happen to that content? I mean, the content's still going to be there, but it might not be indexed.
Correct.
no, it'll be indexed. It just won't be indexed like, in the same places or whatever around. I don't click on any of the shortened links or QR codes or anything that, but I mean, if all these web shortening things went away, I mean, that would be a good thing. The only reason they exist is because, people can't type on their cell phones.
Right. Whenever I get the Bitly links, I always do URLs like sandboxing site, like urlqueries.net is a good one, or even OpenDNS is good. Just gives you like a screenshot of what the web page is that it would be going to.
Yeah, I just ignore them, but I'm kind of wondering. I mean, if you just did a wget or use links or something, I mean, will you actually see what it's redirecting to, so you can just go to the site directly? Yeah, if you do wget and then look at it, I mean, is it just a simple redirect, or I mean, 'cause I never bothered looking at how they work because I hate them. Right. I was wondering if I could just wget it and then see, oh, this is a redirect to such and such, and then go to the real site if it looks like a link I want to go to.
URL
I think it's just a DNS.
You'd want to curl it that way. You didn't write it to disk.
Yeah, URL query.
Yeah, good point.
Not working for me right now. What site is it you said to go to? It's a good one.
URLquery.net. I'll put it in chat. It's a little bit sluggish, but that's why I sandbox all my URLs in this site. It's pretty good, and it also does snort and a couple other kind of AV checks on it as well.
This got my site.
Is TinyURL still around? I forgot all about them.
Yeah, I think using I want to say it was Bentley until what was the ISTO I was using? I'm trying to remember what I was using before I got my own. But since I'm the one who uses it, my current URL shortener is just IG.me/and a 2-character thing at this point.
Why would you use any URL shortener?
Because I got to fit it on Twitter when I tweet it out.
It's Twitter's fault. All right.
Yep, that's what most people use URL shorteners for, is freaking Twitter.
And people have some incredibly long titles they sometimes give their talks.
Yeah, well, yeah, it just makes me more glad they don't use Twitter.
Well, I think she's going to come on, but I don't see her on yet. I'd like to save one of these topics for maybe when she's on, because she would know something more about it. Someone put into the show notes, and it may have been George Forbush, some stuff about Tempest Attacks, HackRF, GPS spoofing, phracking, and signal surfing.
What does Tempest work on anymore? I mean, that was like a CRT thing.
Yeah, I suppose your keyboard presses still.
Yeah, it's not really Tempest. Yeah, okay.
My understanding is they can go with that. I think I was someone actually picking up the sounds from a phone that was nearby. So, but some electromagnetic emanations are going to have to come from just a keyboard. But yeah, it's not the same thing as what it used to be when people would talk about doing it with monitors.
I know I know you can read CPUs and stuff like that. And get like whatever the bits and whatever, and then reconstruct it whenever with the vibrations and stuff like that. I know like the new Apple computer supposedly is gonna have a Faraday cage on their like CPU for that.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, they're probably just gonna remove the fan and heat pipes and just stick a cage around it.
How do you just Faraday a CPU though?
Right.
I don't know.
Because if it's connected to the circuit board, if any of that circuit board gets hit, it would essentially, kill everything on that circuit, right?
It's Apple though. I mean, it doesn't have to like work from a technical standpoint or be proper design. It just has to look pretty and be a marketing blurb.
Yeah. True. Okay.
Couldn't they just cover the inside of that case with like some copper mesh or something?
Yeah, I mean the entire I'd say maybe like a laptop or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not plugged in, I guess. You could essentially pull it off. You'd have
Sure,
to do it
as soon as you plug it in, that's like sticking an antenna on it.
Yeah, well, they couldn't do the copper mesh in the whole chassis because everybody that has a Mac doesn't know how to use wired networking, so the wireless signal still has to get out.
Yeah.
And yeah, And now if you spill your coffee,
but
Starbucks on your Mac, you can get a refund.
Just take it to Louis Rossman.
Well, I mean, if you got
spill it on your.
But if you got physical access to the device to plug anything in there that's going to be able to read that CPU, the game's over anyway.
Yeah. They're just saying it's gonna protect it from. It's gonna be better, and protect against like solar flares and stuff like that.
Oh boy.
I know, it's pretty ridiculous.
Okay,
wait a minute. Still use the internet after an EMP bombards the country.
Exactly.
Cash. How many carbon credits do you get for buying this new EMP device?
I don't know. I think you get I think you get pegged for free.
Dang. You get a free Tesla for every purchase of a MacBook Pro?
No, I want the new pickup. Have you guys seen it?
They made a pickup?
Yeah, they're making a pickup and a truck.
Oh yeah, the pickup looks a little weird. It's like the hatchback it's like what like the Escalade Avalanche did with the SUV. They just like chopped the window off on it.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's so stupid looking.
I liked it. I had a Cadillac EXT and I love that thing.
Well, that and you can't put anything in the bed because the bed's like 3 foot long.
I could put like a couple of sleep bags and a tent and go camping with it, and it was.
Yeah, you could do that.
I can do that on my back.
I'm not trying to carry, water buffalo or anything back there.
Yeah, well, stick it in the trunk of a normal car. I mean, that's the whole point. You get a truck is to have people.
They make some really cool tents that like pop out. They fit specifically for your car, and either in the back or like in the pickup, and they're really nice.
Yeah, that's what I had. Is a tent that actually fit on the back end of that, and when you park in your campsite, that thing pops up. Actually, it didn't. It never went up that fast. But
I guess that's for people who really love their Teslas.
You pull to the campsite and comes for at least an hour and a half.
But it was good for like tailgating or like when I go to my son's soccer game and stuff like that. I'd back up my truck and pop that thing up and have a bug-free enclosure, especially in Florida. That's nice with the mosquitoes that we have down here the size of small condors. So.
I thought that was Alaska that had mosquitoes the size of freaking hummingbirds.
Yeah, it's Florida and the Everglades. We get some nice size guys down here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I've seen them eat cats. Just kidding.
Yeah. I seen them pick up a cat and take it away.
Oh yeah, it's like that video. Have you guys seen that video of this family releasing a rabbit?
Oh yeah,
this baby rabbit, and they took it, and then
yeah, he's free. He's back with his family. Snatch. Oh man, I should have posted that on Easter.
Do it. Just say happy late Easter.
I was just thinking a tent in a Tesla pickup, that's got to be like Bluetooth enabled or something.
Yeah, it has like a 70-inch flat screen in there.
Yeah, it's got this thing called red tooth now. It's not even blue anymore.
It's red tooth.
LED. Oh my god. I can't wait until because they keep on doing like Bluetooth 4.0. Have you guys seen it? And LTE and 5, and I wonder what they're gonna do when they get to 10.
They're gonna call it X.
They're gonna use like the 2.4 gigahertz of Wi-Fi, and then Wi-Fi is gonna be something totally different.
Wi-Fi will be at 10 terabytes per second speeds.
They'll just release a Spinal Tap version that goes to 11.
Nice. I got that.
And take a Tempest Attacks sort of thing that I at one time wanted to do was a hardware keylogger that you just tape on the outside. You just basically get key presses. That way, my understanding though, anything past like USB 1.1, the chances you can be able to easily measure the differences, in that quick succession became more difficult.
Is it because of the shielding and the wires or whatever?
More bits in it, you know.
Ah, gotcha.
Pass more bandwidth makes outside monitoring more difficult.
Yeah, you just need to get a USB 3.1 keyboard with a bunch of bloatware in it.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Is like, why would you? I mean, a keyboard only has to pass so much. Like, why do you got to pass extra crap? You know what I mean?
Because it's a multimedia keyboard.
Right.
Well, in this case, if you were to tap into the lines, just the USB cord for the keyboard, let's say it's a hub device, you will have more.
Yeah, well,
And if not, you can measure the audio differences off the striker plate when the keys are pressed.
would it have to be a mechanical for that though? Like, because the freaking little what do you call it? Membrane ones, they're pretty quiet.
Yeah, it's like that gel, plasticky
Yeah.
gel, like type material.
Yeah, the membrane.
I haven't any experience with those.
Yeah, most
I would
keyboards
think,
are.
I would think that if you're talking about a high enough sensitivity to pick up RF fluctuations on signals, I'm pretty sure you could pick up the differences in the audio on the different squishes of the membranes.
Squish, splat, squid. What are you doing? Oh, I'm just, you know.
But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty hard on keyboards. So I mean,
Yeah, you know, you get mad at a game and you smash it off the desk. I got a whole freaking case of extra keyboards over there.
no, I'm just hard on keyboards.
Ooh, you got any IBMs? Model M's?
No, I wish. Those freaking nice.
I just bought one off eBay the other day because I broke mine at work. Gotta get another one.
They're getting rarer and harder to find, aren't they?
Yeah, they're about I scooped this one up for about 45 off eBay, but there's you know, brand new sealed. They're about 100, 120 bucks.
Wait, what's this?
The Model M IBM keyboards.
And I remember about 8 years ago, wasting about at least 300 to 400 of those keyboards.
Yeah, just throwing them away.
Yeah, I wouldn't let the school throw away anything. I kept everything. That's what I encountered. So I had a brain fight. I started the subject, went to do something else, and then I thought we moved on to something different.
I wonder how many people never experience those IBM keyboards because they don't have a Windows key.
That's true. I don't know. Or a Mac key. I don't know.
I
type
don't
so
know.
much
I
faster
don't
on
even-
the IBM though.
Yeah, and I don't even use the Windows key.
I do. I use it all the time, man.
I use it for Windows R. That's about it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Windows
you know
R.
you know how many shortcuts there are? Like, I've become
Yeah,
like a shortcut.
I'm
addict,
aware
man.
of the shortcuts, but I mean, I just don't bother sometimes. It's just a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, Win R and Win E are about all you need. You know?
People come over and watch me type, and they're like, "What are you doing?" Because I'm just like shortcutting everything. How did you get there? Yeah, I guess you know you didn't see my mouse move, so I have to show you how to do it.
I remember I had a client years ago, like Windows 2000 era, and you know they installed a new video card, and when they boot up, they couldn't see anything on the screen. It was like the resolution defaulted like 1024, and they're plugged into an ancient 800 by 600 max CRT. And I'd walk them through on the phone. They don't see any display. I'm like, okay, hold down Windows key, press R. Type in blah 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 .cpl, comma 4. Hit tab 5 times, hit your left arrow, and got them back to their default resolution. They're just like, how do you do that without even saying it?
Memorization.
Well, I just sit in front of a computer and walk through it myself, so I knew what to tell them.
Yeah.
The freaking menus have all changed so much now that it's almost impossible to do a lot of that crap.
Yeah, you just gotta Google it each time to get the parameters, but yeah.
All right, moving on to another subject matter, if I can find one. Actually, I was going to talk a little bit about maybe the talk I'm thinking of giving about the nature of HackerCons, how to get the most out of a HackerCon if you're at one, and I want to run down a few of my ideas on those.
Sounds good.
I would say idea number one would be to not go to any of the presentations, because you can watch them later online, and just involve yourself in all the other experiences.
Some of the presentations are okay, because you can you can stop and talk to the presenter afterwards.
Yeah, that's true. But if you go to a con and you only attend the shows you want to see, I mean, you're gonna miss out on a lot, I would think.
Yeah.
So I was just taking it to the other extreme. Obviously, there's a balance.
But yeah, there's some, like where I was like, oh man, this is gonna be great. It's like the topic that nobody's going over, and you sit there and you're like, really, like you don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, there was speaking along those lines. Some of the, not this week, but I think last week I was looking at a lot of the videos Adrian uploaded from CyberCon, and one of the other ones that was like in the same time frame. And I was really appalled because a lot of the titles sounded interesting, and then when I got to watching the actual presentation, it was just, the IQ level just went below the floor. It was disgusting how primitive a lot of it was, and I mean, I know there were some good talks at that con and others, but there were some that were just nowhere near expectations. I was really disappointed.
Leave some YouTube comments. YouTube comments, though, are generally cancerous. Mine have a tendency to be better than some, basically because it just mostly draws technical people. But
I tend to actually watch the video before looking at comments, because that can be good or bad. But there are a couple of videos from some that you posted. I really wanted to thumb them down because I hated the presentation. But it's like, well, I like the channel. I love the efforts you're doing. I'm not gonna slam you because someone else's content was shit. I mean, I love the fact that you're posting all those cons that I can't get to. So I just didn't give you a thumbs down. But I wanted to give the presentation a thumbs down, but not you.
I think it does also adjust, what suggested content you get. I'm not sure about all the thumbs up and down algorithms, how it all plays out. But I don't really choose who gets put up.
Yeah.
With the exception that if I really dislike a person, I may record the talk. I'll give it to the con. Y'all can put this shit up. My website is my website,
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I've actually not, I haven't looked at any of them on your site. I've just gone through your YouTube channel for a lot of the replay, for any of the replays. But I was just, I don't know, I was maybe naive. I guess I just expected more out of certain cons than what was there. But there's always good stuff at them somewhere. It's just frustrating when the title sounds good and you're interested in the topic and you read it and the guy's talking like third grade and he makes obvious misstatements or demonstrates lack of understanding or just talks marketing buzzwords or whatever.
Synergy.
That's
converged synergy.
Yeah, that's very prominent with the Bitcoin talks that I've seen lately. Is they'll say like, the new Bitcoin something, ever something super interesting, and then they start off the talk with, "What is Bitcoin?" I'm like, oh my god.
Synergistic.
Well, I mean, if it talks, and I know I'm guilty of this in my personal life, is that I'll start off something, and it'll be way over anybody's head, and I forget to bring it down. So
yeah, no, I believe some of that does happen. Yeah, because I mean, they're not making the presentation for me; they're making it for the people. Their talk is being accepted because it will in somebody's brain match the target audience that's going to actually pay to be there.
What's the target audience of a HackerCon? Shouldn't it be above average intelligent person?
It depends on the con.
Let me get through these 5 categories I put cons into, and I should probably reorganize them. I'll put things down as enthusiast / party HackerCon, enthusiast / professional InfoSec HackerCon, commercial InfoSec HackerCons, vendor cons, and awareness circle jerks.
There you go. Con.
Wow. Awareness circle jerk conferences are essentially a lot of times this is put on by your own local company to raise awareness, and you're going to have a lot of talks like you were mentioning before that are much more simplified. But then again, the audience is not necessarily security people. It may be general techs. Right. It may just be secretaries and such.
Yeah, or the purchasing officer for the companies.
Right, like Gartner does that a lot.
Yeah, vendor cons are cons that essentially people show up at to hawk their wares, and conferences may put on to raise money for like the local ISSA or some other type of chapter. A lot of ISSA events kind of have a tendency to sort of become vendor cons, where you might get to speak also if you offer to present. We actually have one in Louisville that it's not. I wouldn't call it a vendor con, but our local ISSA is probably a very technical ISSA, but it's still an ISSA group. So, well, I don't think it falls quite into this category. There are some ISSA events that fall into vendor cons category.
Yeah, the ISSA where I'm at it's a lot of that is vendor cons. Like a vendor will come in and they talk for like an hour and a half, and I'm like, you didn't really go over anything that was
except for my product's the best thing ever.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like VMware user groups.
If the VMware user group's doing stuff like going over how to write better scripts or script sharing for VMware use and stuff like that, but most of them don't.
That, but yeah, mostly they bring in some VAR and they're like, "Here, VAR, why don't you tell us how your company can help companies integrate VMware into their current infrastructure?" It's like,
yeah.
read your sales brochure for anybody that hasn't seen it yet.
Right. And then you get free food, which, I mean, okay.
Oh, no one's complaining about the free food.
No.
But no.
Yeah, the free food's a good perk, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I've been to the local ISSA talks, and every time I've been there, I always wind up with the vegan plate.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You're wearing the wrong hat.
Right. No. You have dreadlocks and a mask on and a bunch of glass bottles in your backpack?
No.
Wearing the green hat.
Going to collect some scalps?
No.
Show up with Adrian's coon hat and see what happens.
No, I mean I know that they do it now at a certain headhunter's office, whose name shall remain nameless because I can't stand their asses. But when they used to do it at Sullivan University.
Give me their name. I'll interview with them and carry a hammer.
Yeah.
Nice. What are you guys thinking about the H-1B thing that Trump had just passed?
What are the details on that? I only heard a little bit. Is he getting rid of a lot of the? Because I know the company I was with, we lost a lot of our engineers to people that were brought in on H-1B, and there was like a whole, like the main campus office building, there was like little sections of these different, basically, all the people from the same country, they just hung out in their own little section, and they're all isolated, none of them were citizens, and they're all here on H1 getting paid, a tenth of what everyone else around them was.
Right. And that's basically what it's based upon is the, I guess the quality factor is if you're going to hire an outside consultant to do a sysadmin, like a sysadmin level 4 job, whatever that job, structure is in your payment, your like SAP or whatever, payroll processing system, whatever that the payroll should be for that is what you should be paying around, a consultant for, instead of,
yeah, it definitely sounds good on the surface, because I know we lost a whole bunch of people just through all these H1 influxes.
I've seen Silicon Valley's like in all these CISOs and stuff like that are like going, oh, this is going to ruin our industry. This is going to ruin our industry. I'm like, no, now you're not going to be able to hire 17 Indians that are making $10,000 a year or whatever they're making compared to what a U.S. citizen would make with you guys. And for one thing, you're going to get, for the most part, better employees. You're not, getting someone that's, probably not trained, probably doesn't have, the same skill set that you're looking for, because they're obviously getting paid less.
If you do bring in somebody from India and pay him $75,000 a year, you're probably going to get a pretty damn good person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of just staffing 30 people for the price of one and hoping they can figure out the problem that one person could have.
Yeah.
And that's how they get around paying for healthcare and all that kind of stuff. And they get around a lot of operating. I think that's there's some kind of a financial thing with OpEx or that kind of thing where they can get around, having those on their books. So it looks like the company's doing better than it is, kind of thing, and et cetera, et cetera.
Right, or they hire them under a subcontractor and bring them in that way.
Right. I mean, I've been watching Tata. You guys familiar with Tata? You probably all have seen Tata at some point in your career. But Tata is like one of the biggest consultant agencies, IT consulting agencies out of India, and their stock has just been dropping like a rock this week.
Good.
Sell some shorts on it.
Because of Trump's plans, or?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. As soon as it was released, their stock dropped like 12 points or something like that.
See, I'm normally a fairly libertarian guy, and usually that implies economically we have very few restrictions as far as who can do the work and how you can work to your best advantage. But I don't know much about the about these H-1B.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm generally libertarian as well, but when a lot of these people, at least from the company I was left with, the people they brought in under H-1B, they were getting paid less than minimum wage for jobs that otherwise would have paid anywhere from, I guess, 60 to 120 a year.
Wow. And they'll find plenty of people who just to be able to come over and work in the United States, it still pays more who will take these jobs.
Yeah, most of them
we were hiring a bunch of contractors from Guadalajara at one point, and one of them wound up on my team.
Like a dungeon dragon.
He was a good guy and he was sharp and all, but people ask him, well, hey, would you take a position in the U.S. if they offered to? And he said, well, I wouldn't do it for anything less than $20,000 a year. Yep. I mean, and that's apparently there's a lot of I don't know, I guess misconceptions, or it sounds like a lot of money until they actually have to try to live here on it or something. But I mean, they're getting a whole bunch of people that they were getting paid less than minimum wage, to do professional level work.
Right. And the other point on that is that all that money is then immediately leaving the country and going back to wherever they're coming from, right? So it's not presumably it's a presumably a drain on the economy in general, having all that salary basically just going out the window to H-1B contractors. And
the only thing that stayed was what they'd pay for their rent, where 8 people were staying in a room, and whatever meals they bought,
Or they go to Walmart and get a bunch of tents and just create their own little city outside the work.
It sounds like higher paid jobs that, in tech fields. I knew there was a lot of people who I assume were Mexican about 15 years ago when I lived in the apartment complexes. It did seem to get a whole lot of people into one particular room.
Oh yeah. I mean, they'll blow the lid off of any kind of room occupancy minimums. I mean it's part of their culture. I mean even when they're in their own country, it's their family sticks together and they got a whole bunch of them. Bigger is better, and it's that's their thing. They prefer to live 8 people to a room instead of 1 people to 5 rooms.
Right. Yeah, it's a culture thing for sure.
Yeah, a couple decades ago, I drove a cab in a major metro area, and yeah, there'd be apartment complexes we'd go to very often and pick up, a lot of people, from Mexico, and they're going to work at the Rio Bravo or whatever, and we get like 25 calls a day to the same apartment number, pick up, 25 different people all going to work at the same place on different shifts.
Yeah, no, I know another concern also is a lot of these, consultants that are coming over from, let's say, foreign states, and they're making, let's say, $30,000 a year, or $30,000 for their contract, which to them is that's like salary for like a year or maybe 2 years worth of salary right there, one shot. And
Yeah.
there's also that nation state factor where, let's say, they know they're going to be, let's say, Raytheon or some, government contractors hiring all these H1B1 guys and saying, hey, you're going to work for them for 30 grand. We'll give you an extra 30 grand if you leak data to us.
Right. Yeah.
No. That wouldn't happen. I hate to break it to you like that.
It depends where you work. Maybe not where you were, but where I was, it definitely happened.
I'm just saying. If it's a government contract, they have to abide by DOL, which is
no, ITAR, but yeah, it's I'm not saying that you can't say it's not going to happen, because I've been involved in investigations where that exact thing what I just said has happened several times in several large companies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that their contracts got pulled.
No, not at all.
Well, I mean, especially if it's a government contract.
Nope. I'm telling you, man, it's a lot more prevalent than you would think, man.
A bloop 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 and a bleep bleep bleep. Ow!
Well, all I know is that that every government contract I've worked on, my pay has been on par for the area. So.
Okay.
Well, right,
Well,
but you being a U.S. citizen,
Yeah, but
obviously that's going to be,
Yeah, but he's talking about people working directly for Raytheon,
Well, yeah, that, but
Testing.
Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
Okay. This damn microphone video game thing. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Excellent.
Yeah, you also have the contractors of contractors and of contractors of contractors that make it a little more difficult to enforce a lot of the.
Yeah.
Right. Because
a lot of even if they win like a major contract, they still have to subcontract out some of that to another contractor because of some new laws, because something to do with larger companies getting all these contracts, and these smaller mom and pop type shops aren't able to get them, so they basically made them give some of the contract to the mom and pop shops.
Right, and I've worked for those, but the contract that I was working on was so large that they went from being economically disadvantaged to they no longer qualified once we were brought on.
Yeah.
Under some government contracts, also you can get on easier if they have quotas for business must be owned by a racial minority or
Yes.
woman. Or
Right. Yes. And that's where the Native American owned contract companies come in.
Right, but that's
veteran-owned.
stipulations for minority owned companies based in the United States. That doesn't apply to foreign based companies.
Right.
And there's stipulations on you have to have so many minorities working for you and all sorts of stuff too.
Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy things for that. Government contracting is a whole.
It's a
that's a whole other podcast, boys.
it's a whole big confusing beast, and yeah.
Yep.
And I had to learn quick.
Just watch War Dogs.
With regards to the H-1B we were talking about earlier, someone was talking about bringing people in under minimum wage. I think H-1B is only usable if the person's making over 65 or only over 85 or something like that.
So I think a lot of the people that were getting paid under minimum wage, so you can hire H-1B and they only bring over like a couple people, but everyone else is still in India, and those people for sure are getting paid nothing.
Dick.
So what they're so the way the companies get around that is they hire 4 or 5 people from that company to come on site and work in their SOC or wherever they're going to work their knock, and then those guys pass a bunch of work over to a whole data center over in India to do 90% of the work over in India, and those guys are all getting paid $3 an hour or something like that.
Yeah, or if not less.
Because once you got the contract, all you have to do is
$3
produce the work to to complete the contract. So as long as the work's getting completed, the companies claim ignorance, saying, "Well, we contracted this company, they brought guys on site, and they got the job done. They were great." Yeah,
that's my mom. Where mom works, they did that, and it kind of pissed me off. Because they got rid of all their IT staff, fired the whole freaking thing, and then of course did the same thing like Disney and the bank over in Atlanta did, where they forced the people that were there to train their replacements.
Yep.
And
AIG just did it.
And they bring in the people they brought in were garbage. They didn't know anything. Even the 6 months they spent training them, they still didn't learn everything they needed to know. And my mom's always complaining because she tries to get help for her computer. I mean, she's not a technically savvy person. She's not a programmer, but a planner. She designs and develops plans for housing projects and stuff.
Yeah, the last year of the company I was with, the whole focus on my team and all of our neighboring teams that were in similar areas, it was a very strong, heavy push on 2 things. Training the new hires, which were all out of the country, cheap labor, and automating things you currently do. So automate yourself out of a job or train someone else to do your job, your choice. I did neither, and it still lasted a year somehow, but eventually my number was up too.
That's the way she rolls.
The IT field is going that way rapidly, and it's kind of scary for.
It goes in cycles, though. I mean, didn't we have a big outsourcing push? It goes in cycles. Companies outsource, to make the stocks, to appease the stockholders, and then eventually they get sick of it, or it starts costing them enough money that it makes it to the books and the share price, and then they got to bring it back in house. Or
there was a huge breach by these.
Because they don't freaking do anything right.
Isn't that what happened to Target? Is they outsourced their SOC or part of their SOC to India, and they
got in through a third party. That's
right. They got in through a third party, but they had FireEye appliances, at Target, and they had alerts that were triggering
tons of alerts, and they just thought it was normal.
And their quote unquote outsourced IT just didn't get to it, and.
Well, they saw it, and they just didn't know what to fucking do, and then they just treated like, oh, well, it's normal.
Right.
Here's the thing that I don't know, and maybe I'm looking at this wrong, and I guess what kind of irritates me sometimes is just that with the H1B, right? They come over, and and it's just based off experiences that I've run into. I'm not saying everyone's like this, but. A couple of people that come over on the H-1B program, they talk so much shit about this country, but yet you're here working here.
Oh, dude.
And that shit pisses me off.
You're spot on with that, man. You are so spot on with that.
I'm like, and sometimes I just want to say, if our country is so bad as you say, take your ass back to your shitty ass country. And I do want to say that so bad sometimes, because I'm like, listen, don't talk shit and we the ones feeding you. That's the thing that pisses me off.
Yeah.
You're here.
Now, Charles, you don't want to have a sit down with HR.
I know. It's just that because I know for a fact I couldn't take my ass over to India and do no shit like that.
Right.
You could. You do it if you're willing to do it for 5 cents an hour. You could do it.
No, they'd freaking throw you in prison or something.
Yeah, exactly. But I just find it amazing.
The caste system is still really strong in India.
Yes, it is.
And in the lower class, caste like that, they have a mentality where it's either I'm going to steal and make it, or I'm not going to make it out of this class. I'll never make it out of this.
Right.
But
current
also
situation because it's
another
all
problem you have
based
in
on your-
India.
What's that?
Yeah, but another problem you have in India is that the guys who are really, really good are hacking shit because they make
Right.
a lot more money.
Yeah.
And the guys who are just starting are working customer support and doing things like that. It's kind of like they evolve from like being a customer support to like having access to a computer to like really fucking like some of them are really good. Like really,
Yeah.
really,
And
really good.
I'm not saying that they're bad. I'm not saying that they suck. And you know, but what my whole thing is like, don't come over here talking shit. Like we don't know what the hell we're doing. And y'all, I know everybody's seen this. Like we don't know what the hell's going on. I'm just like, you know, if it's so bad.
No, this is the thing. Like I have conversations with people from India all the time, and I gotta let them know that, like, you know, these manuals are in English, right? And just to let you know, if I go through your stuff and there's something they're missing, shit now because you're just giving me shit and you haven't even let me present to you what I have to do. I'm not saying that your work is wrong because they take everything so personal. Like, oh wait, what are you saying? That I don't know how to put firewall? I'm like, dude, I'm here because they want me to test your stuff.
First of all, calm your
Nobody's
ass
saying
down.
anything.
Yeah,
Two,
right.
Oh my
I'm
God,
sorry. I'm on a rampage. I'm on a ramp today because
No, that's good, man.
But-
It's good. That's a valid point, man. Because I get that all the time, man.
Yes.
I just had a guy the other night. We were trying to troubleshoot an issue, and he was based in. Well, this is China, more or less, but we're troubleshooting stuff. And I started out really basic. I said, you know, do you see lights on the switch port? And the guy replies back to me, I am CCNP. You don't ask me these types of questions. I said, holy shit. I was like, what? I was like, I'm not trying to, marginalize your abilities here. I'm just trying to get, we're trying to troubleshoot. This,
Right.
this is my
Like
stuff.
the version of like mansplaining, where someone freaks out because you try to explain something to them and they get all offended.
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit associated with ego and that type of culture with their ego, not ever being wrong.
I don't give a shit about the culture. Well,
Yeah,
all I'm
neither
saying is,
do I.
like, you're CCNP, but yet you're on a call where you can't troubleshoot your own shit. So obviously, your CCNP is
And
worth
fucked.
shit.
Right.
CCM
Well, I
fucked.
mean, yeah.
Well, my reply was, well, I'm a paper CCIE, so I'm on the phone call. I'm on the phone with you right now and emailing you to try to resolve this issue. I said, if you'd like to take care of this issue, by all means, I'll go to bed. It's 2:00 in the morning, and I'm having to help you. So
Exactly, paper
there's a give
tiger.
and take here. So work with me.
Yeah, paper tigers, man. I'm sorry.
No, I had an Indian guy in Greensboro, North Carolina. He worked for a financial company, and he had just come into town, and he started hanging out at the local bar that I hang out with. And so he sits down, and he's talking to me. He's real nice. He's like, "Oh, what do you do?" I was like, "I'm an IT." I just gave him a real general term. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm an IT too. I'm a developer. I'm the smartest person you'll ever meet." I said, "Oh, that's great." Whatever. And then
Yeah, they're usually the fucking dumbest ones.
a few more drinks into the night, he starts telling me about how he loves robbing the U.S. and stealing all of our money, and we're so gullible to hire him. He's making so much money, yada yada yada. And I wanted to take the kid's head and just smash into the brick wall.
No.
And just yell America, but I just sat there. I kept my calm, and so he's buying shots for girls and all that kind of stuff. And at the end, towards the end of the night, he goes to run his credit card and it gets declined. I was like,
Hey,
karma is a bitch.
Hey, you know something? And that's when I would have been like Facebook Live when the car got declined. When you talk shit, talk about how much money you make, but this is what happened. Declined!
Oh, man. I could have been internet famous, guys. I could have been internet famous.
Yeah, it's some shit. I stay quiet.
Yeah.
To behave, I'm not trying to sound like the bitter guy, but it's just sometimes, and like 90% of the time, I'm the happiest guy in the world. But it's just some shit that I see sometimes. It's just infuriates me. Like people,
Right.
That's just one of them where people, they come over here from other countries, and it's not just people from India, people from China.
No.
Even people from Jamaica or Trinidad, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm Jamaican. Jamaica's the greatest country." Da 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 da. Well, take your ass back.
Yeah, it's definitely a personality thing, right? It's not a racial thing. It's a personality thing. Because I ended up meeting this guy's buddy like a couple weeks later. That came, same position, same background, everything. And that guy was nice as hell. He goes, "Oh, you met that guy already? Oh yeah, he's a freaking retard. He thinks he's God's gift to
yeah." I mean,
I was like, well, yeah,
whatever. Yeah, and people and I'm originally from New York, but I can't stand when I see people and they're like, "Yeah, I'm from New York." I'm like, "Well, take your ass back. What you doing in Virginia?"
I'm from New York.
Right.
I can't stand that with him, and I'm a New York. and I'm a New Yorker. You've seen this. Like I don't have to sugarcoat it. Like you've seen this, especially when they come what they call it down south. I'm like, shut your ass up.
Nigga, what are you talking, nigga? Nuh-uh.
No, because
I've seen people get their feelings hurt because of that.
Yeah.
One of my when I was in AIT, one of my battles is that everybody had that nickname. He was from Brooklyn. He ran his mouth in the bar, and
got his ass handed to him
by a local.
Good.
We had a kid in AIT do the same thing. He got stabbed.
Well, damn.
Oh no.
I just want his ass beat, but I killed. He didn't die, did he?
No, it was a small blade. I guess he was hitting on some guy's girlfriend or some crap, talking shit.
Oh, good, he got it.
And he got stabbed by like a 3-inch knife.
He got it. Give him a call. Go ahead.
Here's a fucked up thing. We're all medics, like in AIT training to be medics, right? Dude gets stabbed in the stomach, so they just go back to the hospital room and clean up the thing and freaking put a Band-Aid over it. And I'm like, really?
Mm-hmm. Wipe yourself off. You're bleeding.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wow, you guys are retarded.
Hey, man. Hey, you know what? When you run your mouth and you talk crazy to people, expect what's coming to you. Mm-hmm. I see this shit all the time. They come to some people.
Charles, what happened to you today? You sound different.
I just, you know what happened today? Tell me. Okay, like it's just like I don't want to read.
Come on, friend. Keep names out of it. Keep details. Okay. PII.
Okay. I was sitting at lunch there. I got some pho, right? From the pho. It was like a pho junkies truck in DC. So I came back from lunch, right?
For real.
Pho shizzle.
Real. So I'm sitting down eating, and I use chopsticks when I eat, like any type of soup. I just like to use them, And
did you say soup?
Yeah, pho soup. Yeah, like
it's not just soup, man. Get it right.
Yeah, it's noodles.
I was wondering the chopsticks and soup. How's that?
No. But even if it's like, even if I'm eating like with
you just eat the chicken?
No, absolutely.
Wow.
Exactly. No, but this is what this one lead to. Like, so I got some pho, right, and I'm eating the pho with the chopsticks, and my Chinese coworker's like, do you know how to use chopsticks? And I said, yeah. He says, oh, I didn't think you would know how to use chopsticks. And I'm like, really?
Oh. Why, because you can't swim?
Because he's a black guy.
Yeah, because I'm black.
I know that's why
I know what he meant.
I would have. Wait a minute. So were they the wooden chopsticks or were they the metal ones?
They were the metal ones. I have my own pair at home.
Yeah, and you know what? I would have been short a set of chopsticks.
I had to keep my cool.
Man. So violent.
Give me that.
I kept my cool, but it just and I was like, first of all, genius, and I called him genius because I didn't want to say dumbass. I said, first of all, genius.
You kind of did.
I'm originally from New York, where I grew up around people from, and I don't know where the fuck you're from, and I slipped up with fuck, but I don't know where the fuck you're from, but Koreans, people from China. New York is a melting pot for different races, religions, and cultures. So, the family next door to me was originally from China, and that's how I learned about chopsticks and how to eat with them and which ones are real, which ones are fake, for your information. And I got my food and walked off. So I was irritated the rest of the day behind that shit. And this is why.
No, we can hear this. We can hear this in your voice today.
Yeah, and it's just, but and then I just got this. I sat down and I just watched how some people were just interacting with each other, and they're just like so judgmental. Just looking at people and judging them, and then some of the indie guys at my job thinking they're better than people. I had some Jamaican dude thinking he's better than people. I'm like, bro. Here's the thing. I'm like, okay. You're from, you say, you claim you're Jamaica, whatever else. But what do you check on your application? Black, white, or Hispanic? I'm pretty sure you're checking fucking black, okay? So, I don't know. Sometimes I get annoyed with how the world is as a whole with certain things. And it just infuriates me. And I don't know, man. So some people just don't get it. So when we were talking about the H-1B, that kind of like struck the nerve. Like, yes, they fucking do. They talk shit about this country, and I don't give a damn what nobody say. I know we got a fucked up president right now, but this is still the greatest country on earth, and everybody's killing themselves trying to get over here still, regardless of the situation that our country is in as a whole. People are still trying to make their way over here to get a better life. So, I'm sorry, fuck all y'all people who talk shit about this country and killing yourselves to get here. Because you know what we got is what helps make your life a lot better. I'm just going to put it that way. Sorry for my rant. I'm good.
No, you're fine.
But you see this all the time. People talk so much shit about America and all this, but they're killing themselves to get over here.
Me personally, in my interactions in life, I've just never come across that.
Oh, be glad you didn't, man.
I guess it just has to do with the people who I keep around me. So, I mean,
yeah. Well, I didn't choose these coworkers. They just showed up. You guys who I chat with a lot, man, I got some cool ass people. So, yeah. This should just happen to me. I didn't choose this.
Well, I mean, the closest I came in my life with this was the fact that I used WeChat, and one of my coworkers at the time, he's Chinese. Well, he's from Taiwan, but I was like, so you're using WeChat? And he was trying to explain it to me, and I just showed him my phone, and I was like, dude, I use it. So.
Shut it down. Boom. That's it. Yeah, I'm sorry, and like I said before, I'm glad that guy, and I don't mean to say this, I'm glad that guy got stabbed because he just fucking deserved it. I'm glad that guy got his ass whipped because he fucking deserved it. Stop talking shit, because what people fail to realize, when you see the people that's always talking shit because they're from New York or whatever, or New Jersey, right? What they fail to realize, they still have Southern roots.
I don't know.
Southern roots?
No. What I mean by that is this: most people most people from New York, they have family in the South somewhere. I have family in I may be from New York, but most of my family was from the South. I got family that's from Kentucky. Okay, Lexington. I got family that lives in Lexington.
Lexington hardly counts as Kentucky.
But I'm just saying in general, like I have family in Tennessee. I have family all over the South.
That's not most people, man.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm up in New York. I don't got nobody in the South. I mean, we got a few people who moved to the South in recent generations. Maybe it's
right.
We got someone in like Maryland or some shit. I don't know. Arizona. That's not really South. That's Southwest. But like, what? Where are you getting this? You have Southern roots. No, man. It's maybe people spread in the South, but sure as hell they didn't come from there.
Oh well, no. A lot of people that I've run into. Not everybody. No, I didn't mean to say everybody. I'm sorry about that. Like a lot of people that I've run to that talk shit. That have talked shit about because they're from from up north. A lot of them, and I do know for a fact, have families in the South and shit like that. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm on my little soapbox, and this coffee sucks that I'm drinking. and I think I need a refill.
Oh, is that because it's from the South?
You know what? I think it's something about that damn South that just drives me crazy, and I don't know what it is. Ah! Ladies and gentlemen, it's Saturday Night Live. Ah! Oh my God! I just needed this laugh today, man. See, this is why I look forward to the podcast, because you guys are awesome. And I call it even though I know it's Hangouts, I still call it like a little podcast. You guys are my Hangout family, both virtually and physically. I'll see you guys at DerbyCon, hopefully, DEF Con, or any type of con. You guys are awesome.
And don't forget, at DerbyCon, ask me about MeadCon.
Okay, I will do, sir. MeadCon.
Well, I'll have a sampling of various meads.
Well, I'll be glad to partake in the sampling, sir. Woohoo! But yeah, like I said, I've met some of the most awesome people at cons. I actually did a talk about cons today, just in general. At my, you know how like at work they have like lunch and learns. So we did a talk about like my talk was like, why do I think people should go to like just cons in general, whether it's security related, whether it's IT related, whatever it is you're into. I think you should go to cons because you get to meet some of the most awesome people that are doing what you're doing, and not just because of that. You make new friends and you can share other interests that are outside of the con. So it's just a way of being more social, meeting more cool people, and just having fun. Stop looking at a con as a business opportunity. Look at it as an opportunity to make a friend.
Yeah, but some people definitely do see it as a business opportunity, and it kind of
fucks it up.
I mean, networking's not bad, but just going to try to get another job or try to, parlay your skills into another job setting. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
Because like any of you guys, I don't come to the cons or I'm not speaking to you because I'm trying to gain something. I just actually enjoy friendship.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I love to gain like new knowledge. Like I like
new knowledge.
Right. Like I like this podcast because I learned stuff.
Yeah.
New that I didn't know before, or I get put onto a new product that someone else is using, or
Yeah.
And
that's what it's all about. But I'm not.
And the hacker environment. So basically, we keep the tradition of teaching you what we learn. We don't tell so like I can't teach you this secret. Like precious.
I don't know. I mean, I'm like that 20% of the time, but
really.
My precious.
Is fun even allowed at conventions anymore? I get.
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead, Jack.
Is fun even allowed at conventions anymore with more and more silk dress?
Yeah, well,
I'm kidding. I know it's not that bad.
It's not incredibly bad. It's was that live talking?
It's horrible.
Yeah. Yes, it was.
Okay. I mean, you had I keep that whole list of incidents up just in case. But I mean, recently, I guess the thing about Hacker Jeopardy was a little bit, in my estimation, silly. I mean, I don't see the evangelical Christians who are at DEF CON whining about, let's say, QueerCon happening, and I don't think they should. And I see nothing wrong with cons having other sub-cons or events happening that have specialized interests. And personally, I can understand why some people don't want to be around for Hacker Jeopardy, but at the same time, if those people are up there consenting adults having fun, who the hell are you to stop the fucking fun because you find it somehow
offensive?
Yeah. I mean,
you're not the one who's being demean. There's a person up there on stage who might be a paid model who I mind thinking is being demeaned. In the case of Hacker Jeopardy, they had scantily clad male bringing women beer also. So what do you want?
Well, I mean, that's like saying that you can't object to blackface because, hey, the guy's doing it. He should be the one objecting. I mean, come on, you could still be degrading a whole group of people by example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but also you have to see who is saying this comment. Is this a who thinks she's ugly because she doesn't follow a stereotype and she hasn't found a guy who loves her for who she is and she thinks everybody who's beautiful.
Well, this time around, it was actually started by a guy who was virtue signaling. The biggest blow up.
Really, I guess maybe he was trying to connect with somebody in that room, and I find you captivating. So, would you mind coming to my room for coffee at 4:00 in the morning?
I've seen you.
That sounds
I've
so
seen you
creepy.
online. I saw
What?
you.
I find
What? I mean,
Yeah, that's
I've seen dudes
That
trying to
sounds
take that
Jack Frost,
SJW approach.
Dude,
Have you ever actually seen it work?
yeah.
for real? Wow.
Have I seen it work?
Depends
I
on
will not
if
say.
you have an 8-pack.
What do you mean you will not say? Have you?
I will not say.
If you
I will-
you I mean
That
he
means
looks
yes.
good.
That means I don't know. I've just seen them walk. I just seen them walk away together. I didn't follow them, and I didn't, So
Just
Take
say
video.
So for yes, just say meow, and no woof woof or whatever. I don't know.
I mean,
like I said, he did the whole virtue signaling, and he tried to say he was a male feminist and blah blah blah, and then they walked off together. That's all I know.
Ooh,
Was he also
I
the
find
one
your
who,
conversation captivating? Let's go to my room for 4 o'clock coffee. Oh God, that sounds so creepy.
Well, no,
Was he also the one?
no, it wasn't. It wasn't like that, but it was pretty much along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, donuts too.
Donuts.
Was he also the one who threw a shit when someone mentioned GNAA, or was that someone else?
What's that?
Was he also the one who started bitching a lot when someone mentioned GNAA, or was that someone else?
I don't know.
That's saying it in my head right now. Ooh, cultivating. You know what? And God bless the dead Macho Man. Ooh yeah, come up to my room for some coffee. Yeah. Let the Macho Man show you what this can do. Can you dig it? Yeah.
Yeah, put it in channel 47. That's the Playboy channel. I want you to do those things to me right now.
Maybe if you're gonna suplex her.
I know, right?
On the Playboy channel.
Or you know what? Or sound like Arnold. Or sound like Arnold. I need you to come out to my room right now for some 4 o'clock coffee. Let me show you what this can do. No, that would be so crazy. I find your conversation cultivating. No.
You got nice boobies. We go now.
Ow, boobies. Ow.
Oh my god.
The fuck is in the
There
coffee?
goes the stream.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail it.
I'm sorry. But
No,
anyway, back to
I was
the.
Wait, are we too real for you? Then go away.
So
Wait a minute. Hold up. Everybody needs to put on their safety pins.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Dude, somebody see George's on video? George,
What?
I'm watching your video.
Yeah.
Girl at the bar.
SNL fucking nailed it, man, with the virtue
Yes, they
signaling.
did.
What video is this now?
It's in the chat. It's SNL did a skit on virtue signaling, and it's fucking on.
It is. It is.
Oh, great.
You put that up way too quick.
That is funny. That is hilarious. Damn, that is kind of
Hilarious.
Oh.
man.
Which chat
What
you-
happened there?
I'm looking at the various chats. Oh, I see it. Never mind.
So, speaking of signaling, question, and this is like I said, I'm not a malware guy by any means, but and maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Is there more? Do you find it to be there's more like malware in web, or is it still more malware in the traditional sense? I guess like PCs, desktops, or Macs, or whatever, or just browsers in general.
My understanding is that browser is usually the way in for most malware, but it's usually platform dependent. So, I mean, most of it's obviously going to be whatever the hell most people are using, whatever is the lowest bar to writing the shit. Someone puts out a good report every year. I forget who the fuck it is. They put out a really good detailed breakdown of where everything's coming through. It might be Kaspersky Lab. I don't know. I gotta look for that. People used to share this shit on Twitter.
I'm Googling right now. You know what I got, baby?
That wasn't quite how it went, but it was pretty close.
Man.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do be seeing some weird stuff at cons sometimes. Like, my first experience with ShmooCon was some neighbors getting it on during, like, at the end of ShmooCon, and she was, like, so loud you could hear her in the hallway.
Well, I mean, yeah, isn't that how it goes down?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. What I found strange was, like, some of the people, I guess, like, the neighbors in the hallway, like, they were just, like, literally, like, sitting in the hallway drinking beer and just listening to the show. That's what kind of made me nervous, like, scared. Wow, what the hell? Oh. I thought I saw this, like, squirrel scared the shit out of me. Like, we got this
Is
black...
the volume okay?
Yeah, the volume's okay.
Okay.
Oh, man. So how's everybody's week been so far?
Real quick before we move on. So lots of companies put out reports like here's Semantic and McAfee, I think I got right here. And so like every year you can just get, I put it in the sidebar chat. You can check these reports out, and they pretty much give you a breakdown of what they've seen the past year as far as, you know, what kind of attacks people are using, what systems they're targeting, what countries they're from, just all their threat intelligence. They put it out there for you. And it's friggin' heavy to go through. But they got some really nice charts and shit that just kind of sum it up real nicely. So if you're ever curious about, you know, what the hell has been going on for the past year, always look for the last year's shit. It's super useful.
Okay. I'm checking it out right now as we speak.
Oh my god. Whoever posted that YouTube video, I hate you. I just watched like 3 SNL clips.
Damn it, George.
It's all
no,
good.
but you know what? But you know, I mean, it goes down. Like, and that's another thing. Speaking of that, like that topic, do you think that we'll ever see like a lot more females in the security field in general, or will it just kind of
purely? But I mean, some people have this idea. I blocked them a while back because we started liking shit that was disturbing me. But I think we call him Countula. He's a guy that goes around cons and like counts the number of female speakers, counts the number of female attendees, and all that. I think there's some people that think that until there's 50-50, obviously there must be something wrong. No, people just choose different career paths. Like I have no interest in, let's say,
nursing,
or
nursing as a female-dominated, field.
Yeah, but is medicine? I mean, come on. It's you do have
pipeline.
There's some cultural biases in here. So I would say if you want to look at what it's going to look like in the near future, then you can definitely look at, like undergrad education, look at student clubs, whatever, get a feel for the people who are going to be the next generation professionals. If you want to know what it should be like, you get into this horrible philosophical argument that people still haven't really sorted out. Even among like the SJWs, you got the freaking shit. You have like two kinds of feminists. One of them's like, biology kind of plays a factor. The other one's like, no, fuck you. It's entirely in your mind. I forget what these guys are called.
I don't know about a division on that particular variety, but a third wave feminist idea of gender is completely a social construct. But then again, there's probably some third wavers who don't necessarily follow with that either.
I would say, given what I've seen, looking at some events in DC, it's give it a decade. A lot of the demographic changes, so to speak, are mainly through massive funding of scholarships. Like I think a $40 billion scholarship fund to try to get more women into tech, and yeah, I have no doubt that's going to have an impact. Give it a decade, we might see differences.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of multi-pronged approaches, like mentorships. I try to anybody who I talk to who's unsure or uncertain about what path they want to take. I just tell them, hey, look, this is where I was at. This is where I was at 10 years ago, and this is where I'm at now. Take it for what it is. IT's not going away anytime soon. I mean, it's
just going to take time too, because right. I don't know, like the last few places I've worked at, I've seen a huge increase in the amount of women in like SAP or like database admins and stuff like that. There's used to never see women in those type of roles, but like the company I work for right now has like probably a 70% female base in my company for database admins, and I'm like, what the wow, that's unique.
Honestly, I think it's going to be a mix of what the demand is, and obviously in security field you've got massive demand, and how well they're treated. So it's like, how much do we want women in tech? And I think a lot of us do want them there. So it's just going to be a matter of how much you accommodate them is going to be how much they're going to come into your field, or how quickly rather. So expect good things.
As someone who works in the security field, I know that the majority of women that I've seen come either work on my team or that I've worked for on a team, they have a pretty big problem with not being liked by the rest of the company. I've kind of already given into the fact that, okay, I work in security and I know that most of my user base is probably going to hate the shit out of me just because of my position and what we have to do, because basically we take away everyone's toys and we make their lives kind of suck a little bit more with different security policies, etc. No Netflix watching and stuff like that. So in general, I'd say like your security positions are somewhat a despised role. And I feel like, with my experience with women, they really can't stand not being liked. Like they
Keep
really
your hands off my Candy Crush.
Right.
So is it something?
What do you mean by I can't have Facebook on my company phone?
Actually, I'm wondering what was meant by accommodating them. Why are there different accommodations because of gender?
What do you mean? Did I say what did I say?
No, you didn't.
No, I said, George said accommodate, and by that I meant you're going to welcome people into your field. You're going to, treat people nicely, not so nicely. So it's, as women enter workforce, you have twice as much labor, and a lot of times that doesn't go well. I'm not a big history or culture buff, so I really can't be spitting out examples here. But I had this talk given to me where I just kind of nodded along and accepted it, and now I'm just kind of repeating it without thinking.
It just sounds real foreign to me, because there's a new hire in the office, there's another body walking around. What's it matter if they're male or female? I mean, where I've worked, that's. I mean, I don't see how that even becomes.
I'm with you 100% there. The only real accommodation I can think of is maternal leave, as that seems to be one of the big things pushed for, say, equality in tech. Something that might encourage more female CS majors to stay in tech. And I think that might have perfectly reasonable request.
So I think a lot of cultural shit, it's how professional environment is, shit like that. Whereas, so you've got this tech bro culture in San Francisco shit where. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so you get this tech bro culture where it's very sort of informal, and where there's a lot of so it's not necessarily the work itself, but the outside of work things that happen in work, so it's people talk about sports and shit, and this is, so you can't be telling women, well, learn more about sports so that you can be friends with people. You got to be, it's, you want to make the workplace environment, you want to make the social culture at your workplace something that is inviting to everyone and not sort of gender biased because it started in all
as far as the sports
but
things
then
go,
again,
I don't watch
Yeah, but
sports. I hate sports. I won't talk about sports. So, I mean,
I don't even know.
if that's what they're basing their whole
how does any
bias
of that
on.
even come up unless you're a company that's never seen a breast before? I don't understand how that's even an issue. I mean, any office I've been in, from small business consulting to corporate enterprise, there's a mix of male and females walking around in the same office. Oh my God!
So
Nobody thinks twice about
you got
it.
your office, but then you've got your Slack channels, you've got your dev teams, you got people working in groups, and the social environment is going to need to be something that is open to both genders, right? So if it starts with one gender and then you try to add the other one in because women are entering tech,
I still don't understand what the hell kind of company you're working for. Do you have
that seems like a very
what kind of special
company lunch at a sports bar or something every day? I don't even understand how that's an issue.
I don't know what women some of you guys have worked with, but literally a woman's just another person who works with, another colleague. I've never had any kind of gendered specific issue.
Exactly.
Honestly, this conversation is alien to me.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, when I was first put in charge of my first team, I pretty much wanted to bring in a female, not only simply because 75% of the people who worked. 75% of the employees were women, and I just felt that they probably would be more comfortable with a woman tech. Of course, I was overruled. That was my whole idea.
I think it's the people more than a gender. Some people care a lot more about the gender of the ones they talk about than others. There's no hard and fast rule that says there's no hard and fast rule about it. It just depends person to person.
At least my point of view is I don't care if you're female, you're male, you're a dog or an alien, green or orange. Can you do the job?
I'd say there's more to it than that, man. I honestly, I don't work in a corporate environment, so I can't tell you perfectly. But so from my experience, I work in a research lab, and everybody's got different personality. Everyone's got a different approach, right? So we got guys from China, and I'm going to stereotype here, and I'm going to hate myself for it later. But you get guys from China, and they are super studious. They are very responsible. They grind out the work.
So do you have to make different accommodations from them because of that trait?
Well, so what happens is, you treat the people differently. You get a feeling for different personalities. You will have.
But that's just social engineering.
But it's not just that. It's so it's by having these different groups of people, though, you are getting different things from them, right? So I'm going to keep making more friggin' generalizations. Sound racist as hell, but so the Russian, honestly, I don't think it's the race, it's the education system, right? So the Russians, when you get them in your lab, they tend to be very in their head about theoretical work. They always think the ideas out very solidly before they go start crunching the numbers. And when you have women, they tend to be, in my experience, more open to what other people are saying and more willing to listen, whereas guys tend to be a lot more
very specific instance.
One-minded.
I mean, at the end of the day, you have a position to fill. You hire a body to fill it, and it doesn't really matter if they're Chinese, Russian, female, whatever. And then the office culture sorts itself out. I don't get what.
I'm telling you, man. It's by having these different people around to tap. It's I get these different perspectives, and it's so freaking useful.
Yeah, people have different perspectives, but I mean, you don't
from the background, it comes from their education. And you're going to get those personalities. You're going to get that from different cultures.
So what? You hang different flags over different cubicle sections and segregate everybody? I mean, no.
I'm saying we got a lab of 12 people, right? So you get to know people. You know who they are. But by having a nice, diverse group, it really helps because you don't have everyone solving the same thing the same way.
So wait a minute.
But what's that have to do with making accommodations for them? That's
Well, so it's in this environment. Obviously, you adjust the culture because all right. So when I first got to the group,
why are you trying to control the culture instead of just letting it be what it is and have it work itself out? I mean,
culture has to be organic.
Culture to it, right? So they'd get together to have like regular soccer games and stuff, and that was very jarring to a lot of us who are not from Europe. And as they got sort of a nerdier group together, the culture shifted to be less sporty European thing, more international. So what I'm saying is that your culture accommodates the people there. It shifts, right? So when you have different people there,
but why are you
why would somebody and you're going to attract people based on what your culture is. So if your culture is very
you don't set policies for culture. Culture happens. It's organic. It evolves itself. You don't.
But you don't try to gear your culture one way or another, right? So if your culture is geared,
why the hell is the company governing
the company? I mean, that's fucking obvious. Can we agree on that?
Well, I mean,
it's not a company.
You're talking about governing your culture. That's fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing that I dealt with in the Army. It was always called mandatory fun. Well, guess what? It wasn't fun because it was mandatory.
I'm talking about shit like a weekly soccer game. I mean, that is.
You're talking about governing.
Are you forced to go? Are you forced to go to the weekly soccer game?
No, you're not forced to go. But what it does is it really.
So why does that create an issue though for anybody else? So
because
some group of the people go and play soccer. Who gives a shit? Who cares?
So what I'm telling you,
get together and play video games. Some people don't want to fucking talk to people from work after work.
Motherfucker, I'm not saying that anyone had to go to the soccer game and they're going to line you up and shoot you. What I'm saying is by having this soccer game that they have weekly, they're going to draw in more of the same people from this culture because you've got a group environment that is friendly for one kind of people.
Dude, okay,
so by having this weekly soccer game, you're not saying, well, you're not fit here. What you're doing is you're attracting people who are part of your already existing culture.
So and you might have some of that, but I'm not willing to sacrifice that for people being able to have a little fun with the coworkers and.
How are you attracting people that are already there?
What I'm trying to explain is how your pre-existing culture biases who's interested in joining your group. That's all I'm saying here, man.
Who the hell knows about the company culture inside before they start working there?
How many people apply to work for your organization and investigates the hobbies of each and every one of their possible coworkers? Maybe a few people.
You're not looking at all the hobbies, man. You're not looking at the corporate culture. You're going to be looking. You're going to be like, oh yeah, we have a weekly soccer game or some shit, and it'll be like, oh well.
Okay, so they have a weekly soccer game. My company they do barbecues. I don't participate. I don't like being outside. I fucking sunburn like crazy.
So all I'm saying is it's going to give you some amount of bias. I'm not saying this is a hard and fast selector. I'm saying you're going to in some way bias the people that are joining the company. That's all I'm saying here. This is not a very strong statement. This is not a very revolutionary idea.
The job descriptions don't list the company fucking culture. I mean, come on, 99% of the time, the culture of your fucking work environment is not part of the job interview and job getting process. I mean,
work environment, kinda, but that's less of a hobbies after work. But the work environment itself, if people say, yeah, we kind of expect people to stay extra hours if needed, that's a work environment culture thing that is relevant for when people are applying.
Now,
we occasionally have a few people go take soccer, play soccer after work, go to a soccer game. No, that's not really.
I could see if there was like a weekly soccer game during work hours, and only the people that were playing the soccer game got to freaking go and leave work and not work. Yeah, that would be freaking ostracizing to folks. But if it was like hey, we got a weekly Saturday soccer game that you're more than welcome to come to, or Friday night, or whatever after work.
I'm not saying it's discriminatory. I'm saying that it is selective.
Ostracizing.
It's not ostracizing, motherfucker.
Ostracizing the very concept of culture. This whole thing started with what, ethnicity?
So what this is doing is you have work culture like this. What you do is you help select people, right? You make it more comfortable for some people, less comfortable for others. You're basically providing an incentive that only appeals to some group of people, all right? It's a totally added incentive. It's not part of the job itself. It's just, this is a fun place to work, and it becomes a slightly more fun place for one kind of person. So if it's a slightly more fun place for men, then you're going to have slightly fewer women. That's all I'm saying here, man.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, telling people not to have a soccer game because
I'm not saying tell them not to. I'm saying if you want to balance it, if you want to, change your gender ratio or something like that.
I'll be back. Guys, it makes sense.
And you want to try to accommodate the people that you are looking to add to your group. So I'm not saying shut down the soccer game. I'm saying,
accommodating more for another group, you may ostracize other people from a different group as well.
Inevitably, right? Unless you're going to have a company that includes the population of the world, yes.
So that's the thing.
That's why you don't govern your work culture in that way.
If the people that are working there want
to do the job, grouping people by their ethnicities and genders here as far as their interests. Yes, there's some correlation based on how they're socialized in society, but fucking hell, don't treat it as a rule. My God, what the hell's wrong with you?
I'm not saying make it a rule, all right, everyone better, this leisure activity, you can discuss these subjects.
That's not what I meant by rule. It's like saying, I want more women.
Culture or that culture.
I should make the cubicles pink. That's what I mean by rule.
No. Talk to some women, find out what women actually give a shit about. Try to make it
Look, any female that's into freaking technology, like, passionately, is going to be into the same shit we are.
That's right.
Some of the same shit. Some different shit.
Correct, some of the same
shit. Some different shit.
Find a common ground.
Find out what you're missing. Find out how you can add that so that you can attract the other half.
Nobody at my work's into freaking drone racing, and we don't have any of that crap. It's just you show up, you work, and you go home. That should be work culture. Work, quote unquote, work culture. You show up, you work, you go home.
That's robot culture, man. That's hate your life culture.
But I'm a fun guy.
If you love your job, you love what you're doing. The culture surrounded by the after-hours activities has no implication on what you're doing day to day in your job.
That's
I don't want to see the people I work with all day when I get home. I want to do my shit.
You guys continue. I gotta go be on a DerbyCon call, but I'll be back down.
Oh, we want to be on the DerbyCon call.
All right, Adrian.
Both.
Okay.
All right. So I do physics for a living, right? I mean, I'm doing this day in, day out, and I go to the lab, I do that. I talk to other people at the lab, we talk about physics, but we don't just talk about physics. That's crazy. That's being like, all right, well, work is just work. Fuck everything else. There's obviously some culture outside of that.
So who governs the culture at your workplace?
I mean, there's no governance. That's what I'm saying. But
then why do you have to make accommodate? And why do you make accommodations then? I mean, you let it be. It evolves organically on its own.
It does evolve organically on its own. But then what's going to happen is it's going to reinforce your pre-existing distribution of genders. So what's
you're just repeating and borrow fucking university bullshit from your professors.
It's better for you to force culture than let it evolve organically.
Living life for a while.
What's stopping women and people like minorities and stuff like that from getting into technology or whatever?
Nothing's stopping them, man.
No.
So what's going to happen?
Your company's not stopping them.
The culture's not stopping them. The culture's discouraging them from working at your specific company. I'm not saying you're not getting women in tech.
Look at what Americans freaking idealize. Football players, basketball players, Kim Kardashian, that stupid fucking bitch. You know what I mean?
No, the whole fucking family.
Yeah, the whole fucking
family.
If your company,
instead of praising people like Buzz Aldrin and people like that
if your company needs to make cultural changes to get decent employees, then it's a shitty place to work for in the first place. I mean, they're doing something wrong already.
I would fully agree. Fully agree. And all I'm saying is that if you want more women in the workforce, make some accommodation. Change the culture.
What? Well, no, you're talking about governing the damn culture. You don't do it. What the hell you do that for?
Well, I think what you're kind of trying to refer to is like what Google does, or like any of the Silicon Valley big guys, is they provide a certain culture to their employees that makes it very, people want to go work for Google because they want to go see that stack room that's constantly stocked, that's free, full of candy, right? Or they want that in-house chef. People apply just so they could have that. I mean, there's
I guess if you want groupies instead of effective employees,
you got similar job, you got similar salary. That's going to be the thing that makes a difference. It is, what does a workplace feel like? What is it like to live there at that company?
Yeah, like there aren't people looking for jobs now, and companies have to really set themselves apart by their culture to get people.
But when you're trying to keep top talent in your field, which is a very hard thing to do, is keep top talent in your field, because 90% of the time, hiring someone with a lot of experience and that kind of stuff.
If you want to keep top talent in your field, target people specifically for the talents that they have, like as in do some research.
Well, I want my pink.
and then give them substantial raises every 2 years, because if you don't,
Well,
they're gonna leave.
What?
There's
Every 6
actually
months.
that's not always the best case. You know, if you're talking about raises, keeping talent.
No.
Like what happened with Google's self-driving cars? They paid their top engineers working on self-driving cars so much they ended up quitting Google because they had enough money to retire, like
Right.
midway through the project.
But the thing
So
is,
it's a little bit more than just money.
okay, so how old were they?
I think they were like in their 30s or 40s.
30s or 40s?
Google was paying them a ton. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like if I was getting paid a ton in my, like right now in my 30s, if I was getting paid a shit ton to work for Google on a self-driving car, I wouldn't quit at 30 or 40.
Not yet. Maybe around 50 or so.
Yeah, like at 50, because I mean, well, one, I'm not done with the fucking project. You know what I mean? It's not done. Like,
and to be honest, I don't think it'll be done in the next 20 years. So I mean, sorry.
right? I mean, I don't know. I can't leave projects like that undone. I have to freaking keep going. But
I hear you.
I don't know if the money's right. My financial planner says it's okay. I'm sorry.
What's done, you know? It's
well, you never know what's gonna happen though. Like freaking.
Yeah.
So you got $2 million in the bank, right? And then 10 years down the road, something fucking happens, and our money's worth like fucking Uganda money, where you got $10 billion. You can't buy a fucking loaf of bread.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You never know what's gonna happen.
The only answer is to invest in Ethereum, gold, and Bitcoin.
Oh, God.
And Litecoin, and Namecoin, and Dogecoin.
No.
Bitcoin is an unregulated penny stock whose majority shareholders are criminals. Do not invest in Bitcoin.
Buy ammunition and store it well so it doesn't go bad. Buy lots and lots of beans, because guess what? If the world goes to shit, you can't eat fucking gold or silver, and you can come to me with 20, 30, 40, 50, 80, 100 pounds of gold and be like, give me some beans, and I'm going to say, fuck you.
Oh, God, we've got to prep.
And then you'll fart in their general direction.
Your Mad Max world. You enjoy your Mad Max world.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, freaking beans, bullets, and water is the only thing that's going to keep you alive if our dollar deflates to or inflates to an amount to where someone that was able to retire at 50 can no longer afford a freaking loaf of bread.
Well, keep a little silver so you can like do some soldering and stuff and do.
Oh yeah, you know, whatever. Gotta fix shit, right?
Let me melt down the silver bar so I can solder this battery to my roll control car here.
Right, but something. The world economy is so fragile that something could happen at any point in time to where we fucking tip over. You know what I mean? And we're just upside down, fucking sucking over here.
I mean, in the
Right.
I mean this in the
we have
nicest
quite
way.
a lot
Is there
of
a
buffer
bunker in your
left over.
house?
Is there a what?
Is there a bunker in your house?
No, there's not. No, I don't.
Not that he wants to talk about.
Why do I need?
Tell you.
Why do I
It's
need
not in the
guns?
backyard.
I got
So
enough
you're
guns and
prepared
ammo,
for
man.
the economy going to hell, but you're not prepared
I'm
for a
saying-
nuclear
I'm
blast.
saying that it can happen at any point in time. Putting all your money in
So could a
gold and
nuke.
silver. Correct. A nuke could happen at any point in time.
Yeah, but if your office culture is fun to go to, then you won't have any concerns.
But a nuke is much less
Play
likely right now.
soccer.
I don't care about Kim Jong Un. As long as I can play soccer tomorrow, I'm good.
Yeah.
A nuke,
Y'all are terrible.
And don't tell that to Mike. Have you seen Mike's videos of his places exploding? It's pretty bad.
Do what?
Yeah, Mike works at a fucking like petroleum plant.
oh
Have you
yeah.
seen those exploding videos? Holy. Oh
No.
my God. Tell him, Mike. Tell him, Mike.
Well, you just wear fireproof underwear. You're all good.
Right.
Yeah.
After
Is
what
there
you
like
showed-
a shit release valve in there someplace?
Is that still asbestos underwear?
I hope it's a kill me now switch so I can just kill myself and not worry about it.
I don't know. Can I get close up to the fire to have a weenie roast and roast some marshmallows and sing Kumbaya?
I actually had to sign an asbestos waiver in an apartment building I used to live at down here. It was built in like 1950, and I had to sign 2 waivers, one for asbestos and one for the lead paint.
Oh, fuck that.
Double
I
whammy.
love that place. They still had real plaster walls, and if you're living
Cancer.
inside a plaster wall, you're basically in a Faraday cage already. I mean, it was.
I mean, you may have
you
cancer,
couldn't
but at
hear
least
the
cancer is
neighbor
not gonna
even though
read
you
your
were sharing a
thoughts.
wall with them. Yeah, that was a well built place.
Yeah, at least you're gonna have cancer, but at least the NSA can't spy in your brain.
That's right.
Just wear that tinfoil hat you like, Bill.
Well, they could still spy because it had single pane windows too.
Oh my god!
And hear you too.
So, have you ever played with one of those laser mics?
What do you mean, laser?
I plan on building one. I found all the plans to get it. I keep on putting it off, but I want to build one and try it out.
You gotta be. You gotta be perpendicular to the plane.
No,
glass
you don't. You don't have to be perpendicular.
No.
Your receiver. Well, you have to have your receiver.
Has to be the proper angle.
If you're transmitting and receiving from the same place, you gotta be perpendicular.
But
you still have to, I mean, even if you're going off angle, you still have to have a receiver set up perfectly opposite.
I mean, I played with one. It was pretty cool.
I've heard recordings from them. Signal quality seemed like pretty shit.
Well, if they're not talking very loud, it's not going to vibrate as much.
I just meant that it's very noisy.
Oh yeah.
Pre-production isn't very lifelike.
There's probably a lot of noise.
Not many long distance microphones are. Yeah, I mean, you can't expect
because you're picking up everything that's hitting
512K bit MP3 quality. I mean,
right.
Yeah, I just expected a lot better because every time I'm playing with an interferometer in the lab, the fucking thing goes nuts whenever you're fucking talking near it.
That's the difference between lab and real world.
Yeah. It's not as big a difference as you think, man. You think the lab, there's no noise, nothing. It's all no, god fucking damn it. Talk in the room and the shit is going to hell.
Put it in a vacuum.
Yeah.
Man, you know how expensive that shit is.
Or
build how expensive it is.
You know how expensive that shit is.
Man, just get a bunch of acrylics, some freaking liquid nail, and a pump from Harbor Freight. You'll be all right.
Yeah, and build that Tesla train crap. What are they calling that stupid train scam that Tesla's trying to push in?
The Hypertrain.
Yeah, the Hyperloop. Yeah.
Wait, is that supposed to be in a vacuum?
Very near vacuum, and that's why it's going to fail.
Very near vacuum.
Yeah, very low pressure. There's no way it can work. I mean, there's just the amount of energy it would take to depressurize. 400 miles of trying.
It's on top of that,
it's not too much volume
energy to keep it up.
It's actually not going to be too bad if you don't have too many points for service, right? Because they can just seal the whole shit up.
But a lot of it's going to be above ground. I mean, any punk with a 22 can.
What they're going to do is they're going to bring a bunch of Mexicans with bicycle pumps or a bunch of Indians, and they're going to be standing on top pumping like crazy.
Getting low vacuum, not so bad. Getting high vacuum, fucking nightmare. It's once you're done with mechanical pumps, vacuum sucks. Like, so once you're doing your special pumps, you're done just using like fan or whatever the hell. Vacuum is a nightmare, but when you're just doing low vacuum, it's so easy. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, the Hyperloop, they were talking some pretty low numbers.
If you're going,
it was beyond what you get with fans.
Like you're in a Hyperloop, let's say an earthquake happens a ways away, but you can't stop in time or can't slow down in time to really avoid it.
Then it becomes a railgun.
No, it's not even a matter of stopping in time. I mean, if the tube is breached, it's game over right there immediately.
At what point are you liquefied?
Well, why would it be game over with the tube's breach?
Because you got 400 miles. You have a continuous 400-mile tube that is at a very near vacuum, and suddenly that energy is,
it's going to be a low vacuum, and if you fill that with air, you're not going to have a whole lot happen.
I'm assuming the vacuum has something to do with keeping the train from smacking into the side of the freaking loop.
So it's low vacuum, or when you say very near vacuum, that means not very good vacuum. It
means there's not such a thing as a pure vacuum.
Right. So this is going to be low vacuum.
You can't get a pure vacuum, and the amount of air that Tesla's and the amount of air that Tesla's wanting to remove from this Hyperloop bullshit to reduce air resistance on the
It's not about how much air they're taking out. It's about how much air they're leaving in, and they're leaving in a good amount of air. They're leaving out. They're leaving in so much. You can use cheap vacuum pumps, and it's not too hard. So
is the train still riding on a rail, or is it just floating around in this tube?
So I believe it's going to be basically just a maglev type thingy, except it's going to be locked in a tube. Maybe it's going to be like a Gauss
believe
gun
it's
type.
never going to come to fruition because it failed
So
to
the
plan on
hardest
so
part is
many
building the
fundamental
giant
levels.
tube. And
So if the tube breaks and a bunch of air rushes in, you're going to rapidly decelerate them.
No, so it should actually be able to work. It would just require more power, go slower, shit like that.
Yeah, but you're gonna go from 0 or low resistance to extremely high resistance comparatively.
Honestly, it's just going to feel like wind in your face. It's not that bad.
The
The problem is it's going to be you're going to have to go a whole lot slower. You're going to have a pain in the ass. You're going to want to seal that. It's the you can still run a freaking maglev train in open air, right?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. But if
You're
they
just not going to get that insane speed.
they're going like what? How fast are they planning on this thing going? Like it was insane.
300 miles an hour. So actually 600, but
600 miles an hour?
It's not going to happen. I mean, it's so far.
Well, it's
the maglev trains.
It's the hockey table effect, right? It's the hockey table effect. I mean, it's
no. Okay, so I mean, if they're only going like 600 miles an hour, then even if air was to rush in, you would slow down automatically.
Yes,
but I don't think it would be.
I mean, considering the test they ran, they couldn't even break 40 mile an hour, and now on a 1 mile, quarter mile track. I mean, it's all marketing hype and bullshit that's not going to go anywhere anyway. So
you have a massive container, so it's going to take a long time for the amount of air in there to build up to something that's going to give you a lot of resistance, unless you have a huge leak. Even if you have a pretty big one, a whole.
That's what he's saying. Like the whole tube, like severs during.
I mean, the whole thing erupts along the length. All right. Yep. Now you're right down to atmosphere right away. You are gonna go slow. But it's.
Yeah, but how fast would you decelerate?
I don't know. You'd have to run the math. It's.
The
whole point is that you're getting energy savings and that you are making life easier for yourself
let's
by
say you're going
doing this in
600 miles an
vacuum.
hour. The tube splits. Now you're going really slow.
Correct,
That's
but how
probably
fast?
going to have very adverse.
So if the tube,
how fast do you decelerate? That is the question.
So if the tube splits, actually, it's not going to be like fatal deceleration. This is not a huge difference, man. This is honestly.
You really think the numbers are actually work for the Hyperloop?
Wholly believe it, man.
Oh my god! All right.
It's honestly, I think the biggest problem is going to be the infrastructure cost for creating the tunnel in the first place and for setting up their
getting right away.
I'm still saying it's going to be maintaining that vacuum.
No, what's going to shut it down? You know exactly what's going to shut it down is right away. They're not going to get the freaking permission to build in where they want to build, and they're going to stop it because of that.
I fully believe that is going to be the stopping point. Don't worry about the vacuum. Honestly, we have plenty of experience building much better vacuums at.
We have
reasonable costs, but at
any kind of
acceptable
vacuum
costs.
anywhere near that volume.
Are you kidding me? Look
Yeah,
at particle
no,
colliders.
I'm not kidding.
Particle colliders, man. It's all of these are vacuums. I know they're not just like low vacuum like this would have to be. They're ultra high vacuum.
So name me a particle collider that's 400 miles long.
I don't know 400 miles, but how long's that CERN thing?
35 kilometers diameter.
Okay, so it's
but I mean it's
you
also
can build
built
big ass vacuums. The whole point is this is a
400
much
miles
easier
is
thing.
a long cry from it. We have
Yes,
nothing
but
to compare it to. I mean,
it's all right. So what's the ratio of length here, right? So that one is.
What if somebody hacks it and increases?
That one's what, like 4 miles. This one 400. So you got a ratio of 100. This can have more than 100 times as many air molecules in its vacuum. This can have like 1,000 times. I don't know what the fucking difference is going to be. I got to look up. But yeah, it's at least 1,000 times difference. You're going to have massive difference in what the vacuum is. There are different grades of vacuum.
Have you done anything outside the university environment?
Yeah, I worked in metrology industry for a year, and then I got sick of that, wanted to go to grad school. I used to repair computers before that. What's that?
Do you believe in Scientology too?
Fuck that shit.
You want to know how people like you develop, man? Like that, like chatbot them on Twitter. chatbot that went on Twitter who the academics thought, oh my God, this is going to stop all bigotry and hatred. And then it took a day for Fortune to turn it into a freaking neo-Nazi.
You know what's going to stop all bigotry and hatred?
What?
When there's only one person left on Earth.
Who's that one person?
And
I don't know,
then
man.
he's
A lot
probably
of people
still
hate
going to
themselves.
hate somebody.
Yeah,
He's still probably going to hate himself. But he can't be a
You're not going
bigot.
to stop hatred that way.
But he can't be a bigot.
I'll be the second to the last guy on Earth, and I'll set up a robo phone call so when the last guy kills himself, he hears the phone ringing.
I'm sorry. I can't help but laugh. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Yes.
You gotta make it.
Switch from coffee, eh?
Okay. Yeah, I'm just messing with you, man. I don't take personally. I don't hate academics.
Nah, man, we just having some fun, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you really did educate me on that, though.
I'm sorry, you got to give me 2 seconds. I'm still trying to look up what the actual vacuum difference is going to be.
The way I see it, if Elon Musk wants to build it out, test it out, let him have a few of his experiments. See maybe he'll get some more successes out there. Let him try things. Let him dream.
Yeah, he already
Not
did
every dream is
try
going to become reality.
Failure, and that was, you know.
Well,
he's welcome to try again. I mean, but it's just a well marketed scam along the lines of the water seer and the self-filling water bottle and all that bullshit. It's just done on a higher level with a bigger budget.
Well, I think he actually believes this, so a little different.
Okay, so it's a delusional person running the investor campaign, but yeah, I mean, either way,
I'm pretty sure. I mean, the Hyperloop itself. I'm pretty sure Elon's done the math, and I'm sure the math checks out. But
there's nothing to even get to do the math because there's no intermediary steps so you can even compare real world data to. I mean, it's
no. I mean, you know what the coefficient of drag is of atmosphere. I mean,
yeah. Okay, so take Project X and multiply it by 2 orders of magnitude, and everything will be, we can just work out the problems along the way. If we can go, 60 miles, well, sure, we can go, we can pump up 6,000, no problem.
So the vacuum difference between this and the Large Hadron Collider is going to be about a factor of 1 billion. So as long as you keep the volume difference below 1 billion, we've got the technology to keep this, to make something like this. And this is definitely something that's feasible as far as the vacuum goes. As far as the boring and keeping that tunnel solid, good luck, especially with a fault system, right? I mean, California has earthquakes and shit. Not sure how they plan to do that. That would be my biggest concern, considering we can't even.
I mean, they haven't even worked out how to seal the tube just for thermal expansion. I mean,
it's going to be a huge tube of Romex.
Condoms.
I mean, I trust.
Yeah. What kind of expansion joints do you use in a low vacuum environment?
Or fixed paper rub.
What kind of what?
What kind of expansion joints do you use?
I'm just saying.
Expansion joints. What the hell do you mean expansion joints?
That's my point.
Talking about the materials heating and expanding?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't even build a freaking bridge over an interstate without taking expansion into consideration. He's talking about a 400-mile tunnel under a partial vacuum, and they don't even address expansion.
I honestly, I would think about this less like a bridge, more like a pipe.
Yeah, but pipe, you have to take consideration of expansion on a pipe.
Yes.
No matter what.
Chances are what you're going to have is an outer pipe and an inner pipe. Outer pipe, which will sort of shield it from the environment. Inner pipe will be much more consistent. And that's the one that you're going to keep on the vacuum.
You're still going to have that expansion.
You are still going to have that expansion, but this is a problem that they have solved in much more sensitive systems. That Large Hadron Collider, you still have that expansion. They managed it. I'm not sure how they do this in these giant particle expansions, but they do.
if you increase the length of a tube by 2 orders of magnitude, there is more expansion factors to take into consideration than any freaking hadron collider.
Right, again, it's going to scale linearly with length. Your expansion is going to scale linearly with length.
But the LRC was also built in sections. It's
Yes.
not all one big continuous loop. It's built in sections.
The Hyperloop
It
won't
is-
be
it is-
continuously-
And it's not
Particles are
sitting
traveling
above ground exposed to the
continuous
environment
vacuum.
either.
In the
Right.
hadron, that's the whole point of having that giant track, is that you can have one continuous path that they go through. So you
Yeah,
can
and the
fill in the whole
Hyperloop
way.
is supposedly going to be this transparent thing sitting above ground where you can see the train go by from the outside. I mean, how's that going to work?
Yeah, I'm noticing something from what is his Underfoot about the impracticalities of the actual Hyperloop.
Yeah,
Well,
he's got
if
good
they,
lot
if
of
they
information.
did acrylic and they bonded the acrylic, they could have one continuous tube.
No, they
and the
couldn't.
expansion would
No, because I mean, eventually that expansion's got to go somewhere.
yeah, you just put the whole acrylic tube on rollers and it can just expand as it wants.
Honestly,
So the endpoints of the stations are going to move depending what temperature it is. You might stop in,
You might stop
or
on
you
3rd
might
Street or
go
10th
up-
Street. You know, we're gonna figure it out.
You'd
So,
still
you
gotta
know,
walk.
The fucking weatherman would be like, "Hey, the Hyperloop entrance is down here today."
honestly, to see what they're going to do to deal with the thermal expansion and make the actual tube itself, I would look at things like particle colliders where they have had to solve similar problems in the past.
No, there's
It's-
nothing similar about it. Particle colliders aren't sitting above ground exposed to the elements.
Right, and it's also built in sections.
You
Well,
do,
but
you do
no,
have some
but-
particle colliders that go above ground.
You know how the particle collider deals with freaking expansion? Because once you go down below, depending on where you're at, here where I'm at, it's like 6 inches. The ground basically stays at a constant temperature.
I'm sorry, don't they plan on putting the Hyperloop underground?
Nope.
I would hope not.
What?
I would hope not.
They've got promo pictures showing it out in the open, going across the deserts of California, and just out there like it's freaking the L
Where's it
train in
supposed
Chicago.
to go to?
It's actually up on huge supports.
It's like the monorail at freaking Disneyland.
Or Simpsons. Didn't he leave town?
Where's it supposed to go to, though? Where's it supposed to go to and from?
Coast to coast.
No, it's not coast to coast.
From LA to San Fran.
LA to San Fran.
Looks like it's not decided if it's above ground or underground yet. So I guess they're still solving these exact problems that you're talking about.
LA to San Fran.
Well, I mean, that's the first. That's supposed to be like the first leg, but ideally, he wants it coast to coast.
That's supposed to be their first route.
They couldn't even make it work in their quarter-mile test track. With,
Where are they gonna
severely
put it?
scaled down.
Like, seriously, where are they gonna put it? Like, have you been to LA and San Fran? Like, density is ridiculous. How are you gonna get right away around a lot of these buildings? You're gonna have to put it right at the outskirts.
I mean, it's not like he doesn't have a giant pile of money to throw at it. It is a hard problem. I have no idea if it's going to succeed, but I think the problem's going to be from an infrastructure and a friggin' transit standpoint. From actually creating this as a transit system is very different from saying, can I get a tube of vacuum that I can shoot things across the country? And if you just ask me, can I make a tube of vacuum shoot things across the country? Sure. I mean, it's going to cost you a bunch of money, but you can do that. That's no problem. If you want to make this a viable transit system, that's the whole fucking question.
Wait, doesn't the freaking damn Japanese or Chinese train already do like 600 miles an hour?
No, not quite that much.
They got bullet trains go like what? 500
kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
I think the fastest train I've been on was the D-Bahn in Germany, and I think it was like 150. It could have gone faster, but safety.
So instead of spending all the money on this freaking vacuum tube, just give the damn train more horsepower and make it aerodynamic. I mean, we got land speed records where they're reaching the freaking sound barrier.
Because you're using,
jet engines and
energy requirement.
Yeah, so I think he's looking at cost and making this sustainable. He does. The friggin' bullet trains are expensive, I think. So I'm looking up bullet train. It says those go up to about 600 kilometers an hour.
I don't know how freaking expensive that is, but I'm guessing it's super expensive. It's anything like that Excella.
Right. But I mean, they also dial it back.
Right. They're
Yeah,
not
so
running at full capacity, obviously.
makes sense.
Aren't they the bullet trains are electric, right? The maglifts, mag
I have
trains.
no idea. I assume so.
Yeah, they're it's magnets, right?
Two-stroke. Has to be.
It's
Magnets.
magnets.
How do they work?
Nobody knows.
Has anybody not seen the fucking ICP song? One of my buddies that's a physics buff always makes fun of the ICP song because they're like, fucking magnets, how do they work?
Dude, it only gets spookier.
Oh man.
Magnets are actually well understood in physics today.
We know how they work. It's still fucking spooky, man.
Why do they work?
It's so goddamn spooky.
Fucking magic.
Quantum world, now that's spooky. That's fun and spooky.
Everything has magnetism.
The quantum world is sketchy. Magnets are just spooky. It's like, all right, so you've got electromagnetic field. If you want them to propagate freely, they go perpendicular. That's kind of cool. You can see the whole EM waves and shit.
we have different spook tolerances. I guess it's a culture thing.
Oh no!
I really hope that wasn't super racist just then.
No.
Tell them about the quantum states.
But yeah, so you got so that they're probably getting whatever. That's totally fine. In your quasi-static picture or in your it's when you're looking at just the waves. But all of a sudden you start looking at like the relativistic picture. You're like, what the fuck is happening, dude? You have spooky ass shit going down in EM, and it's not okay. It is seriously spooky.
That's the little people trying to get to Mars.
Take some hard drive magnets and some black, laser printer toner, for ferrofluid, and
you can do some freaky things. I used to do.
Yeah. Just wear like a mask or something when you're doing that. You don't want to be inhaling all that shit.
That just smells great.
Well, by the time it's a ferrofluid, it's not exactly blowing any dust anywhere.
The magnets will keep it down.
Now, in making the fluid, you got
yeah. Don't go taking apart any electronic shit without. Oh God.
Why not, man?
No. I do it all the time. I rode a bike without a helmet when I was a kid. I can do that stuff.
Yeah, you're talking to the surge generation.
Yeah.
And Mike's one of the guys that grew up where the kids broke the thermometers to get the mercury out so they can play with it.
Oh, hey.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't you ever see Bubble? It was cool.
I know, right?
Yeah,
you can poke it and it split to a bunch of pieces and all come back together. It was neat.
And I still got
learn about reproduction that way.
In Jersey, I think it was like 6 years ago, they closed a school because someone had left some mercury out. Like someone broke a thermometer, some shit, left some mercury out. They closed the fucking school. They left it in like cafeteria or the office or some shit.
And I bet it was a school that gave participation trophies.
For everyone.
Fucking baby boomers, man.
Even the janitor got one.
Yeah.
The fucking baby boomers and their participation trophies.
Whatever. That's the
Weren't the baby boomers from like post World War II?
Sounds like you got like 20.
Yeah, they're the ones. So it's when the baby boomers became parents. All right. So the baby boomers, their parents' generation called them the me generation because the baby boomers were all about me. So when the baby boomers became parents, they needed to be the best parents, and they invented participation trophies and shit so that they could still feel like they were good parents when their kids sucked at everything.
I don't think that's where it came from.
No.
That is exactly what happened.
No, that's where
your physics are
wrong. Yeah, no, that's where it came from because the baby boomers' parents all went through like the Dust Bowl and shit, and then the baby boomers, like their parents were fucking hard as fuck, so they were like, shut up, you should be glad you're eating and surviving. Yes. And so they had kids and they freaking went through the 70s and fucking LSD and shit and acid and fucked up all their kids, which are the millennials, who were just fucking everything up.
I mean, so the baby boomers grew up in a post-war with through depression, all right? So the baby boomers were selfish motherfuckers as far as their parents could see, and they were like wasteful assholes. But they were used to succeeding, and then when their kids weren't succeeding as easily as they were, they're like, we need something to make us feel like good parents. That's where participation trophies came in.
You got your history wrong there, bud.
Yeah.
That's not right.
As one of the older fellows here, I don't really
Not,
think.
no,
Wait.
not every baby boomer was like that. Not every baby boomer is like that. Just like not every millennial is a sack of shit. You know what I mean? Like my sister and her husband are millennials. They're both shitbags. Me, I'm considered a millennial, not a shitbag.
Meow.
Wait. I don't concur with that.
Wait, I'm sorry, but generationally, I identify with Gen X.
Well, I think everyone identifies with Gen X because everyone else is
What? You're tranny?
That's a millennials.
What?
Anything 80 and above is a millennial.
Okay.
80 to like 2000.
So 80 and 2000 is millennial. So what's Generation X? Just like 79?
No, Generation X was the
Generation X is 60 to 80.
All the facts.
That's the Pepsi commercial.
Yeah, that's
60 to 65 to 80 maybe.
So
and like I said, I'm not trying to be funny, but I really thought that Generation X was 80 and above.
No, you're considered a millennial. Like I had problems accepting it as well.
Yeah, because I see what they're doing, and I'm like, oh my god.
Weren't the baby boomers sending their kids to the shoe store to get their feet X-rayed for shoes?
No.
I mean, it's not that far off.
No. That was in the 50s, and they put an end to that shit real quick.
Once their toes fell off.
Yeah. If you got early 40s to late 50s, you know, you could. Yeah, okay, maybe they're X-raying their infants for shoes, but yeah. I mean,
that was just a gimmick.
Yeah, it was, but I mean, you know, the timeline's a lot closer to that than being the parents that are responsible for participation trophies today. I mean, there's a huge gap.
The kids invented participation trophies.
Who else? Yeah,
the kids did this, man.
The kids didn't make up. You know, like I said, the kids didn't make up participation trophies. You know what I mean?
No, some woman did.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's mom did because the fat fucking kid couldn't play soccer. You know what I mean?
Little Timmy deserves to be on the team.
Well, quit feeding him fucking Twinkies.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think the baby boomers kids, the baby boomers kids weren't the ones that. Yeah, I mean, the timing just doesn't work out for them to be the ones that were having kids in school at the time participation trophies came out. I mean, you're off by at least a generation, if not 2 or 3.
That'd be Generation X.
Adrian's brother says Generation X is 61 to 75, baby boomers is 40 to 60, and the silent generation is 30 to 45. Who was 60 to 70?
Me.
Gen X.
Bedford? Is that Gen? No.
Hippies.
Oh yeah, 61 to 75. Yeah, Gen X. My bad. My freaking brain's not working right now.
Wait.
What generation is So it had to be 60 to 80 because I mean you can't freaking just leave 4 years out there. And what generation is that?
They could be more like 63 to 80ish because like the early 60s you still had post-war baby boomer shit. I don't fucking know. I don't buy this whole.
I'm interested to see the like
shit.
No, dude, generational like seriously like yeah like so people that are millennials or whatever like the majority of them have a mentality that freaking they're special fucking snowflakes and give me a job because no one else in the world is like me. Well, congratulations, you know.
And they studied, and they did gender studies in college.
Yeah, you know, I got a fucking shit degree that I spent way overpaid for, and I don't know any fucking thing. But give me a job.
Look, I totally agree that is a shit mindset, and it's honestly I value a degree in art history about as much as in Netflix and pizza, but.
It came from the parents though, because the parents were telling their kids, "You're special. Oh, you're so special.
You can do anything.
You can do anything." But what they failed to fucking say is, "You can do anything if you put in the hard fucking work to do it."
You know, actually, they're really right about the whole special thing because you know, I know when I was a kid, it was the special kids that wore the helmets on the bikes.
So. Don't forget the elbow and knee pads.
All I had was a Band-Aid over the.
I'm all for a helmet. I'm all for a helmet. I've learned my lesson. Fucking wear.
Not when you're 14, though. I mean, if you're riding a bicycle when you're a kid, you need the lumps on the head.
If you're riding a bicycle, wear a fucking helmet. I have taken some. Literally, I would not be here today if I wasn't wearing a helmet.
If you're one of those douchebags that's riding your Cannondale on the public road when cars are trying to go 45, 55, you should wear a helmet because I'm probably going to run your ass over.
Oh, come on.
If you're riding a bicycle, wear a helmet.
But who was a kid didn't do the whole plank of wood and the bricks and jump off of it?
Hell yeah.
Well, hey,
I went to the old strip mines and we were tearing it up in there.
I'm telling you, if you're riding a bike or a skateboard, at least wear a helmet. I've lost friends on skateboards that just literally fell over, like didn't land right, fell over, whacked their head, gone. You know what I mean? That's all it takes. Like,
that's Darwinism at work.
Animal on Earth to kill. You know what I mean? Like, we'll die from fucking just about anything. You know,
people die slipping out of the tub and clunking their head on the toilet, and I don't see a push for padded toilets.
That's what I'm saying.
Or helmets in the house.
But if you're gonna be riding your bike and doing something other, literally, I have almost died, and I would not be here if I wasn't wearing my helmet several times because of either malfunctions with the motorcycle or something like that, or overconfidence on my part.
Oh, motorcycles! I'm talking pedal bike.
Motorcycles, bicycles, man! I freaking do all sorts of stupid shit growing up. Like, we would try and fucking jump 40 feet.
So how many?
I wore a helmet.
I want the detail. How did you almost die riding a bicycle because you didn't wear a helmet? What were you doing that almost killed you if you weren't wearing a helmet riding a pedal bike?
I'm from Southern California, where extreme sports is the football. So instead of fucking talking about a bunch of fat guys running around throwing pigskin, we would hop on bicycles and try and jump and do backflips and shit.
So if you're doing extreme sports on a bicycle, pedal bike, wear a helmet. If you're riding to the fucking grocery store, going to your friend's house, that's a little different, especially if you live in East Bumblefuck. I mean,
So I'm living in Maryland. My sister and I are biking back from the park. We got this trail. Shane jumps on her bike, catches something, and stops it short. She falls off back, I think, hits her head square on the back, cracks straight through the helmet. So, like, the outer part of the helmet that's, like, soft plastic or whatever, it's, like, flexible.
It was made in China.
That part's still together, but the inside, there's a crack straight through it. Hadn't been her helmet, that'd be her skull, man. She'd be toast.
She'd had
to get stitches. No,
man. No, it's way too easy to be riding a bike and need to wear a helmet all the time after you crash. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I had a quarter pipe in my neighbor's backyard when I was a kid. I've hit my head before. I've had some hellacious spills. If I was riding the quarter pipe, wear a helmet. If I'm, out going to the friend's house and hitting, jumping the local little pedal bike dirt hills, they're pop up here and there. That's helmet's optional. I mean, it's growing pains. It's safer to wear one.
It's too easy to go brain dead because you didn't wear a helmet though.
You manage your risk your way, man. You manage your risk.
Right. I mean, the people that. I learned how to do tricks on skateboards by falling off of them a bunch of times.
Yeah, we're not saying don't fall. We're saying, when you fall, since you're going to fall, don't be a fucking idiot about it.
Yeah, so if you're incompetent at riding a bike, then we need to protect the incompetent people so they can go up.
Man, everybody falls, man. It's not just incompetent people. Shit happens.
Right.
Well, in a big number scenario, it's the incompetents that are going to benefit from being protected more so than
that's bullshit.
That's basic. That's
I've been biking and I got fishtailed by a car that was making a right turn.
Things can happen. Did I say nobody will get hurt?
But who's that suffering for incompetence? Clearly that was incompetence going on, but it wasn't the person in the car who suffered.
I said in the big picture, you fucking idiot. Large picture, everybody. Don't pull out you as a subset and say that nullifies the big picture.
What I'm saying is there's incompetence happening here, but it's not
happening
to the person who was incompetent. Right?
Nope.
See what I'm saying?
No, but it should be, what he's saying is it should be up to the person, not up to the general, everybody needs to do it. It should be up to the actual individual. And yeah, you might hit a dump truck, but a helmet ain't gonna save you.
I mean, sure, when you're grown up, go ahead and make your decision. But when you're a stupid fucking kid, you're a stupid fucking kid. You don't have judgment.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Learn from your pains, and if you die when you do something stupid,
learn from your
call it
pains.
Darwinism.
God damn it. Darwin stopped running society a long time ago. Darwin worked
now we
very
have
slowly.
running it, giving participation
Society,
trophies. Oh, it's
society took off when we stopped letting Darwin run things, right? When we said, you know what, we can do a little bit better than evolution. We can iterate
we can
every
give
generation.
trophies. And require trophies to walk to check our mail.
Man, I don't know how you get.
The point I was making when I said I learned how to ride a skateboard by falling off of it a bunch of times, so I was learning how to do tricks, was I didn't know any better. I thought I was invincible. I didn't really hurt myself majorly. I mean, when I was a little kid, I only broke my arm once, and that's because I was fooling around in the gym.
I'm not sure I get the point there.
Point is that I probably got lucky, but I mean, I learned how to do all kinds of tricks. Grinds.
If you get hurt, you're learning from experience. If somebody tells you to do something because it's good practice, you never understand it. You just may or may not do it. You don't grasp it.
But you don't have to. You're a stupid fucking kid. When you're grown up, then you make your own choice.
No, I mean, I'm not dumb enough to jump on a skateboard now.
Protect everybody and give them a participation trophy when they're kids.
Man, I'm not talking about protecting people's feelings. I'm talking about protecting people's fucking skulls. I am against participation trophies. I do not want people to have.
It's the same thing. That's what you're talking about. It's just the lines drawn in a very minutely different
participation trophy is the same as a helmet.
It's close enough, and if you're talking about wearing a helmet just because you're on a pedal bike, yeah, there are instances where it makes perfect sense to wear a helmet on a pedal bike. But if you're just cruising down the sidewalk from your house to your friend's house when you're 7.
Yeah, but you need a policy for this shit because this fucking 7-year-old can't tell the difference between when he should and shouldn't have a helmet. Once he's a grown-up, sure. But when they're a little kid, they don't have a fucking sense. They're a fucking kid.
So how the hell would we even get any adults now if because there's a bunch of old people that rode bicycles when they were 7 without helmets.
Because you only have so much risk, right? They're not managing the risk right, but there's only so much risk still. I mean,
that made no sense.
You see the flaw in the argument right here, right?
Yeah. But what was the difference back then to now? Is what he was saying.
I mean, so it's like you're saying, well, you need a gun for protection. That's like saying, well, if nobody had guns, it's not like we'd all be dead in one generation. Well, fucking course not. But the gun still keeps you safe because you're able to protect yourself. You're managing some amount of risk.
So you really think there's a whole bunch of people that were adversely impacted as a kid riding a bike at 7 without a helmet? Yeah, that whole baby boomer generation lost a whole lot of people because they didn't wear helmets when they were 7.
I'm not saying a whole lot, but I'm saying, what's the cost? You make little kids wear a helmet? Oh, hey, that's pretty easy. You could slap a breathalyzer in cars. You'd save 3,000 deaths a year. 3,000, 10,000, something like that.
Yeah, I don't want that.
No, because
it's inconvenience, but you save 10,000 lives a year, man.
No, because then you could get somebody who's sober. Hey, blow into this tube real quick for the helmet.
Yeah, but you could also, if you got someone sober there, then you have a driver, right?
Not really. It could be just some dude walking by.
True.
Yeah, and the people you're saving are the ones that aren't smart enough to figure that out.
No, man. It's again, the person who's driving drunk isn't necessarily the one who dies from it.
No, but if we were to save everybody, we'd be overpopulated in no time.
No, man. That's God damn it.
No, we already are.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like
shit arguments.
No, but there's limits to everything, and practicality is all we're saying. Is like, yeah, okay, a 5-year-old to even say like a 10-year-old, yeah, wear a helmet. But after that, when you have, you need to learn when you fall, it hurts. Otherwise, you do stupid stuff that maybe a helmet
hurts with a helmet.
Yeah, well, look at all the
Where the
third
hell
world.
does it make falling that hurt? Like,
Look at all the third world countries where you don't even need brakes on your car to drive. I mean, look at Cuba, look at India, China, how everybody drives in there.
These are not nice places to live. Why are you pointing these places out as a model?
Well, those are the people that are actually gonna have a degree of toughness, and they've survived bumps and bruises on the way up, and they're going to be better equipped to deal with day-to-day life than the pansy-ass, helmet-wearing, participation trophy, punk-ass, pussy that we're raising now, and they're going to get walked all over in the real world, and that's actually a lot of what's happening right now. So we wind up with stuff like this, that H1B crap, and it's.
I thought the H1B crap was them working for less.
Well, yeah, they're going to be the ones that have had enough trials and tribulations, and they're going to go out and do something and take advantage of this stuff and actually try to make something out of themselves, while we're just raising a whole bunch of pussies that can't even, they cry when they get a paper cut because they weren't protected.
We're making a bad argument here because you're saying either these H1B people are, working harder, doing better than us, or that they are working cheaper, doing less.
I'm not saying they're working better. I'm saying they're better equipped to deal with the hassles and troubles and the shit happens in life. They have, I mean, they can take a beating better than the pussies we're raising.
I don't know, man. I get the feeling you're just kind of vaguely angry at the younger generation for not being like you were, and that
think what you want. Talk to me in 20 years.
That's not, he's not saying that, and that's not what we're trying to point out. It's just that, like, by falling and making mistakes, you actually make yourself a better, more prepared person.
I'm totally for that, and a helmet doesn't keep you from feeling pain. A helmet just means you feel the pain and you're around to be there. You survive to feel it again next time.
Yeah, if you're smart enough to understand the concept in the first place, yeah, but that's not what the case is most of the time.
Yeah, not all the time. Yeah, exactly, is what we're saying. Is sometimes you need to get a bump to realize
again
you should have done it in the first place.
These people are getting bumps. A helmet it's not a giant air bubble that's saving these people.
Yeah, but we're not saying that. And you're jumping to a conclusion.
We're just saying getting the bump is good for them, and I'm saying that this is more people getting bumps, fewer people just dying without having that learning experience.
That's not what we're saying.
If you show people from,
that is literally what you said.
No, that's not what we're saying.
They grow up without perspective, and they're gonna.
That's right.
It's a cruelty. It's a complete cruelty to not have people grow up with any kind of perspective. Their brain can't handle it. Can't handle the real world.
That's what we're saying.
They don't know how to regulate. They don't know how to think. This is a good thing. This is a bad thing. They don't know how to appreciate things because they can't comprehend it. They have no baseline.
Can you give an example?
Homeschool kids.
Okay,
I can give an example. George.
Okay. I was going to say, the affluenza kid. The kid who was so freaking spoiled rich.
He is not a data point per se. Yeah. He was just a rich motherfucker who mommy and daddy got a fucking lawyer that could fucking tap dance and get him off some fucking shit. And too bad his ass wound up going to jail anyway because he did
it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is he was obviously spoiled.
I'm asking you to give an example that
he was obviously spoiled.
Characterizes the generational difference here. So not, don't give us one weird thing. Give us, what is a pattern you see that is wrong with this new generation?
I already saw it in this conversation. I already stated who.
There's problem people in every generation.
Absolutely.
That's the bottom line.
But I do see
time for another topic.
Yes, I was going to say that. Anybody watching hockey lately?
Dude, what
So I just saw something linked on Twitter. Apparently, Foreign Policy Magazine has an article talking about meme warfare.
Exactly.
That could be interesting.
Wow.
No.
Let's cover
better.
this.
It gets even better. NATO is funding research into meme warfare.
Well, shit. I need some of that fucking monies.
Yeah, let's go ahead and fund some 4chan shitposting groups.
Yeah, is it like a social aspect of it, like social
They
propaganda
say
type
it's
stuff?
propaganda, psyops. So they give it some creative, flowery military language for it. But yeah. So you can expect during the next wave of elections to see a bunch of new players in the whole meme thing, and it's just going to shit up social media so badly.
Well, I mean, memes can make a point. I use them.
Yes,
I use them rather than typing out one long sentence. A picture with some text goes a long fucking way to pissing somebody off.
Not every. Oh fucking god! I don't understand how an infograph, the freaking beginner meme from 4chan circa 2004, became the template for memes for every non-4chan group for the next decade.
Sorry, which meme are we talking about?
The whole template where you have a picture and put text on it.
It's so funny. See, I've seen it in like Afghan Facebook now. Those memes now.
I've seen literal social sciences, academia, books aimed at teaching elementary school children. Here is what a meme is. Take this picture and these 2007 era 4chan reaction face memes and make your own meme.
Someone needs a microphone.
It's a good way to indoctrinate people with like fake news does, right?
It's more so they trying to acculturate them, but they're acculturating them to a wow, that feedback is really obnoxious.
Is it me? Yeah. I can mute it.
Yeah, mute yourself when not speaking, I think, Janie.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's much better.
Yep, that's it.
So they're acculturating newer generations to 4chan circa 2004 when it was all Raptor Jesus or all these other relatively innocuous memes that Reddit keeps repeating modern day. They're stuck in a single point in time.
Well, I mean that's the thing with NATO. That's the thing with governments is the fact that they're slightly they're 20 years behind on everything.
Don't get me wrong, it's nice to be able to have a telltale sign when an outside group comes and tries to take over things in 4chan. But at some point they're probably going to have some successful people. If they don't already have, the occasional successful shitposters. It's not like everyone in the military learned how to meme from a freaking social studies professor. And they're, I don't know. It's just so freaking retarded. But yeah, anyway, back to my original point, down the rabbit hole. Next wave of elections, especially U.S. elections, you can expect social media to be shit up worse than ever. Trump has really freaked out people worldwide. And a lot of them are blaming internet memes and bots for this, so you can also expect a lot of freaking bots spamming constantly.
Now, I know a lot of people had fun with it, but exactly how much memeing changing the outcome of the election, that's something I'm highly dubious.
No, I don't think so.
I agree, but you can still expect social media to be shit up so badly.
Well, I mean, like it wasn't shit up this election. I don't know where you guys are going, but fuck.
Oh my god, the past election is going to be nothing compared to what it'll be next time.
Hey, is my sound okay now?
Test.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I can deal with that.
Okay.
Yep.
Also, I'm frying chicken in the background, so you may hear like some loud, like sizzling
screams.
Live chicken is the best.
Well.
I mean, you had Hillary's
news. Did you get some watermelon as well?
Shit.
Terrible.
But yeah, I mean, if you're talking about how social media was shut up the past election, it was still, a lot of the attempts were so freaking transparent. You had the Hillary shills, what did they call themselves?
Anyone but Trump.
Correct the record. You had those amateurs come and try to shit things up, and they were run circles around by even Reddit. They were that bad.
Yeah.
And Trump is a very weird case. I think it was mostly a matter of some 4chan groups trying, obviously some 4chan groups trying to get him elected. So I think it was less an overt effort on his part and more grassroots. because nihilism is really in. Also, Michael Cernovich, who, whatever you think about him, he is clearly someone who is trying to get political influence, and he has a number of times pushed memes as a means of trying to communicate to a lot of people who follow him.
I mean, look at his most recent things that he's talked about. He is exposing the fake news media, right? That's how he didn't get famous for no reason. He's been doing this consistently. I mean, look at today. He's the one who called out what was it? The New York Times sports section. They tweeted out this is the whatever the I have no idea what this photo was. It was apparently the football team in 2015, and then the football team.
You have T in the background.
Sorry.
Oh, I thought there was some loud pitched squealing noise in the background.
Oh,
it's gone now.
Chicken screams.
Daffy.
My sister's telling me put headphones on. Hold on, let me see if I don't look ridiculous wearing that.
Yeah, it's.
We can also
saying Trump's was organic, Hillary's was not.
Okay, so anyways,
that's all I was gonna say.
Calling out these hoaxes, as he calls them, and honestly, I called out a hoax I think yesterday. This guy, he was a photographer during the Berkeley riot, right? The original, the
OG riot.
Yeah, the original Genesis Berkeley riot, right? He literally tweeted a photo of the Student Union building the exact time that I was in there, and a number of other people were in there. And he was like, "Look, the police are getting ready to start, getting ready to start. What is the word? Establishing order or something like that." And I looked at the time, and I was like, "No way!" I was in the bathroom, washing out the pepper spray from my eyes at that time. Because just a few minutes later, I ended up taking a selfie in the hallway of that same Student Union building, where right in front of where in that photo he tweeted right in front of the police. Because I remember I was talking to some of the police, and that's when I realized this guy has nothing in his feed about women were pepper sprayed, women were attacked, but he just has here's a trash can that's on fire. But at the same time, he tweeted a photo of the police inside the building. The same time, a bunch of people were trying to get in the building, and we're in the bathroom. You can see that's the main entrance. So the bathroom is right on the left. So if he was standing in that hallway the whole time, I'm assuming talking to police or just walking around, because the police were not letting anyone in. They wouldn't let people women who were pepper sprayed in. Kiara was the one who was interviewed. She actually couldn't get in, or maybe it was the other girl, Misanthrope. She couldn't even get in. I can't remember which one it was, but they were also trying to get in. They wouldn't let her in. But I was just slamming in the door so much, you fuckers let me in, and they finally let me in. So I had to call that douchebag out. It's look, you were tweeting at the same exact moment that the shit was going on, and you chose to ignore it. There is no way you never even addressed it.
Who was tweeting that you're talking about?
What am I talking about? I'm talking about the Berkeley riots. So here's another thing he did today. He tweeted the photo of, I forget the guy's name, but Moldy Locks, right? Moldy Locks and the alt-right whatever guy, right? And he's like, this is a highly photoshopped photo. You can tell he, photoshopped the bottle in. And I called him out on that. And finally, because so many actual people retweeted that, liked it, went to his page.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, so that's where that came from. When I tried sharing that picture, everybody was screaming out Photoshop. Thanks for telling me.
It was not a Photoshop.
No, of course not.
Yeah, there were videos of her holding it, but who are you talking about?
We're talking about this journalist who works for Mother Jones, who went to all of these Berkeley riots, and he tried to he called them protesters instead of rioters. He if you look through his Twitter history, just search Berkeley through his Twitter history, you can see he clearly was not being impartial. In fact, he chose to ignore all the pepper sprayed and attacked people so he could tweet a photo of like the Berkeley police standing around inside the building doing nothing, and he tweeted that they were getting ready to do something, which they were not, by the way.
Yeah.
So I had to call him out on saying that, like, the photo that he took, that some other journalist, by the way, some other photographer took, Stephen Lom, for Reuters. He took the photo with the moldy locks, you know, fighting the whatever the guy's name was. And so he, like, and his tweet got like 70 likes, you know? It's just like, these people are literally spreading fake news. They're spreading hoaxes. I mean, it's lying. It's dishonest. It's just straight lying and spreading hoaxes. Like, why should we trust them? That's why Mike Cernovich is so popular, because people are seeing through the bullshit. Like, they're seeing things and they're like, that can't be. Like, and so when they see something that's clearly calling these lies out or these hoaxes out, they're actually supporting it. Like, because people are getting tired of it, including me. Like, I've seen so much bullshit, especially like in Afghanistan and like, you know, and then seeing all the stuff about Syria. It's like pissing me off too, because it's like, there's no way, like, you know, this can't be happening. So I'm also like, you know, watching this and calling it out. Like, you know, like I made that video on the Moab bombing, right? Like, I had to say something. People were tweeting like, you know, tens of thousands of people are murdered or something, you know, or like, this is an area that like tens of thousands of people, civilians are living and etc. And those tweets got like tens of thousands of likes and retweets, and mine only got like what, 200 or something. It's like, here I am trying to actually use facts. And
yeah, I didn't see any of that, but I actually wanted to get your opinion on what the hell, you know, what you thought on that, because I don't even understand why we dropped that bomb. But I mean, I was interested in hearing what you thought about that.
Yeah, I actually did a Periscope video on that, because I was like getting so tired of like all this bullshit SJW. Afghan people in the U.S. who were saying, rest in peace, Afghanistan, all the poor, like without even knowing the situation.
I've been in planning rooms where strikes were planned, and it always comes down to this: a person will point at a place on a map, and a lawyer will look at it, and a lawyer will either go, you could go for it, or you can't.
Okay, so in this particular case, because I follow Afghan politics, right? The president was aware, the local government was aware, the local communities were aware, and so if you watched my video, like I go down through it a lot better than I can right now, because I'm like,
Can you post a link to that video?
Sure.
Thanks.
But the point I was trying to make was, the people who, like the poor innocent villagers, are not living in that community. They were expelled from their own like homes.
Do they want to go back into the homes eventually?
Well, that's the thing. If you look at the interviews they did of like the people who are displaced, they're like, we don't give a shit about our homes. We just want to go back to our community. Like, we want these people out. And it's really weird, because like I was watching all these videos in like the local language, and then I watched like the videos like in the English translated part, right? Like the little snippets translate to English, and they would always like cut out the part where it was like the guy was like, praise the, you know, the Americans, praise the Afghan government, etc. Like, they really, like, they're just, thank you so much, by the way, George. So I thought that was like a little bit interesting as well. But yeah, thanks for asking about that. I go a little bit more deeper into it, like about how the people were very supportive of this, and it's very unlikely that any civilians actually died, because the last civilians, they were evacuated out, because the civilians, the local villagers, they had already left. Like, the situation was so bad already that all the women, the old people, the children, like the actual refugees, not like the fake refugees you hear about, like, you know, like the 30-year-old men in like Europe or whatever, but like the actual vulnerable people were had already been like sent out like months and even like years ago. Like in 2015, I was already talking to the women, the families, like the old people, the children from that same community in Kabul, and they were telling me about the stuff that was going on back home and how they couldn't go because it was too dangerous because of these Islamic State like we don't like no one knows for sure like if they're actually Islamic State, right? Like the whole term is strange, right? Like anyone can pledge allegiance to them, right? And so there was these militant groups that were coming in from Pakistan. So the local Afghan people do not support Islamic State. The people that they say like, you know, are supporting Islamic State, they're actually coming from Pakistan and trying to grow community in Afghanistan. Because the reason why these people go to Afghanistan is because these communities are not like it's easier to like to get away with the stuff in these communities because there's not really any like government there. It's like just a local remote community. Yeah, it's anonymous of a terrorist. Exactly. Good point. So like in Pakistan, they can't openly do this stuff as much because, you know, like they can't get away with it. So they go to Afghanistan and they like take advantage of the remoteness and the anonymity they can find in Afghanistan. And in the end, like they're also, you know, killing young men, taking women, the local women as like wives. I've heard of, you know, rapes. They would steal, like I personally heard of like people who were saying they stole our stuff. They demanded our gold. They demanded like everything inside of our homes, their livestock, whatever, you know, they were already gone. So wherever they dropped this bomb, you know, there wasn't like people there. Like there's a video of the people saying this area, like we don't go there because they hurt us if we go there. They don't like the men I'm talking about, like the local men, they wouldn't go to that community, that area, because they would like, you know, they were hostile to them. So they were displaced to this other community. So do you want to talk about something else? I just feel like
there is something a bit of a punchline there that you might find funny. So you know the.
I mean, like, I like think like these people have a right to say, you know what? If by the way, mud brick homes can be repaired like really easily. So these people are like, we don't really care about these homes, you know, like we just want these freaking terrorists out of here. So in a way, like I actually was kind of supportive of this. Like, yeah, I don't believe in taxes and paying for all these bombs and stuff, but these like apparently this bomb was from 2003. You know, it's like it's just sitting around. So it's like, in a way, I'm just like, whatever. It's already in existence.
Yeah, we already got it. Might as well use it.
Yeah, might as well use it on these bags.
So
I just want to say thanks, Jenny. I really had no idea on a lot of this perspective. You know, I've been wondering why the hell did we even go there. You know, I don't follow a lot of the mass media and all, and so I'm looking forward to watching your video, and I'm already surprised at your perspective on that. And I just want to say thanks for that insight and your perspective, because that's nowhere near what I was expecting. So
it's like she said though, like the media just cuts out, like they don't translate what they're saying because it doesn't meet their agenda. And if you don't speak the language,
and that's actually it's part of the reason I don't watch a lot of the news. So I'm thankful to have access to information I wouldn't otherwise have. So
good for you.
Back. Sorry.
So about the bombing, just real quick, you know the March for Science, the thing that's been advertised a lot on Twitter and elsewhere lately. Well, apparently the person running that Twitter account after the bombing was talking about how the bomb killed marginalized people. They were calling ISIS marginalized people.
Yeah, I heard about that. They ended up deleting that tweet, right?
Yep, but not before some DC think tank people, policy people saw that and were saying, if this keeps up, they're probably going to pull, a lot of funding is going to go away for scientists in general. If they think that people leading the pack, so to speak, call ISIS marginalized people.
One thing I want to add, though, is I haven't been this vocal. So, by the way, thank you for your feedback, Brian. So, in a way that the Antifa attack in Berkeley, it kind of opened my eyes, and it almost made me feel like this responsibility that to the truth, really. And after I saw the way, like, the media portrayed the event, I was furious. Like, you have like no one like I've been through a lot, and that attack was so scary because I had no idea what was going on. I was just surrounded by people who wished pain upon me, and there was no one there to help me. I'm only like 100 pounds. Like, I am tiny, and after seeing the way they like the mainstream media portrayed this, I had like this something happened inside of me, and I was like, no, they can't get away with this. Like, this is not right. Like, I feel like until it really happens to you, you don't realize how serious it is, or like to what extent they're willing to lie and to change the narrative for their own agenda. And that, in a way, I want to thank like Antifa in a way for like doing that, because in a way, like, look, like if you look at the 3 girls who attacked me, Kiara, Misanthrope, since that event, we've been we've been more active than anyone could have imagined. Like, they did so much good for us in the end by doing that, because now we have like more, you know how they say like, you know, that's kind of a bad analogy. Probably shouldn't use this analogy, but how people like now, like more, they're going to be more terrorists now, right? Like after a bombing or something. You know how people say that?
Yeah.
You agree?
Because you're drawing people to their cause.
Exactly. So in a way, like, they heard us, and look at us now. Like, we are so determined. Like, look at how active we are. Look at Kiara's feed. Look at Misanthrope's feed.
Unfortunately, I know this recent thing with or what was it? Something locks. What were we calling it again?
Moldy locks.
Moldy locks.
Yeah, it's a bad visual because it's a dude doing the hitting, even though the same thing's going on the opposite way. And also, it's starting to draw some loons on the right side out also, I'm afraid. I'm not sure much about the guy who did the punching, but egads, when I posted a photo of that lady and made a joke about hood changes in college, man, people got pissed off at me. They're calling the guy.
You know what? I have no sympathy for these women, because when I was there, I would say at least like 1 in 4 of them were women. And the person who pepper sprayed Kiara, I know for a fact she was a woman, because I saw her with my own eyes, and she had a feminine figure, and she was like tiny and petite, and I like at first I was just like shocked, right? I have like no sympathy for the women there. So if they're inciting violence and they're causing pain and harm to people, yeah, like I would punch them too. Like, it doesn't matter that, you know, what gender you are. If you're inciting violence and you're out there to hurt people, you deserve punishment for that. And I think so. This is what I think, like, based on what I've seen of their tactic. What they do is, like, if look at the Shadi Banu photos, what she did to Eddie Brock. What she would do was, like, she would instigate people. Like, so she instigated Eddie Brock, who's like the one ANCAP guy, right? Like, she, you know, so they have like a confrontation, and Eddie Brock would just have like a conversation with her and like try to reason with her. And she would just like get in his face. And, yeah, what are you going to do? She's the same one. She was calling me Nazi. By the way, she's Persian as well, which that's what pisses me off the most. She was telling another Persian, you know, Nazi, racist, fascist. Like, she was yelling in my face, hoping that I would get riled up. And I was just like laughing, because I was like, do you have any idea who you're talking to? And I could tell she was Persian at the same time. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Another Persian woman telling me that I'm Persian. And so what they do is, like, they rile people up. And so the guys, they're the ones who end up like surrounding their target and then attacking. And so a lot of, like, usually the women have pepper sprays, and that's what I've noticed. If you look through the videos, it's usually the women who have like the pepper sprays, and the men will have like weapons. So that is part of their tactic, and they try to hide behind this, like, oh, you hit a woman or whatever. She was just as guilty as inciting violence, and there's no like excuse for that. Like, I'm sorry, but
of course not.
I'm all for equal rights.
I'm sorry, but if I was there and Moldy Locks tossed a bottle at me,
toss it right back in his face.
Well, a punch would be the least of her concerns, because I would kill her.
I mean, yeah, I don't know about killing, but like, I'm sure she's completely like disabled, right? So guys, I think I'm gonna go and have my chicken. Take care. Nice talking to you guys as always.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, I definitely would have. You know, I'm all for equal rights, man. You know, once
and lefts.
Once
And uppercuts.
once a woman attempts to, you know, I mean, if you do something jacked up to your significant other and she slaps the shit out of you, you probably deserved it, right? But if a woman does something like throws something at you with the intent to hurt you and doesn't stop, punch that bitch right in the nose. You know, like freaking that's exactly how I was raised. You know, as soon as a woman balls up her fist or is intentionally trying to hurt you, you fight back. You know, and fight just like you would fight a man.
Well, yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
Fucking ball up your fist and punch me, and I'm gonna break your jaw.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, but you know, but like she said, there are some women out there who will try to get people riled up, and then you know when it does pop off, all of a sudden you got a bunch of dudes jumping on you like.
All pepper spray is gonna do is piss me off even more too. But
I think
yeah, pretty much.
The discussion here is measured response.
Yeah, measured response. You attempt bodily harm on me, I will perform bodily harm on you.
In similar degree, you don't go killing someone because.
So, well, in my state, assaulting somebody, I believe, is a felony.
I'm not talking about the law. I'm talking about morality and what's practical. You don't go, you know, killing people.
Morals go out the window when you try and hurt me or my family.
Man,
you're gonna pay for your crimes. You know? I mean, you know, like I said, if a chick slaps you because you did something stupid, you probably deserved it. But as soon as she, you know, busts out a knife or tries to freaking punch you, you know, no holds barred at that point. Or pepper sprays you in the face. You know, just backhand the shit out of it at that point. Just like any guy, you know, a guy freaking busts out, you know, my response towards a woman would probably be much less than it would be towards a guy, you know, because apparently that's what most sexist people do. But you know, a guy busts out a knife, I'm probably just gonna shoot him. You know?
Well, just remember the law's kind of fuzzy on kneecaps.
Oh no! If I'm shooting, it's 2 in the chest, 1 in the head, just like the Army taught me. I don't do that whole freaking a dead man tells no tales. If I'm the only one testifying, I ain't got to worry about it. If I got to shoot somebody, they ain't getting away from it.
Yeah, hopefully everybody will keep getting chill pills. Unfortunately, people keep coming wanting to have violence. What I'm getting is watching some people walk by on tape thinking they're going to get into some protest when the cops are there wearing masks and so forth. Now in Berkeley, you can get away with it because apparently.
Oh! Wait a minute! You're talking about Auburn.
Oh yeah.
Auburn, they cut that shit out.
Yeah. Alabama don't fuck around, man.
It was like mask off, and then that chick, you know, she was trying to be all big and bad, and had that pipe in her hand, and you know, it was like you either want to take your mask off or go to jail.
Yeah. No, they don't play that shit in the South. You know, they're freaking. Everyone says cops are terrible or whatever, but yeah, just doing their job, and they don't play that shit in the South.
Of course not. It's all about optics with them.
Yeah.
So what other subjects?
Go
ahead. I was gonna say, I think George is the one that added some of this stuff about HackRF and so forth.
Yeah, I was just hoping to learn all you guys' tricks, what fun stuff you do with the relatively unprotected radio communications that are out there.
We were talking about it somewhat earlier.
Yeah, no, I caught it on YouTube. I just I was busy. I wasn't ready to talk yet.
Relatively unprotected radio communications.
Doing your tricks. Yeah, it's, you know, you got like garage door opener, shit like that. Half the car fobs aren't super secure. You got GPS that people are realizing just about anyone can spoof. You got some GSM shit that it turns out you can pull all sorts of nasty tricks with. I was just wondering what kind of shit you guys are up to. Like, so with GSM, it turns out part of the protocol is to authenticate the person after they accept the call or after they pick up. something like that. So someone, this was old news, this is like 2 years old, maybe 3. But someone realized that you could basically decline the call on behalf of anybody. And if you were in the same cell phone area as them, you would be able to get away with it, because so their phone is going to ping the tower, register where it is. The tower is going to try to connect with them there. And then you just pick up before they do and say, no, I'm not taking the call. And then it doesn't bother going through the authentication. So you could basically denial of service. So with relatively few cell phones, you could DOS a entire metropolitan area, which was crazy to me. And it's, I was just wondering what other kind of shit like this is out there. So I thought I'd throw that up there, see if anyone had some expertise that they could lend. You had some interesting discussion. It seemed to be mostly on the like super high tech Tempest shit end. But yeah, no, I really got nothing to contribute. It's not my area of specialty. I just thought it was interesting. I'd like to hear what you guys had.
Yeah, I don't mess around too much with RF myself. But I guess, I mean, you treat it like you would any other network. You just figure out how the protocol works, and like you said, if it authenticates after you pick up, and you respond first, it's kind of like the hacking the cars and stuff, whichever command gets to the ECU first wins.
Yeah. So I wonder if there's, so that article I think was written before the drones. I mean, there were drones around, but they hadn't become quite so mainstream. I'm wondering if there are similar vulnerabilities and all that stuff that's going to allow hijacking instead of just a DOS with the EM gun.
So the way the quote unquote drones works is it binds to the receiver, the transmitter, or the receiver binds to the transmitter. And then they basically, I'm not exactly sure how the protocol works. I don't know if anyone's done a lot of reversing on that or not. But of course the manufacturers aren't going to release how a lot of that works. But I'm assuming it passes some sort of hash value between the two, or some sort of key, authentication key, because they bind to each other, and it won't the receiver won't accept transmissions from any other transmitter. And then of course if you try and jam it, you'd have to do a broad spectrum jamming, because the way the new ones work, or the new 2.4 gigahertz systems work, and any spread spectrum systems, is they pick up 2 channels at the same time, and if one channel starts receiving interference, it'll drop that channel and use the other channel, and then negotiate a new channel with no interference again, and so it constantly keeps 2 channels open.
So shit. That's so it's all right. I'm gonna address the first point first. Was you're saying they're gonna pass some kind of hash value, have some kind of encryption. What I'm worried is that they might not be actually encrypting the commands so much as just tagging them with an ID.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Right,
how
so
much...
they're not like signing them. And
yeah, I don't know if
I just worry that first gen anything is going to be insecure. I haven't seen anything to indicate either way though, so I don't know.
I think they're probably a 3rd generation of DSM or whatever it is. DSMX is what it's called now, I think. They reached the theoretical maximum of amount of people using the system at the same time, so they had to increase their capabilities. But you've heard nothing about it as far as like attacks go, defenses, nothing there. No, and I haven't really looked into how it works. I know a few people with spectrum analyzers and stuff like that. That's actually kind of interesting. I wonder how it does work. How the receiver knows that it's its transmitter, if it is doing any encryption, or if it's just doing kind of like a MAC address type thing. Like it only
right.
only accept commands from this, because that's easy enough to spoof.
Exactly. Yeah, no, so I was just wondering if people are up to anything like that, but I guess not our hobby.
I don't know if many people in here are into it. I mean, I do a little bit of.
A little bit.
I do RC stuff. Like that's how I know so much about DSM and how it works. Or I think it's what's good.
I got some HackRFs. Been playing with that. You might be interested in looking at
Share your
dice show
tricks,
as well.
man. Teach us.
No, I still have a lot left to learn. I'm not really comfortable saying too much until I have a better. It's one thing to do it; it's another thing to really talk it out.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that.
Oh, come on, just
But
go
yeah,
out and buy a femto
fun-
cell. Get a femto cell and educate us.
Yes, I like not being on the wrong side of the FCC.
Purely academic discussion inside your own Faraday cage.
What are you trying to do?
Personally, I tried to essentially look to see what all the RF signals going on in my house. Try to see what I can listen in public the RF spectrum. I don't know. I did not have an electrical engineering background, so I'm essentially simultaneously learning SDR while learning a lot about physics. So
I mean,
I'm just trying to learn this. Go ahead.
Listening, of course, is not illegal.
Right.
But if you get your ham radio license, it opens up a lot of frequencies, and you can do a lot higher wattage if you're wanting to play around with stuff. As long as you're not intentionally, and with a ham radio license, you are allowed to create interference. And all these devices that say must accept FCC interference, all of that, it has to accept any interference you're creating as a ham radio operator. That's part of the thing. But as long as you stay within the bands that you're allowed to be on for the specific purposes they're used for, and you're not intentionally blocking other operators from using those frequencies, and you're not trying to quote unquote encrypt any traffic that is not used for command and control, meaning trying to send encrypted messages across the radio.
Yes, ham radio does not like. Yeah, they don't like encryption. Yes.
But yeah, it opens up a lot for you in what you can do. I used to do a lot of RC flying, and I don't want to get into long-range FPV, so I'm trying to get back into reading and stuff about it.
So you may be interested in looking at a dice show as well if you are really interested in SDR.
Dice show, you said?
Yeah, it's also by Mike Osman.
Okay. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah, I'm clueless on this subject, unfortunately. I mean, I work for a company that does this kind of stuff, and probably has a lot of cool tools and stuff to play around with. I know we have like our own like ham radio station at my work, and all the engineers go and play on that thing, but I am absolutely clueless.
Well, I mean, if you want a little bit of an intro thing, multiple hacker conventions, DEF CON, ShmooCon, I'm sure others, they do have a wireless village where they do instruct essentially beginners at this sort of stuff.
Yeah, I've tried Wireless Village a few times and kind of enjoyed it. But it's just not my. I just don't really get a lot of enjoyment. It's a lot of like math kind of stuff, from what I could tell, and I'm not very good with the whole physics and wavelengths and all the different signals and amperages.
Well, they also do some practical stuff. Like I know, like last year, DEF CON saw one of the people running the village. He was dissecting the signal that a dog shock collar gives off.
Right,
separate signals for the light blinking and separate signal for the actual shock itself and a beep. So it was three separate signals. He was essentially recording all of them, and then had the people there essentially place a small very low shock shock collar on their neck, and say, "Here's three options. One of them will shock you." And dare to guess which one? And yeah, they went through and they did. Essentially, it's teaching them, yes, you can replay different parts. You can dissect signal. You can replay different parts of it, different effects. So I thought it was kind of neat. Got really silent here.
Sorry, I'm reading.
Yeah, I was reading something too.
Okay.
But yeah, it seems like a really cool technology. It's just I'm already so invested into getting into so many other technologies. It's like I gotta spread my time out. It's getting crazy.
So it looks like in 2016, a guy was able to break the authentication and hijack DSMX receivers.
Did he break protocol, or what was how to get it?
I'm assuming he just figured the protocol out. Well, here's the RC groups post on it, which is where all the where all the people that fly and do RC stuff are at. Some of these folks are stupidly smart when it comes to like how radios and crap work. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah. You're talking about like the airplanes and shit that they fly.
Yeah. Well, how their radios
God.
and how like just shit works. I'm like, holy, like, how do you know all this? And at halftime it turns out there's some sort of radio frequency.
There's a guy that lives down the street from my parents that all he does for a living is he was a electrical engineer by trade, but then he started developing his own turbine like jet engines for RC planes. And now he just sells these engines for these planes. Like apparently he makes like some of the best engines for planes out there or something like that. He's based in Florida, but he makes these engines and they're like $40,000 per engine. They're insane. And I was like, what? I mean, that's an expensive hobby, man. These guys are dumping some money in these things.
It looks like he's figured out the keys.
Yeah, so it does create a unique shared key, and he just brute forced the. They probably used a weak hash.
I don't know. It looks like it's doing some kind of statistical attack because it says they have to collect some traffic first.
Yeah.
Yeah, those. They got a lot of smart people out there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff, like especially when it comes to RF, it comes down to having the tools to be able to analyze the traffic, and that's getting the tools is expensive. Like a lot of these RF analyzers
Not
and
a
stuff
lot these days. HackRF it can do a hell of a lot that used to cost like hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars. Now for like $100.
Yeah, but
hell, 2 HackRFs you can spoof a cell tower.
But I'm wondering how accurate you have to be and how accurate HackRF is. Because
what do you mean by accurate?
How clean the data has to be, like how clean your interpretation of what you're receiving has to be.
Huh?
How clean your interpretation of the frequency you were trying to receive has to be. How narrow you're listening.
Well, it's,
so if you're listening on a spec like 2.4 gigahertz or whatever, it's not just 2.4. It's like 2 point something to 2.8 or something like that. There's
the protocol defines the channels that are in use.
Yeah,
correct.
It's just gonna pick the right band.
So HackRF does not have antennas. Does not have an antenna built into it. You have to connect the antennas to it.
No. That's what I'm saying though. Is how clean. I don't know how clean you have to have. How well tuned you have to be to the frequency to kind of reverse engineer some of these protocols. You know what I mean? Like a lot of this extra noise could cause you to mess something up or not be able to do it properly. So I don't know.
You mean how do you know what's the signal and what's the noise? When you
correct.
don't even know what the protocol is?
Well, yeah, correct. If you're trying to reverse a protocol, like
Well, there should be definitions on at least the bandwidth area that's used. So I would think in HackRF you can choose to isolate from frequency X to frequency Y.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
Well, but then at the same time you have to know how to. Your antenna itself has to be tuned to the frequency.
But if you know what frequency range to define in HackRF, then you would also know what frequency range you need to design your beam for.
A lot of it's you gotta know a lot too to
Yeah, but I mean, the antenna design for a simple Yagi beam, that's very common knowledge and easy to Google for what kind of antenna you make. Now, actually making sense out of the protocol, if you only have a frequency range from A to B, and you know nothing else of the protocol, and you got to reverse engineer it, yeah, that would take a good bit. But it shouldn't be too hard as far as the bandwidth goes to at least know what you're looking at. Is this a 0 or a 1? I mean, you should be able to capture the protocol's traffic, and I mean,
I don't know. I'd have to see how well HackRF does. Like,
take a look at some of the intro materials for HackRF. It's pretty easy to get on.
Mike has a number of really great videos if you're trying to start getting into HackRF.
I should get a HackRF and hang out, because I just started doing ham radio stuff. So some of the guys I've been talking to have a lot of these spectrum analyzers and frequency things and all these crazy gadgets and tools that cost thousands of dollars that they're trying to.
HackRF's like a little over 100, but warning, it's half duplex. But plus side, you can hook multiple ones together.
But that's what I'm saying. I want to compare and contrast between the spectrum analyzers that they bought for a couple $100 to thousands of dollars and HackRF, and see if what data differences are there.
So I mean, the big thing is that most of theirs are probably going to have higher bandwidth as far as how many measurements they can make and how fast, whereas the HackRF is going to be limited to a certain number of samples per second. Theirs is probably going to go much higher. So like, we've got fancy equipment in our physics labs, and I was hoping to replace that with cheap SDR shit. And there is a thing for that, but it's not HackRF. It's a little bit more expensive project that's not geared for radio shit.
Also, for as far as ham radio goes, HackRF's a bit limited in that. Lowest frequency it really supports is 10 megahertz.
Some ham radios, VHF, UHF, or HF. I don't know what. So I'm at 142 megahertz and 442 megahertz.
Yeah, 2 meter and 440, the HackRF should pick up just fine.
So 70 centimeter and 10 meter.
Just, there's a little bit limited in distance, but.
There are even videos of, what these militants.
I'm hearing what come back in.
Affected people in those communities.
I think the other James is watching the Janie video.
Yeah.
Okay, because we can loop back through. I'm not sure if she was willing to join back in or not. She said something on a message to me, and then
going to get chicken. That's what she said.
Got anything else on your agenda there, Adrian?
Not that I can think of that we haven't covered.
Do we talk about trusting the government? Do we all trust the government?
No.
That
my threat model has changed. The threat model is pretty much the same as it was before, but it's a good way to get money from people, I guess.
We talk about Adrian's projects?
See, I don't know if I have a whole lot of projects other than that article, and maybe to talk about HackerCons and different types of HackerCon.
No Kickstarter for self-filling water helmets?
Water helmets?
That's a good idea.
Unfortunately, it is.
It is. Have a drink, have a helmet. There you go. Take away your protection, though, the more you drink.
Now, actually, that could be a good thing.
For me and you, just for our hair flowing in the wind, I guess.
So what are you drinking tonight, Adrian?
Absolutely nothing.
No wonder you've been quiet.
Right.
No, seriously, I have no alcoholic beverages with me right now.
Why would that be?
Are times that hard, or is this? Are you actually doing what you said you were going to do a few weeks ago?
Trying at least a little bit.
Yeah, good for you.
Trying to be a better boy. I don't think it's actually helping the OCD, and just makes me not get a good night's sleep, and it affects my workouts. I think a lot of my body composition issues are probably because of just drinking a little too much.
Yeah, drinking will do it.
Yeah, your body's already been converted to E85.
Got my first 3D printer today.
What you end up getting?
Got the Wanahao or whatever it is, the Prussia i3 Japanese clone, but it's the monoprice one. It's actually surprisingly well put together.
What have you printed?
So I printed, it was like a Russian roulette of 3D objects, and apparently it was a chair, like a recliner, like a little recliner. But yeah, like it pulled out of the box, and there was already a print stuck to the print bed. So I'm assuming they had to have put it together at the factory and printed on it, and then packaged it up with the print stuck to it. Bolted it together, leveled the bed, and hit print, and away it went. No extra fussing and messing with it or nothing.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Slight correction. One of the things I said earlier, Daisho, I mixed names up. Daisho is not the also for SDR. But it is also meant by Osman. I was just mixing it with something else.
Look at this HackRF thing.
So what are you going to use your printer for? Do you have any specific plans?
Probably just making random crap that I need around the house. Right now I'm printing it's a holder for like the Alexa dot. So you plug it into the wall and it holds the dot and keeps it up off the counter and keeps the cord from going everywhere.
Oh.
But I'll probably use it for hobby stuff and making toys for the kids and fixing random things that break. I don't know. I always wanted one though, so I got one.
So what do one of those run typically?
So the Wanahao or the monoprice, you can get it from Amazon for $317.
Wow.
And like it's got a 7x7x8 print surface or close to that, and like I said, I pulled it out of the box, put 6 bolts into it to put it all together, and leveled the bed. Took me probably 20-30 minutes to put the whole thing together and level the bed, hit print, and away it went.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's just like one of those things that I know I probably won't need, but I like to have one.
Right. But I mean, you probably waste $300.
I mean, that's almost right, and that's a price I wouldn't mind swallowing.
Yeah, it's $317 on Amazon, and like there's another one. There's a smaller one from Monoprice, but Amazon says ships in 2 to 3 months, and it's only $200, and everyone says it's the greatest printer under $300 you can buy. But yeah, so far it's not bad, and the one I bought, the $317 one, is based off the I think it's Prussia i3, which is what everyone's using right now to mod and make all these crazy like color printers and crap. So you can always find all that stuff and print your parts and buy whatever else mechanical you need.
And what does it use?
What do you mean? What does it use?
Like, well, it obviously has to make something. What like a printer uses toner. What is that?
It uses like
plastic resin
filament.
It uses like weed whacker white line, man.
Really?
I mean, that's basically what it feels like. It's like a weed whacker line. But yeah, it's PLA filament or ABS filament, and there's a couple other filaments. But yeah, I mean, a spool of filament. I mean, one of the guys at work brought his printer in, and he's been printing all sorts of crap, and he's just trying to get rid of this filament because it's getting brittle. And, and he's been printing crap like crazy, and he's still got like half a roll left. So a spool of filament goes a long ways.
And how much does a spool cost?
$25 at the most, and you can get it cheaper, like $19.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's to me that's disposable income. So
yeah,
No, that's pretty fair priced.
I mean, I stopped drinking Red Bulls, so I can totally afford the 3D printer now because I probably spending fucking $400 a week on Red Bulls. Things like $6 a fucking drink, man. This shit's crazy.
Wow.
You just doubled your life expectancy.
Yeah, well.
Oh.
Wait, has energy drinks been shown in a normal, healthy individual to cause any major problems?
There was something about gelling your blood or something for Red Bull.
What? No.
Right?
It's a myth.
I mean, if you got like hypertension or something, I imagine all the caffeine's not going to be good for you.
Well, it is made out of bull semen, so.
Yeah, well, that's it's not made out of bull semen either.
I was being 100% sarcastic there.
No, where the whole gelling your blood could come in is the fact that freaking you're so addicted to fucking caffeine and whatever else is in Red Bull that you don't drink any water, so you're dehydrated. But no, literally, I drink way more. Used to drink way more than the recommended value of freaking Red Bulls in a day you should drink is, and I bleed like I always have, so it doesn't gel your blood up. And I've been drinking it for years.
It's honestly, I think this was type evidence from like 2008 or some shit. I wouldn't worry about it.
And the Monster Energy drink is 666 in Hebrew.
Shalom.
The claw marks.
And the band 311 stands for KKK.
Yeah, that's going.
Okay, I'll be on.
Is anybody working on any fun projects?
I could talk about.
Yeah, I am, but I don't want to discuss on the internet.
Sorry, man.
It didn't have to be freaking hacker or work related. Just a fun project.
Oh,
build like a robot or something, you know?
I'm building a forensic website that forensic investigators can use to basically it contains an entire toolkit online via login, and basically allows a forensic investigator to either hop on, like go to a target machine and log in right there and start running tools against it and stuff like that, upload to the cloud for evidence capturing and stuff like that. Or if they if their machine breaks down or they don't have a forensic machine on hand, they can use the web tools.
So you should have a thing on this website to where you log in on an uninfected machine and generate a one-time password. That way when you go to the infected machine, you don't have to use your normal password.
Well, yeah, of course.
I've been playing around with, DA667 on Twitter?
Yep.
Yeah. So for anyone who's watching doesn't know, he is a malware researcher who is going security operations center style now. He's working on a book on
Project Avatar.
Project Avatar. It's like a virtualization and stuff. Very useful for setting up VMs. Like I haven't been doing malware analysis, but just setting up VMs in general, you need to do jump through so many fucking hoops to make them work. Feels like. So yeah, it's a great resource. But I noticed he's going and he's looking at the referrers, and he's seeing where traffic is coming from. So I thought I'd have a little fun with him, and it totally worked. Let me see if I can pull up some imgers. Yeah, so there's his Twitter, there's an imgur, and then here is my wonderful results. You got some InfoSec people scratching their heads over Pornhub as a referrer for his book as a download. It's just, I love hackers because they look at every little detail, and there's so many places you can fuck with them. And obviously, after a while, I didn't want them all coming from one IP, so I started that last Imgur is I grabbed a list of SSL proxies and I wrote a quick script to check which ones work, which don't. Then I commented that out and just used the good list. So if anyone wants to play with proxies in Python, there's free code for you. He's got no idea what the hell happened.
That's too funny.
You ever get on a really boring pen test and you just can't find anything?
Yeah, that's me 80% of the time.
I can't find anything.
I mean, and by nothing, I mean like minor SSL and SSH implementation problems.
Well, yeah, but I mean, typically what I do is I'll hand it off to somebody else.
I've never been able to not find anything. Like, I've been shut down pretty hard as far as, you know, security policy wise goes, but I've always been able to find either physical access to what I needed to get or some of the way around it.
That's the problem with those scopes, though, is they kind of shut down a lot of avenues that a normal attacker would use.
Right, exactly. Like they say, oh, well, you can't touch this server. Well, why not?
Yeah.
It's part of your network. Well, no, you can't touch
it. Because that's part of the critical infrastructure, and you take that down, you take us down, and then we sue you.
Right. I understand that, but it's not what
It's not what a normal attacker would do.
Right. You're not simulating an actual, you know, threat actor coming against you like a pen test should, right? But obviously there's a cause for concern that someone's going to break something that's going to take your business out of, you know, production or cause downtime, et cetera, et cetera. It makes sense. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. It's just...
It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense.
When half the network's off limits to you, and they're like, pen test our network. And I'm like, well, your secure infrastructure is secure. That's great. But what about the other stuff I couldn't touch?
But we need to report to our shareholders, so we can't have negative information.
Right.
That's right.
Oh, my God. And then the sysadmins are like, that server's not vulnerable. I check that server daily. I'm like, well, here's screenshots of, here's the shell I was able to get on this box, and here's this, and this is how I did it. Here's the exploit. Here's this.
Impossible. Oh, well. It's running OpenBSD.
Right.
You guys ever show them that?
Here's me getting onto your server, and here's you not figuring out what the fuck's going on and restarting, and now I have persistent shell. So
right.
Fuck you.
Or they say, well, if we didn't tell you about that server, you would have never have tested. No one would know to look for that server there. Well,
enumeration, step one.
You guys ever go and show them that you can take out their backups, shit like that?
Not and actually take out a backup.
No, not take it out, but just show them, hey, look, your backup is vulnerable.
If you get what do you call it? If you get domain admin or root or whatever, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, if you get once you pop DA, you're
everything's vulnerable.
Access to their
It feels like the attackers are always focused on getting admin, and the defenders are always focused on being able to mitigate damage once they do. You know what I mean?
No. I mean, denial of service is annoying. I'm more concerned about someone getting admin.
Yeah.
But denial.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about mitigating what domain admin does when they get it. It's kind of game over by then.
No, well, because for you as an attacker, it's game over there. For the defenders, that's, the beginning. It's, okay, someone hacked us. We need to respond,
No. That's, well...
Yeah.
That's the beginning.
If you're not
that's when they're like, all right.
No, the beginning of the attack is when the freaking stupid user gives out their password to somebody that calls or says they're from fucking
For
some
the
random
attacker.
tech support or
For the
answers
defender, it
fucking
hasn't begun
an
until they
email.
find out you're there, man.
No,
If they're a purely
defense,
reactive environment, yeah.
defense is all the time. You're
all
always
right
defending.
there. Yeah.
Man, that's
You're
how the
always
attackers see it.
defending.
The defenders are there's like 2 modes for defenders.
I'm a defender. I'm not an attacker. I'm always.
You're a defender?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's.
I'm not a pen tester. I'm a systems administrator.
Okay, so you're always defending, but when you respond to an active attack, right? You respond to a specific incident. That's different mode, right?
Yeah, it's preventing them from getting any further.
Right.
But,
you're
Yeah,
damage control.
the idea is to prevent that in the first place. And yes, you do have to act when that happens, but you want to take actions before that happens to prevent that from happening.
There's already multiple layers of protections in place to stop them from being able to get to a domain admin position. So we're more likely to see them enumerating the network and trying to find and capture and spoof traffic than we are to catch them creating an account.
Right, and then that's when I would make a call to him to say, hey, be on the lookout because they've just been hitting this box, and I think they might have access.
Yeah, and then we would go to go in and figure. Well, depending on the size of the company, but then you would get the forensics team involved, and they would start removing stuff before taking it off the network, and the systems administrators would work on containing it to that one box by stopping them from trying to go someplace else.
Yeah, and not immediately disconnecting the box from the network. That's the
No.
IR 101. Do not immediately remove a box that's been compromised. If you can VLAN it, but do not take it offline. As soon as that thing triggers offline, it's not supposed to go offline. They know the jig's up on that machine.
You've just alerted the attacker that you know they're there.
That's why you don't post stuff to Virus Total. You don't go search other shit like that. You don't go on Google and be like, what do you do when a hacker gets DA in your domain?
the way I see it, there's been you might find nothing from your automated scans, but a lot of people tend to reuse passwords. Same passwords for corporate that may also have been.
That's why you do
password.
That's why you do quarterly password audits. You quarterly password audits. You dump your own hash and you check everyone's hash against their current hash or against the last hash and make sure they have not been reusing the password.
That's not talking about that. Well,
or you said GPO to not allow reuse passwords.
Well, so some users are fucking stubborn as hell, persistent, and apparently don't have enough fucking work time on their hands. Because even when you set the fucking password age to 100, they will sit there and change their password 100 fucking times.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. I've never had that happen. Well, probably not.
Wow. Well, the last place I was at, you couldn't change it more than once in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were like, oh, we'll just set it to 100, so they'll not fucking do that. And then we had to add time restrictions as well.
The pattern I've seen is people just taking a common password and then adding on Mace 2017 or something like that.
Oh God.
Just keep same password, just increment a date or a season on it.
Look for their birthday. That's probably gonna get a lot of people. Like that for the year they tack on to the end of it.
I use password phrases for sentences, like whole 20, 30 characters.
Non-dictionary words, the best way to go.
Just use pseudo randomly generated passwords. Diceware is ideal, but who the hell does that?
Yeah, but passwords you have to remember because you can't write them down or store them anyplace.
I mean, you can use the password manager like
you can do that, but all you're going to do is force people to hide where they write it down.
What'd you say?
No, don't give me this fucked up, man.
That was good.
I used to have field days with that.
Oh my God! He said you can always use the password manager like Pastebin.
There was one customer. I stole his laptop because guess what was taped at the bottom of it?
His password.
Yep.
His car keys.
His social security number.
I was doing it.
That was his password. Then he got slick and then taped it to the bottom of his keyboard, so I stole that.
So we had
underneath the keyboards, everyone knows it's fucking there.
So I was at this company. I was allowed to do password audits quarterly and actually run, password cracking on the actual AD dump. And I kept catching this guy over and over trying to reuse his same passwords, and he was like constantly fighting me on the password policy. And he was a really kind of high up guy, had a lot of pull in the company, and so finally we had this big sit down meeting, and he finally was told, "Hey, just change your password for the love of God, just do it." And he finally did it. So the next time I went through, obviously he was the first one I targeted when I was going through and cracking the hashes on these on this AD dump, and he made his password IT security sucks a big cock 2014. I was like, oh my god.
Is that your first guess?
Unbelievable.
I need to finish setting up my password cracking rig.
Because I told him to use like a sentence or a phrase or like something that you use commonly, something like that. And his commonly used phrase was
in there as well.
IT security sucks big cock. I was like,
So did you put a 1 at the end?
Brute force alphanumeric.
Yeah, he put a date. He put 2014 or something.
I mean, so what do you do? Dictionary or brute force alphanumeric? How'd you get it?
That one was, oh boy, I believe that was a
Hashcat chains.
It wasn't Hashcat. It was a dictionary attack with loft crack.
Okay.
But that was a funny one. I laughed pretty hard. That was a good one.
Was it strong enough?
It was better than his old password, which was it was like his dog's name and 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Yeah, buddy.
And his dog's name was like Max or Maximus or Max or something like that. It was pretty short.
Yeah, a lot of people use a stupid dog name.
Yep.
Was he a sales guy by chance?
No.
Senior management.
Yeah. He was senior. He was like a senior level. Oh no, he was in marketing.
Marketing.
That's even worse.
Same thing.
He was like VP of marketing.
Dude, the sales. Oh my god, our sales guys are so like. I don't know if it's all sales guys or just the sales guys I have, but I'll ask them a question like, "Hey, let me help you with this thing," and they're just like, "Oh, if you need my like shouting it across the room in like a crowded area. If you need my password, it's Scooter1." I'm like, "Dude, really?" Like,
oh man, I don't know. I've gone through.
It's not even like at work. It's like in a public area. I'm like, really, dude?
Yep. I walked through a build room in a major company, and it was an openly accessible area to really any guest or anyone coming through. You could just like walk through their build room. There was no doors or anything like that hooked up. And I walked right through, and on all these laptops that they were, rebuilding or fixing or whatever, was every user's login and password sticky noted to the top of every computer.
Wow.
I'll tell you one better. One place, I can't tell you where, one place that I worked previously, they had a standard password. I had to use this password because the boss was sick of not being able to get to people's shit when they left.
For everyone? Oh, well. I got one better than that. I popped an enterprise. I popped an enterprise admin.
And high turnover. So the guy who's running the place.
Is it on a domain?
Yeah.
Any domain admin can access any files as long as it's not encrypted.
Yep.
And if they do that correctly, they can decrypt all their files too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one at a time, and it's a pain in the fucking ass.
Yeah. So he just wanted to be able to get right into their account, be able to do all their stuff.
Set yourself up as a key recovery agent, but yeah, he can get. Why would you?
He wasn't very tech savvy. He's not very tech savvy.
You just need their files. Their account is fucking useless. You just want the files.
Well, my former employer hated my fucking guts because people would they would fire people, and then just due to U.S. government protections, it was like, well, we need to recover those files, and I was like, well, it looks like you guys will have to go to court and get a subpoena. and so they try going. So then they try going around me, and then finally the big guy in charge was like, "Go to court and get a subpoena."
The
we're not just gonna.
There was no.
We're just.
I know what you want to say. You want to say HNIC?
No. Well, I mean, he was black and he was from Alabama, but he wasn't dumb.
He probably used that term.
Well, privately he used that term, but he was like, go to court, get a subpoena, and then I'll make him get the files. But otherwise, you're not getting them.
That's crazy, man. Users and passwords. The inevitable longest battle IT security will fight into the future. Swear to God. Unbelievable. One of the easiest pen tests I ever did was getting enterprise admin within about 7 minutes.
Domain admin is enterprise admin.
Well, it was an enterprise admin account for all of the domains that they had.
Unless you can configure it so any domain administrator can make themselves an enterprise administrator.
Correct. Right. But this was a Cisco telepresence because apparently there's some specific roles that the Cisco telepresence server needs to have in order to do like scheduling and stuff like that through multiple domains or something. I don't know.
Did I give it enterprise admin for this?
Yeah, they have to have it has to be enterprise admin. That's
it must be doing some cross-4 stuff or something.
Right. I think it needs to do that for like scheduling and stuff like that. But that at least that's what they explained to us why we had it. But they had a VAR come in and set up their telepresence that they bought.
That guy probably didn't know what the hell he was doing.
And it was set as Cisco.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. It's like the people that leave their passwords just change me.
and the little APC console, rack mount console thing, was constantly. It was just logged in with that account in the data center.
Oh wow! Why would you?
I think here's what happened. He just did it. Cisco for expediency purposes. Probably told somebody, hey, you might want to change this.
Yeah, no, he was a VAR. So you set the account up and you set the password to something stupid, and you say change this password because you as the VAR should not know that password.
Right.
It was a failure on the administrator's part for not changing the password.
And then he was probably like, I'll get to it tomorrow, and then forgot about it.
That's crazy.
Spent like $7 million telepresence set up with all the TVs and cameras and stuff. And
I was hashcatting my network, or not hashcatting. What do you call it? Responder. I was running a responder on my network, and I noticed a few servers that were just like sending out the before I turned off NTLM and everything, but they were just sending out my hash for my account, like. Because you know how like it's trying to connect to something, and I logged in at one point, but logged out, and it was still sending the hash. I wonder if that's been addressed or if anybody has even noticed that. It's been several months ago, but yeah, I wasn't logged into the server, and it was still like because it was actively serving something. But I would assume that it would send the hash of the service account it was supposed to be running under, and not just randomly my password hash, you know what I mean? I thought that was strange.
It was very strange. And those are on devices that you had logged into previously, but
yeah, I had logged into it and did some work on it earlier, and then logged out, and I was running Responder and just capturing hashes to see what all was responding, because I was in the process of shutting a lot of that the stuff that Responder was looking for and trying to leverage. And I noticed that some of the servers that I had logged into were just throwing my hash out there after I'd logged off. I mean, they were trying to connect to other things, of course, on my network. graphic that I had expected to see at some point, but I didn't expect my hash to be thrown.
I wonder if you had like any like login scripts or anything like that, like running on there.
Yeah,
or like mapped drives maybe.
Possibly. I was trying to think about map drive. Actually makes sense. That could have been it.
Because that's where I see a lot of that kind of activity. Like I'll see like even in my current infrastructure, I'll see like, you know, there's an admin logging in from like 300 different servers. I'm like, what is this guy doing today? Like, how many Red Bulls does this guy have? You know, and I'm trying to figure it out, and it's all SMB, you know, and you know, network file share access. I'm like, okay, so I kind of figured out that he had logged into these machines and they were mostly servers, so they kept his RDP session live, and it was all these map drives constantly, you know, refreshing and connecting.
And it could have been that too. I could have not actually logged out and just disconnected in my not paying attention.
Right.
And it could have been doing that. So that makes sense. Shared, yeah, probably. Map drive problem. That makes a lot of sense. I didn't really have time to look into it at the time. I just thought it was neat or interesting that it was passing my hash, just like, hey, I'm trying to connect to you.
Oh my God, I'm fighting with another Asian network engineer.
So Responder will redirect RDP sessions, by the way.
I thought it did DNS.
Yeah, so yeah, it poisons the DNS, and of course, you know, it will redirect the RDP session.
Really?
Well, it should redirect an already established one though, because that DNS event should be cached.
So like, yeah, because if they're trying to RDP to something, and they don't already have the cached DNS, and
okay, so it'll redirect
only a few microseconds or whatever, milliseconds. You know what I mean? That Responder sets the timeout to.
It's only going to redirect new connections, not
correct. Not current ones. Okay. Yeah, no, not current ones. But no,
that would have been cool if you had something that redirect the current ones.
I don't know if you probably could do that.
That would take a lot more. They
were trying to. One of the guys was trying to connect an RDP session, and he was like, "I'm getting this desktop with a Star Wars thing." Like, I'm like, what? Because I have a Star Wars lock screen, and I was like, why are you connecting to my machine? And then it dawned on me that he, you know, tried to connect to his machine, and it poisoned his DNS, and the connection time between, you know, him sending the request and connecting, the DNS hadn't timed out yet. I was like, that's neat. I hope this print comes out. I didn't do any infill on it.
Are you printing that thing out right now?
Yeah, I'm printing out the Alexa thingy. It's almost done. It's at 97%. That's the only thing is freaking 3D printers are slow.
Well, I mean, it's meant to be slow. It's not meant to be like expressed like that unless you get an industrial size model.
No, I think a lot of it has to come down to the limitations of squishing plastic onto things. I don't know. Even the industrial size models can't move much faster. You have to balance out how much plastic you're squishing out, how fast you're moving, and how hot you are getting.
Yes, it's
otherwise
based on temperature, right?
Yeah, otherwise you start dragging the plastic, or you know, not. If you go too slow and you're not hot enough, it won't bond properly. If you go too fast, you start dragging. You'll start dragging instead of extruding.
You have to have the what is it called, the optimal viscosity or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure if even the quote unquote industrial ones move much faster.
No. At my old hackerspace in Greensboro, they actually one of their biggest things was the 3D printers, and actually a bunch of the guys there actually started their own company out of the hackerspace, out of the projects that they were working on. They designed their own like special 5-axis 3D printer, all this kind of crap, and they had probably about a $4,000 or $5,000 setup. But even to print out like a little like seahorse looking thing, it still took a while. It wasn't moving really any faster than the MakerBot that they had there. But it could do more complex designs per se. But it was still a time constraint.
I think what makes industrial printers faster is what they do is they put multiple heads on a single print surface, and they just send the same code to one printer, and they're all writing the same, X, Y, and Z axis. Right. And then the extruders are just all running the same, whatever it would run for one, it just splits it out to all of them.
I'm waiting for one that can lay down carbon fiber.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Or what is that called? Banana spider silk or whatever? Or
web spider silk.
They're already doing wood-filled PLA.
Wait. There's one that has this liquid. That's basically it builds it from liquid, the special liquid and air, and it makes all kinds of stuff. Have you guys seen that one?
You talking about the Peachy printer?
I don't know what is it called, but I know it has like a little dish in the bottom. It's like liquid, and you put whatever polymers you want. And you can go from
is that the liquid metal one that they made Terminator 2 out of?
No, so there was one.
No. This is some real shit.
No, there was one.
It looks just
one
like
called the Peachy printer, which it was a Kickstarter thing, and it wound up not.
What?
It worked.
I'm in a meeting. Give me a second.
It worked, but it never.
I'm trying to make money too. I'm just not there.
And you're not muted.
I gotta, make him think I'm there.
It worked. It worked, but it
Look at him. Still talking.
What the shit was going on there?
I don't know.
It worked, but it didn't. Someone embezzled all the money or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the guy just built himself a huge 3D printer and quit. But basically, what it does is you start out with a base of a salt, not kind of like a saline solution at the bottom, a couple centimeters tall, and your print surface it has to be like a little piece of metal mesh, and you pour the resin in there, and it shoots a laser into that, and as it's the Z-axis is it adds water at a certain rate, and the laser is printing through this fluid, and the fluid hardens up, and then you can, of course, put it under like a UV light or something to finish stiffening it up.
Gotcha.
But it could print a couple different types of things. One of them.
We have to start a Kickstarter that for a 3D printer that uses JB Weld for the filament.
You have to have 2 extruders and some really, really strong. Oh, we could get one of those. We get the things they use for CAT scans that inject all the shit into your arm. You know what I'm talking about?
What?
The plunger things when you go to get a CAT scan and they plunger all that shit that makes you fucking hot as hell.
I never had that.
What? Nobody's ever had a CAT scan?
I've had a CAT scan, but they never plungered shit into me.
Maybe it's an MRI. I don't know. I've had so many fucking scans.
I had an MRI and they never plungered shit into me. So.
It's some sort of.
Wait, was this in prison?
No, it's some sort of dye. But no, they've got.
Oh, wait a minute. Was you getting a blood flow test?
I don't know. Fucking.
Wait a minute. You was getting an echocardiogram. That's where they shoot the dye into you.
No, it's some sort of fucking. Let's see. Scan.
Man, MRIs suck, man. When they put that plunger in your ass, that really kills the mood right there.
I think I'm kind of going to sit that one out. It's bad enough that I'm dreading the.
No, MRIs are creepy as fuck. MRIs, you hear weird shit like
that. Yeah, that's the
popping.
It's the jackhammer, right?
Yeah, no, like you hear when they're scanning your brain, you hear fucking weird shit. Like I'm pretty sure.
MRI never bothered me.
No, it's not the MRI that I'm afraid of. It's when I turn 40 in a couple of years, and I'm gonna have.
Yeah. I've been putting that one off.
Oh,
I'm waiting for the non-invasive practice to become mainstream everywhere. That's when I'll get mine.
I had an ex-girlfriend that tried to perform several of those on me. I was like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, because when I was
finger out of there.
Because when I was in the Army, there was this physician assistant. You go to him. Oh man, I hurt my wrist. Well, you know what? We're gonna check your prostate while we're at it. Fuck that.
Yeah, while we're at it. Yeah, while you're stuck in this tube here, I had to get pulled out of my CAT scan 3 times because I got so claustrophobic.
Yeah, it's contrast dye. That's what it is. It's intravenous contrast dye.
Oh, okay.
I'm not exactly sure what literally you get really fucking hot all of a sudden, and I'm not exactly sure what it's supposed to do or what they're supposed to see or not see. Or...
circulation.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't even remember what they were scanning for at the time.
That was probably from the heart problems you were talking about, right?
Depends exactly what they're measuring. Could be circulation of blood, could be circulation of bile, could be circulation of any number of things. They use slightly different dye depending on what it is.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. There's all sorts of crap.
It's radioactive dye as well.
Yeah, it is. It's probably why you get all hot. You turn into fucking fallout.
Your mouth tastes like pennies.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
You had that kind of MRI.
It's like flow matching fuel injectors, but for your junk.
Wait, what kind of MRI are you having?
Who?
You're having contrast dye injecting your what?
No, not your junk.
Well, I won't pry.
Must have been when you went to Mexico to the doctor because you couldn't afford the one in the States.
The print's done. No, all my doctor visits are military.
As an experimental?
I don't know.
No,
Sure will be.
It sure is a weird feeling though when they hit you with that stuff though, eh?
Yeah, that dye?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's trippy as fuck. I've had it a few times.
Well, I had mine last July, and what happened was I had a hemiplegic migraine, and they figured I was having a stroke. It was the fucking wildest thing I've ever been through. Like one eye was literally pointed straight, the other one was pointed directly to the right, and when I couldn't make it 5 feet walking, and I had no idea what was going on, but I was put under so much stress at work that week that basically my brain just fucking shut down. It said no more, man, and then all of a sudden I fucking go to the hospital. They're just about to send me to another city for this stroke treatment, and the specialist comes in and he says, no, wait a second. And after they got all my tests back, he goes, no, he had a hemiplegic migraine or whatever the fuck it was. And it was a hemiplegic migraine. If you look it up, it was every symptom I had, but it was the wildest fucking 8 hours of my life.
Jeez.
Yeah, migraines are bad enough, but put a hemi in it. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's turbocharged. But fuck, that was a wild night.
Yeah, I had something like that last year. I got bit by a black widow.
Oh, fuck.
And it wasn't the venom is pretty much not. It doesn't really affect humans that greatly unless that thing sits on there and just keeps injecting you. But I got sick and I threw up a lot. I vomited a lot and stuff like that. But the bite actually got infected, and I got a cellulitic infection in my right leg.
Damn.
Holy shit, man! I couldn't walk for like 6 months. I couldn't walk.
Wow.
And they were like talking about amputation and all kinds of stuff, man. They were like, they had the purple or the marker, and they were drawing lines around the infection area. And whenever they start drawing lines, it's not good.
Yeah, that's never good.
Did your veins turn all black and shit? Did you get all that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I still have a huge infection scar on the back of my calf from where all the infection was. It's still kind of dead cells and whatnot, and it's slowly, very very slowly starting to become like normal skin tone again.
Wow.
It's pretty well screwed up. That leg still swells up a lot too, so I still get really nervous when I just went to Disney World a couple weeks ago, and my right calf was it looked like a freaking rhinoceros or like a tree trunk. I was like, oh my god, I gotta lay down, put this thing up. But luckily I work in IT, so I work straight through that motherfucker. Laptop on the couch with the foot up.
There you go.
Yep. Me.
Hey, Charles.
Where'd you go, man?
Did you change your username to Hal?
Man, I just had to take a mental break for a second. That's all. I feel great now.
Shit got real.
I took one of those.
Sound like you smoked some weed, man.
2007 to 2000.
I think he fired up the Genesis for old time's sake.
Damn it, man! I was playing some Sonic the Hedgehog, so
busted, exposed
like a motherfucker.
Sounds like he was hitting the ganja, man.
No, I don't smoke. Surprisingly, I've never smoked a day in my life.
He just eats it.
Yes.
Oh, that's what they do now in the brownies.
Oh, dude, I was walking down my apartment complex the other day, and I was walking down the stairs, and there's 3 empty bags of gummies sitting on the floor. I look at them, like gummies. I'm like, what the hell is that? And this is 300, 400. I'm like, I know what that is.
Yeah, I know. I'll soak gummy bears in sangria and inject them with alcohol, like vodka bears.
Oh, I thought you meant injecting your veins.
So did I.
Oh no! I make vodka bears.
He's tied up. I make those hair on bears.
I inject the bears with
bypass the vodka. Injected.
Dude, you're not that old. What the heck are all those? Oh, shit! What the hell are those? Liver spots.
Yeah.
Bunch of gummy bears all over you.
Yeah, gummy. But yeah, I like the vodka. I like the vodka bears. They're the greatest. Oh, I'm swinging around. Hey.
Speaking of vodka.
What? You drinking some?
No, I wish I was.
Man, I just need it sometimes. Security makes you drink.
It does. It does.
It does.
And drinking definitely powers me through some pretty critical moments, man.
It really does. It's just, I don't know.
Calms your nerves.
It does a little bit. Sometimes.
Security's a high stress job, man. It's always because sysadmin can be really when I was a network engineer and a AS400 administrator, I had some stressful moments, but it just seems like security is throughout one day, you'll have about 3 or 4 highs, lows, high, low, high, low, high, low. You have a bunch of really intense moments throughout one day. That happens almost every day. There's no day I go to work, I just sit there. I'm like, man, there's shit going on today. There's always something going on. Always.
Hell yeah. And people.
And if there ever isn't anything going on, that's when you really get concerned.
Yeah, that's when you get scared.
That's when you start working on your resume.
Yeah, if there's nothing going on, yeah, they start seeing you home early.
Yeah,
writings on the wall. But that's what I'm saying. Like, people
missing calls from the local FBI field office.
You know, people looking at like security, and they think it's just like Mr. Robot. I'm like, no.
No.
Come on, hey, let them think that so we can get real work, please.
That is like Mr. Robot, really?
Yeah, because
Mr. Robot, like when he's working at Allsafe or whatever, like
right? Yeah.
I still haven't caught up on Mr. Robot. I haven't watched.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry. When he left Allsafe. Now Allsafe, that's kind of like how it looks. You know how it is.
Yeah, I mean that's typical.
That's not how my office looks.
Like, I mean, how it is.
Well, no, I mean they have much hotter women at Allsafe than
yeah. That's true. Because I've seen some rough ones, but you know,
I don't know about you guys, but yeah, there's been a couple offices I walked into like damn, what the fuck y'all do? Shit.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
I just took a tour of Semantics SOC in right outside of DC there, and
it's some awesome.
That's pretty freaking impressive. That's.
I gotta check out DC SOC.
That's a crazy. What was that the one in DC or was that Verizon that was in DC? I'm pretty sure it was.
I thought. Well, Verizon might have one on the East Coast and West Coast.
Oh, they do. Yeah,
Verizon has one everywhere.
Verizon.
They have one in Texas. They have one in, I think, somewhere in Tennessee.
I know they have one in Seattle too.
Yeah. I like how people just put all their business on Facebook and just talk. Like, girls are notorious for that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, one girl says, I can't sleep, body too tense, need a massage.
Oh, jeez.
Just throwing it out there like, yeah.
Right. Just want to be someone's side, babe.
Exactly.
Yeah, I saw a post today that was funny as hell. It was like, it was a meme and it said, you can always tell when someone's cheated because they're in a relationship when the separate accounts become a joint account on Facebook.
No. That's not it at all.
True. That's not true. Yeah, if you got a joint, I'm sorry. Like, if you have a joint account, like, you're crazier than I thought. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not having a joint account with my wife. Screw that. Like, this is our account. Like, no, get your own. Like, why are we sharing accounts? This ain't like elementary school or whatever. We're not working on a project together.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, I've had coworkers get mad at me because I got two separate accounts. I got one where I actually post shit, and then one where, hey, they want to be my friend, but you know, you ain't getting exposed to what I do.
Me, and you know what? It's crazy. And maybe I might sound crazy, but hey, y'all want to be my friend on Facebook? Just know I post some wild shit, and if you don't like it, you are free to remove yourself. This is my personal time.
Yeah,
and I could care less.
I love when people fight on their friend's Facebook. They're like, I'm deleting you. It's like, who the fuck cares?
Personal time it is.
Go ahead, delete me.
I'm going to block and unfriend you.
Okay.
Oh, not that. Oh. Like, please. Okay, yeah, block and unfriend me. How about I just create an anonymous account and I just start sending you like 1,000 messages a day to flood your shit? Then I'm wrong.
I miss MySpace.
Me too.
I don't. Fucking annoying ass fucking page songs that would
No,
as soon as you
Tom
fucking
was annoying.
The page sounds. I used to love putting page sounds up.
That little stupid happy face that he does.
Someone's got that as their avatar on Twitter from this group.
Tom, like, why are you bothering me on my page? Okay, I've signed up already. Stop hawking my page. Stop posting to my page.
Hey, Tom was in my top 8, man.
Top 8.
He was in everybody's top 8.
He was in my Mafia Wars game.
It was just that's just as bad as YouTube when they did that Apple phone hack.
God, oh man, you remember
where everybody's YouTube song was on everybody's iPhone.
Dude, everybody in high school. Like,
oh, U2. I thought you said YouTube.
No, YouTube. The YouTube.
Yeah.
Everybody
pushed the whole album to everybody's phone.
My MySpace was terrible in high school, man. Everybody was all freaked out about no longer being in your top 8 and crap.
Yeah, like stop it. Like,
that was the thing?
That was the thing, man.
Wow.
People crazy.
Yeah, people like fucking
That's
God forbid the girl you're freaking went on 2 dates with isn't in the goddamn top 8 because, you know.
Yeah, or God. See, this is where that millennial line blend. You see what I'm talking about? This is why I don't be wanting to be labeled a millennial. Because of stuff like this. Because
this is the kind of shit millennials fought about in high school, man.
Yes.
If you're going to Facebook, wear a helmet.
Dude, I was thinking about my plus certification in 9th grade, man. I was going for it.
Oh my God.
MySpace was so much fucking fun. I mean, shit.
Yeah,
I remember hacking into people's shit and exposing this chick.
Yo,
she was running 3 dudes at once. So I just made all her private messages public.
At the same time or different?
Yeah, at the same time.
I think a friend got wrong.
Just like, yeah, we'll have a date on Thursday night, and then the other guy from Friday and then Saturday. So then that Sunday, I just put it all out there.
Yeah, Facebook's become too commercial.
You know what the difference between a whore and a bitch is, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, that's crazy. That guy at Coachella got busted stealing all those fucking iPhones.
That was funny.
What an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, where the fuck was he gonna put him?
Who doesn't breed a Faraday cage when they're stealing cell phones?
Oh my God! I mean, he really thought he was doing something.
Or what do they call those bags? Shit, like what the hell is those things called?
The Mylar anesthetic ones.
Nah, the little Faraday bags.
Yeah, there's a name for them. What the hell is it?
Oh no, I just call them
bags. They're shiny.
Yeah, something like that. It's like I use them when I go seize people's cell phones. I throw the phone in there so they can't remotely wipe them or anything like that.
So what this guy do?
A guy at Coachella stole over 100 cell phones, and he was still at Coachella, like stealing people's shit. And people started using the Find My Phone app, from other people's phones and shit. And they found his ass and arrested him.
What the fuck is wrong with people? Check out my link. I don't know if it's real alternative facts, but it looks funny as shit. Man breaks into Burger King to eat dozens of burgers and 2 gallons of soda.
What's I'm talking about?
I like the guy that broke into the Burger King and there was 11 special ops in the restaurant.
Look, it said my wife's put me on a tofu and raw vegetable diet and I couldn't take it anymore. I waited till she was asleep.
Oh my God.
A couple of burgers, but it was closed. I was starving and depressed, and I totally lost it.
Drank more than 25 gallons.
What shit?
America.
Drank
Drank more than 25 gallons of used oil from the deep fryers. You drank it?
That's impossible.
Shit.
This dude,
physically impossible.
This guy is 510 pounds.
Oh.
Still physically
how's he
impossible.
walking?
Check this out. Upon arriving at the restaurant, door workers found the 510-pound Romeo Carter chugging down burgers and oil directly from the deep fryers. 41-year-old man has already ingested 3 dozen burgers, 2 gallons of soda, but was still drinking it with an apparent unquenchable thirst.
Yeah, that oil will make you thirsty.
He was arrested on site, accused of burglary, criminal trespass, theft by unlawful taking, and criminal mischief.
Somebody said, don't press charges against this poor man. Therapy will no doubt help him.
Just make him a Burger King cook.
I'm sorry. That vegetable and tofu, raw and vegetable tofu diet, he said he couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, that's impossible. I think that
this dude had a conniption. He lost it.
Someone did the math and said that 25 gallons of frying oil equals 200 pounds of oil.
He said this. He said,
It's
my
impossible.
wife, he's like, my wife up in here tripping.
Damn, he faces a total of 35 years in jail.
For that, yeah.
But to him, it was probably like totally
worth pay for all the.
Yeah, he offered to pay for the oil and the cheeseburgers, and Burger King's dropping the charges against him.
Damn, he must have fucked up some burgers up in there. Jeez.
Well, Burger King doesn't need any more bad publicity right now.
Nah, he fucked some shit up. Ooh.
Probably his heart.
Well, no, they're probably gonna make him the spokesman.
The next Jared.
Someone put in the comments. Oh, check this out. Someone put in the comments. Oh shit, the real life Hamburglar.
Oh, give him that mask. The McDonald's hamburger has.
Nah, the real life Peter Griffin.
Yeah, he looks like Peter Griffin too.
Yup.
Oh shit.
Are you guys watching the real life Peter Griffin thing?
No, is that a thing?
So I copied. I saved the picture.
My friend said.
And
my friend said Peter Griffin is out of line, B.
I saved the picture and I Google searched it, and this is what came up. Real life Peter Griffin. Is it apparently a guy that cosplays Peter Griffin? I don't know.
Yeah, my friend is stupid. He said Peter Griffin is out of line, B. I can't take it. The tofu diet. Oh shit. Yo, I'm sorry. I've seen fat people, and I'm chunky, but I've seen some fat people like get belligerent when the food ain't coming their way. But goddamn, this is just over the top. I'm like, jeez. I've seen some that this.
So I slapped together stuff that I had. I happened to have green pens.
Oh shit. Yeah, nah, he fucked some burgers up. That's crazy. 3 dozen.
Just one stupid joke where I go to the ATM and money came out. I was like, oh my god, I won. From then on, it's just good.
I'm surprised Janae didn't log on.
She did. Then she had fried chicken.
What the fuck?
Something talking about coming back on, but I guess she went off.
That's my new buddy. I can't. I'm done. I'm freaking done.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is interesting. Florida State Senator calls fellow Republican niggers slurs black collegiate during a racist tirade. Unbelievable. I can't. Let's see who else. Oh, so Bill O'Reilly got let go? Fired from Fox News? Oh, okay. That day was coming sooner or later.
Well, the straw that broke the camel's back was the low-level Fox employee that just happened to be African American that he called his hot chocolate.
Oh shit!
Do what?
It's hot chocolate.
Yo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's just that goes up to the top when Mel Gibson was calling the police officer sugar tits. he went crazy. He sank the Titanic in sugar tits. Oh, shit. Yeah, he said sugar tits. I was screaming. I was screaming. Cause that is just straight up that's just like a straight old perverted man's word.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, sugar tits, let me get what's on the menu.
Actually, yeah. There's a guy I listen to online goes by name Bearing.
Uh-huh.
His girlfriend started to do her own YouTube channel, and she took the name. Well, he did a sketch where he deliberately wanted to say something sexist to his girlfriend, and his friend goes, "Hey, sugar tits," and so she's used the name ever since.
Oh my God! Snoop Dogg wants Bill O'Reilly to be humiliated like Bill Cosby was. Sit your smoking ass down.
I don't know. When it came to Bill, it was just his fucking turn. I'm sorry.
It was. I mean, damn. He just
all those years of knocking every comic that came up, and then just hitting them over the head with I speak from a moral authority.
Mm-hmm. And he couldn't. And he was putting some authority in them drinks, boy.
Oh yeah.
I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what nobody say. People get mad when I say this. I say he did it. Shit.
Yeah.
I don't care what nobody say. Yep. Fuck him. OJ, that killing bastard. He got what he needed. I'm sorry. He
got busted.
Did you watch the new Chappelle show?
He got busted for stealing his own memorabilia. Like,
yeah, come on.
Did you watch the new Chappelle show? Where he talks about meeting OJ?
Yeah, oh, yeah. It's real.
He's like, he left the room and was like, "Damn, that nigga did it."
I don't know. I'm still sticking to the plan that I don't think OJ did it.
He had it done.
But I think Jason did it and called him up, which is why he sped the fuck over there and then realized, oh shit, I gotta get the fuck up out of here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he had both of them killed. I mean, damn.
No, I don't think he intended on having both of them killed. I'm just saying, Jason went over there to confront her because she was supposed to, her and her family was supposed to eat at his restaurant that night, and they didn't show up.
Yeah.
And then Ron was there. Yeah, he was just there. He had to go too.
Yep, he had the guy too. Hey, whatever, man. And the family's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe it." I'm like, man, the dude was on drugs too. Fuck it. He was collateral damage.
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously. Like seriously.
The theory with Ron was the fact that he might have been running drugs, and that she might have hit him up, or left the glasses there as a sign of bring something by later.
Yeah, you know what happens when you sign up to be in a drug game? You can get killed.
Right.
That's just part of the game.
And
you know what?
50 cents.
Yeah. And you know what? Fuck the Queen of England too for killing Princess Di.
That's probably true.
I think she did it.
I don't know. I think that was just a fucked up accident all around.
There was fucking thermite.
Talk about the paparazzi chasing them.
She should have been wearing a helmet.
Yeah, exactly. You don't drive a car without a helmet.
First of all, talking about the paparazzi was chasing them. They was running for their fucking life.
What the hell are they gonna shoot you with a camera? Like, come on.
Thank you. Exactly. That was a hit. Cause look, remember Princess Di was pregnant by that Egyptian guy, and they was fucking going crazy.
I thought the whole thing was that she was cheating, or like she was like hooking up with that dude or whatever, and they were running for the paparazzis because they didn't want him to get on camera or whatever.
Shit was running for their life. That shit was a hit.
Yeah, man. Freaking, you don't step out of the norms when you're royalty. Otherwise, you get knocked off.
Yeah, they'll kill you. Cause look, she was pregnant by that Egyptian dude. They said,
and he was what? Was he? He probably wasn't even. He was just a commoner. I'm assuming.
I guess, but
well,
he wasn't
too, though, right?
He wasn't the English dude that tell you that. And they went fucking crazy. They wasn't gonna have that shit go down, and they killed her.
Was she married into royalty though, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Yep. Because
They
Prince Charles.
they had it out for her like since like day
Because
one.
think about it, Prince Charles didn't even want to be associated with him when she was living, but soon as she died, here he come running trying to get the body. All this other shit. Get the fuck out of here. He had her killed. The mother killed her, and then everybody else. Shit. Tell you something. So fuck her too. Like all these people be trying to act like they so damn innocent. Michael Jackson did molest those boys. I don't care what nobody say. Everybody just giving him passes because he made good music. Get out of here.
Yep.
Come on. Any grown man sleeping in the bed with young boys is a fucking problem, and nobody said shit.
I mean, he named his kid Blanket.
Thank you. That's a fucking problem.
The bitch over the railing.
Princess Di apparently was at least royal beforehand. At least I believe so. John Spencer, Earl of Spencer, was her father.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
she was up. She was up there. She was up there.
Yeah, but she was she was a duchess then, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Right. And so she married a prince and became a princess. And had 2 children, and then I guess the prince died. I don't know. And then
she was the daughter of
bumping
somebody.
uglies with an Egyptian guy, not married. And
Wait, but she was the daughter. She was the daughter of somebody that said, "My name is Earl."
Right. Exactly. But you know, I don't know. I just look at shit as life goes on, and fuck the Menendez brothers for killing their parents. They took you in, raised you right, and then you kill them, bastards.
Spoiled bastards.
Yep, drop them down a hole. And then when they interviewed him, I haven't spoken to my brother for years. Yeah, because he's in another prison, genius. Of course you're not going to be able to communicate with him.
Right.
Ass. Drop him down too. Who else, man? It's like, I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm analyzing, like I said, events of life that we.
What about the Facebook killer this week? Did
him too?
He wound up killing himself, right?
Yeah, he's dead. Great. Yeah. Don't even bury him. Just run, put him out in the desert and let the vultures have at him. Don't even give him a casket. You don't deserve it.
I think if it's beyond a shadow of a doubt, there should there's no need for a trial at this point. Let's just fucking kill the guy.
Look, there's no need. He don't even deserve a casket. Put him out there in the middle of the desert. Let the buzzards just eat away. Give him a feast. We need to feed the nature anyway.
Right.
Give it to him.
Yeah, just make sure they have a live feed of it.
Well, you know what? No, even better. Just chop him up, put him in the buckets of chum, and throw him out into the ocean. Clean. Boom. Let the sharks have at him. Yeah, up there killing that old man for no damn reason. Light his ass up.
Okay, what about Jarrett from Subway?
Him too. I hope he's getting raped.
Probably is.
Well,
oh man.
I don't know. I think they moved him to. I think they moved him to protective custody.
Shit, because they're gonna stick him as soon as he come out.
No, he should be
a foot long.
Yep, slap him. When they doing it to him, slap him in the face with it. Mess with kids.
That dude fucked up such a good thing. He was famous for losing weight, eating sandwiches, and you gonna fuck that shit up like.
Right.
Exactly, and I hope they're raping Sandusky too. Nasty bastard.
Oh,
I wish they could. I wish they could dig up. I wish they could dig up Joe Paterno and put him in a damn cell and just lean him over and tear his ass up too, even though he can't feel nothing.
Him and his kid.
Him and the kid. Get them all. They know damn well what's happening. And you know what? Get the wife too, because she knew that shit was going down. Wives are like fucking detectives. They know everything that's going on in their goddamn household. And you mean to tell me you don't know what your husband was doing down in the basement? Get the hell out of here.
Hey, not everybody married a detective, all right?
Yeah, they detectives. I don't know what my husband does. Bullshit. Lock her ass up too. Let them dykes lick her to
Whatever.
death.
Your wife's a detective.
Let them dykes lick her to death. Like, I'm just saying.
They ain't lying, man.
Like it's some shit you can be doing, and then everybody try to act like they don't know nothing. Like when they be mad, a husband would be a killer, and the wife talking about she don't know nothing, no recollection. She didn't know this was happening. Bullshit. You lived in the same house. You knew damn well. You saw the gun or whatever he had. Where the extra pack of condoms go? Come on, man. It doesn't. Come on now.
Well, this is messed up. When I was dating my ex,
yeah,
she knew like when I left town, who I went to go see, where the fuck I was at, and then what time up to the minute when I got back.
Exactly. Now that'd be some bullshit if you committed a crime and then the police come to her. Well, I didn't know none of that shit was going on. Bullshit. Fuck her ass up too. Like it just irritates me. And you know what? Fuck the people that killed Biggie and Tupac. Fuck them too, and fuck the police for not even trying to figure out what the hell happened. But yet you'll find other shit to worry about. Like, you know what? They know goddamn well who killed who. Stop all this bullshit. Y'all just said, well, they're gonna kill each other anyway. Let this shit happen. That we act like we don't know nothing. We can't solve the mystery. And anybody that tries to solve the mystery will destroy them. How about that? Yeah.
Tupac's not dead, man.
Well, whatever. If he's not, he's doing a damn good job. He needs an Academy Award. That's probably him acting in the movie, right? like it's ridiculous, man. Like some of the shit that just happened, that just gone down, and the Casey Anthony bitch, they should have locked her ass up under the fucking jail. Like Casey Anthony up there drowning them goddamn kids. That's a damn shame. And she got out.
Did you drown him? Or
Yeah.
I thought it was just chloroform.
No, she drowned them kids, man. Them kids ain't have a damn chance in the damn car seat screaming for their life. And then she up here free and shit, trying to have a nervous breakdown. Yeah.
You're talking about Susan Smith.
Yeah, Susan Smith. I'm sorry. They all look alike. Fuck it. I'm sorry. I'm on a roll today. No, because I can't stand people that do stuff to kids, innocent kids, and then try to claim they crazy. Get the hell out of here.
If my kid was in the back of the car, I mean, I would die with her freaking trying to get her out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she trying to say, I tried, but she just wouldn't come to me. Bullshit.
She wouldn't come to me. No, motherfucker, you go to her.
Yes.
Well, Susan Smith, when she went in jail, she was so fucking buck wild. She got caught fucking a guard.
Good.
Like a couple of them.
Good. Light her up. Light her up and still lock her up. Keep her in there. She can go crazy all she want. She's just gonna mess with the right inmate and they're gonna kill her ass. Just ask Jeffrey Dahmer what happened. Ate all them black folks and died by one. Boom. Bye, bitch.
Well, Dahmer was completely different. They knew that guy was did not like white people.
Yep, that's okay.
He was racist.
Yeah.
And then they just left those two alone.
Yeah.
Really?
Dahmer didn't like white people or the black guy?
Dahmer liked white people. Dahmer liked black people just in the wrong kind of way.
Yes. He wanted to eat.
Yeah, but the black guy that did it, he
didn't like Dahmer.
He didn't like.
He just didn't like. Yeah, and he was already serving for murder anyway. So
okay, yeah. Well, look, kill two birds with one stone. Boom. Get that man an award.
There you go.
Up there eating people. What kind of shit is that? And everybody try to act like, let's study this. And for the love of God, why is Charles Manson still alive?
I have no clue.
Every 20 years, this motherfucker does a video.
My understanding, technically, he didn't kill anybody. The people he led did. My understanding is technically he didn't kill anybody.
Well, shit.
So why is he still in prison?
Why is he still alive? Why is he still alive? Like, why are we doing this?
He certainly seems nuts. But how about the chick who married him?
Right.
She needs to be locked out too. Something wrong with her too.
Well, she only married him so she could get the rights to his shit when he dies.
Can you burn this for me, please?
Have that much shit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Burn.
Point through my thing. I'll check it out. I did these two.
His visa.
Damn, caustic.
I know.
Motherfucker's trying to hide his H-1B trail.
I was gonna put it in here, but I don't know how.
I'm telling you.
Caustic trying to get rid.
What? Check it out, Justin.
But people got fired up because I put a picture of Hangman and Aaron Hernandez's name next to it. Whatever.
Oh yeah, there's been jokes about that shit.
I don't know. Yeah, they're like bike patches. I don't know.
Yep. Hey, I put it out there. Somebody.
I thought it was hilarious when they gave it to me. Like, so this means I joined a chapter. I'm part of a bike gang.
Somebody just
told the people when they gave it to me because they only give it to you when you finish, and they're like, "So, oh shit. So wait, when do I get my big patch?"
And muted.
Oh man.
But I mean, just some of the shit that these people be doing, man. It's just out of control.
People have been doing out of control shit forever, though.
Forever, yeah. I know.
Look at Vlad the Impaler, man.
Yeah.
Like this motherfucker would impale his victims, and then fucking invite you to lunch under the rotting corpses of his fucking. The people.
Well, that was just the intimidation. You know, you want to.
Yeah, but still, you gotta be fucking crazy as shit to eat underneath the rotting corpse.
Well, I mean, like I said, it was all about intimidation with him.
Yeah, he wanted to scare the shit out of the Turks, and my understanding is he did a pretty good job of it.
Well, if you read about how he impaled folks, hell yeah, because you don't die right away.
I don't know.
Some of those people are up there on those sticks alive still.
Yeah,
that's a sick fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you just see some of the shit that these people be saying and doing. It's just like, holy shit, like, you know, like it should be a law. I wish there was a law in place. If somebody got out of line, you get to smack them like one time for free. You ain't got to worry about no jail time, none of that shit.
Now it's going.
I think they should kill them the same way they kill.
Yep. You know what? I ain't mad. You know what? And
no, because then they gotta find people to eat that dude. Like,
no.
That dude's
gotta eat him. To all the gangbangers and to all the gangbangers that think they're tough, drop them off in Iraq. You need a military. There they are, right there. They so tough and killing people. Get out there, put them out there, and try to fight ISIS.
What's the MS-13?
Put them on the front line, say run, bitch.
Put their ass right on the front line.
Well, isn't that something that the gangs are doing anyways? Is putting all their people through the military to get gun training and stuff like that?
Put them right on the front line in an orange jumpsuit. They could be decoys while we kill the other ones.
No, I'm Charles. Just like somebody said, like I said, I was in the army, and I did come across a lot of people.
A lot of gang members are going through the army.
Were affiliated. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
We're gang affiliated.
Yeah. They're going through to get training, and then they come back and they train their gang members and stuff. Yeah.
It's just crazy. Like, cause look, the gang, like, and a lot of gang people, like, affiliate. I'm not saying all, but the ones that's like active, they actively robbing people, they actively killing people for no fucking reason. Kill those bastards. Burn them. I don't give a shit. You just
and all of that would, and if it wasn't for that one guy, one guy in North Carolina who decided to smoke PCP and take on cops, that shit got exposed.
Yes. Fucking ridiculous, man. Like, you know, did the police? Yo, what was about the dude, the LA dude that was killing the cops or whatever? Didn't he get blown up by the police robot or some shit?
Yeah.
Now, okay, he got blown up by the police robot. So why the fuck is Compton still dangerous? Why can't we just send police robots in there and just blow all that shit up? I'm sorry, man. Like,
wait, the guy, I think it's some guy in Texas.
Sending them to the wrong places.
Yeah, it was in Dallas, but everyone was freaking out about that shit, dude.
You have more space in Dallas, though. You know, you don't have people next door to each other so much, so.
But no, everyone was freaking out because they were like, "Oh, you're just gonna have drones killing civilians now because it was a fucking robot." I'm like, somebody was behind that and somebody pushed a button.
Let me tell you something. Why are we letting these damn, like, because I be seeing this shit on TV. I'm like, why are we kissing these gangsters' ass? Like on Compton, though, you can't film certain places. Bullshit, it's America. You know what? Let's let them police robots loose up in there and start lighting shit up. Motherfuckers will conform then. I'm sorry. Baltimore, too. Light up Baltimore.
So somebody like me who grew up in a area where you had to join, or, you know, it was going to get real rough for you.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
You don't take out the kids, you take out the fuckers in charge.
somebody. God, like it's just sickening, man. Like people, it's sad, man. You different neighborhoods, whatnot. If you from a Crip neighborhood, you better be a Crip, or you're damn near dead. You got to be in some kind of gang, or you don't survive. Like it's sad, man. It should never be like that. It shouldn't have been like that, but I mean. And then look, we got unfortunately I have to say this, the millennials, I mean the last half of the millennials. Can we split them up?
No.
No.
The 2000ers, can we say that? These motherfuckers, when they was playing, remember they was playing the knockout game?
Oh, fuck that shit, man.
And then they picked the wrong one. They got shot.
They got shot, light his ass up, and I hope nothing happened. Nothing happened to that guy, did it?
Hell no.
No. These fucking teenagers are out of control.
Punching someone's felony assault in most states, I believe.
Yeah, ain't that some shit?
And where I'm at, you're allowed to use your firearm to stop the progression of a felony. So
you know what? And that shit, honestly, that shit should be legal across all states. Fuck all this different state shit.
It's in the Constitution. It says you're allowed to carry a fucking firearm to protect yourself.
Listen, and that's the thing. Now, some people have issues with the whole gun laws. I don't. If somebody's bold enough to fucking come on your property, try to take what you work for, try to take your life, fuck it. They just bought and paid for.
Exactly.
Like, I'm not with all this shit. Like, well, we shouldn't have guns because they're dangerous. No, it's dangerous not having one if an intruder's in your damn house trying to take your shit or kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Tell that to Canada.
Thank you.
Or the UK.
Yeah, or the UK, yeah.
Like seriously,
or Australia.
man. Like this not defending your shit self is sickening. Like that's the problem with cyberbullying. And another thing, like with this whole cyberbullying.
I don't get cyberbullying.
I don't understand that shit either. And then look, one soccer mom got pissed at me. She said, "You don't know. You don't understand what it's like to have a kid to be bullied." I said,
You don't understand what it's like to not be able to fucking block somebody on Twitter because you're a retard."
Ma'am, I said, growing up, there's always been bullies.
Right?
There's always been bullies. And, you have to stand up to them. Man, I had people try to bully me. And, I had to clean house. But I did what I had.
What, every bully, man, you pop them right in the nose and they all cry.
But they keep it moving. Yes. You give them the word. And I'll say, man, I said, look, if I lose, you're gonna have the worst whipping of your life. Where we both going to the hospital. Fuck it.
Right.
But you let them. But you stand up to bullies, man. There's always gonna be
kick
bullies.
my ass, but you're gonna remember it.
You're gonna remember it. We all going to the hospital. I'm getting stitched up. So are you. You ain't no better than me, and I'll make sure.
Yeah.
Try working for bullies, man.
Yeah, it's
in the oil industry, man. That's all you got with management is bullies. They don't even talk. They just bully you. That's
and you know something. One day that shit gonna come back.
Oh yeah, it is.
Just ask the 10 dead state troopers in New Jersey from the late 80s. I bet they wish they wouldn't wrote those tickets or try to harass people now.
No,
I vaguely remember that actually.
Yeah, I remember that because they were what they were doing. They were harassing people on the New Jersey Turnpike. Like, they were stopping them if they were speeding, but then breaking their taillights and charging them extra money.
Oh yeah, I now remember
that.
Oh fuck that shit.
Yeah, that shit was real. And then you know what started happening? Police started dying.
Motherfucker would have got shot the first time he came up and whacked my tail light. I just jumped out and shot his ass.
No, one person, police was getting scared. But I'm like, y'all doing shit.
Right?
Stop doing shit and you won't die.
See, I don't agree with just fucking indiscriminately killing police officers. But if you're in there and some fucking cop just comes up, busts your taillight, and you blast his ass, maybe the cop shouldn't have been a fucking asshole.
Fuck that. I didn't feel no kind of way. I said, well, shit. You know what? What did he do?
right?
That's the first question I asked.
Cops are supposed to uphold the law and help the citizens feel safe, not fucking exploit the law and the citizens for their own fucking personal gain and pleasure.
And here's another thing. Okay, when they killed Eric Gardner, right? Where were the gangsters then to light the police up that killed him? But yeah, if somebody kills their homie, they're right there.
Right.
I mean,
it goes back to what I always tell people. Like, when they say, "Well, where's your outrage about
certain
Black
shit?"
Black Lives Matter is always on this shit. And I'm like, that's not my homie. That's not my problem.
Yeah, I know. I feel what you're saying. People think like that.
What's crap though is Black Lives Matter goes on and on and on. Every time, one black person gets killed by a police officer. If you look, more white people get shot and killed by police officers every year in the United States than blacks or Mexicans or any other race. There's more white folks killed every year. You just don't hear about it. You just don't hear about it.
We're all across the damn board. Yo, prime example. Like,
you don't hear about it, but see, here's the thing though: more black people are killed by other black people than by anyone else.
Exactly.
That's true. That is so fucking true. Shit. But nobody outrages against that. That's
nobody talks about fucking all these gangsta ass thugs fucking killing each other all day instead of just sitting down, shutting the fuck up, and getting an education and a job and taking care of their kids and family.
Thank you, brother Darrell out there doing shit, and you're supposed to be okay with it.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's I think a group called Ceasefire that's about that, but I don't know how. They certainly don't get the amount of attention.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just take it's a joke. Like what you're about to hear about. I think it's May 13th. In Louisville, there's this Catholic group that wants to do hands across the West End.
Oh shit.
I think Adrian knows what I'm talking about when I say hands across the West End.
The West End is the scary part, right?
What?
I said the West End's the scary part, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
No, I started laughing because I'm like, West End. When it's a Catholic and hands on end.
Yep.
I think they're Catholic priests.
So they want to do this, and in my head I'm thinking, well, not much is going to come about it because none of the one major church in the West End is not even probably going to be involved.
Well, no, because it's probably a Baptist church.
Yeah, it is a Baptist church, and the kind reverend tends to take a blind eye to those who put a little bit in the plate, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. You know what? And I'm saying this straight up. Fuck Jesse Jackson for having Martin Luther King killed. I don't give a damn goddamn what nobody say. That motherfucker had something to do with it. He was the double agent.
Hey man, Jesse Jackson wouldn't have a job right now if Martin Luther King fucking succeeded.
Thank you. So he had to fucking take him out.
He wouldn't be able to be on the news every other day.
People can say what they want. I don't rock with Jesse Jackson. I don't rock with Al Sharpton. These motherfuckers are so fake. I don't. Al Sharpton, crazy ass. He up there inciting riots and shit. But when your ass go to jail, Al the only one getting out. Fuck all that shit.
Yeah.
Like damn that. So no.
Or when Sharpton went to Baltimore to go talk to people, he was talking to high level people, not people on the ground. Man, fuck
exactly.
him.
Yeah, exactly. Kick his ass on a flight of steps. Like.
I don't think Sharpton wants to go out into the freaking on the streets, man. He'd probably get killed.
Yeah, because he's done shit. That's the thing. Like you can't. Like I'm sorry, if you're a real leader of the people, you can't be having ties with the fucking mob and doing shit. And then you want to come back later and be like, tell the people what they're fucking doing wrong. Get the hell out of here. That's like, get out of here with that shit. That's why people treat him like I don't feel sorry for Bill Cosby because he said some crazy shit in the past and he out there doing shit, shit before a lot of us was even fucking born. So I don't care. Like I look at people like that, whatever. That's just like and and I know people feel some kind of way, but fuck Jay-Z too. And you know why I say fuck Jay-Z? One, okay, don't go out here. Okay, you made millions of dollars glorifying the drug lifestyle and the hustling lifestyle, but then want to come back and say, hey, you know, we need to do it like this and do it the right. Fuck out of here. You can't give me a message, man. When you out there, you've made millions of dollars, done some fucked up shit that you probably just didn't get caught for.
Right.
That's all the shit is. You just didn't get caught.
And now you got enough money to not continue not getting caught.
Continue to not get caught.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna try to swing it. Fuck out of here. You can't give me no message, man. Like a lot of these people, I am like, I look at hip hop, like, you know, I look at hip hop music now, man, and it's just a fucking disgrace. Half these jokers, if they think like everything's a fucking joke, like, yeah, I get the hustle, bibbity bobbity, you know, like just they glorify the crazy shit, and then when they go to jail, they praying and crying. Get the fuck out of here.
What? Jail ain't no joke. I'm sorry.
No, it's not a joke. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's a joke, but what I'm saying is this: like, if I'm out here doing shit and I'm selling drugs, and I'm hardcore and hard body. Don't be. There's no need for me to start crying and going crazy when I get caught to go to jail, knowing damn well what the fuck I did.
Right.
That's all I be saying, man. And people kill me with this statement. Yo, some people don't have no choice. They gotta sell drugs, do this shit.
Now, I do think some of the punishment does not fit the crime for some of these drug crimes.
For some of them.
Like, I don't care if you sold freaking 800,000 pounds of marijuana. Marijuana has killed 0 people. Straight from the fucking FBI website. Marijuana deaths, 0.
Cigarette deaths?
Dude, aspirin kills more people a year than fucking marijuana has ever killed.
Well, you shouldn't be smoking aspirin, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm snorting 3 pills a day. I can't help it.
Seriously.
Damn it, Jack. At least get it down to 1.
More people overdose on aspirin and kill themselves than anybody has ever. You know, it's physically impossible to overdose and kill yourself with marijuana. I mean, you might be able to smoke enough to do something stupid and get yourself killed. But
I don't know. I don't know. Have any of you guys ever watched The Wire?
Yeah.
So you remember the episode in the last season where Cuddy, the reformed hitman, was talking to one of the kids?
Yeah.
And the kid asked him, "Hey, how do I get out of this lifestyle?" And the guy just looked at him blankly, like, "I don't know."
Damn shame. A damn shame. And you know what? And you know what's sad too? So many people, I guess, I'm not even gonna call them criminals, just say dumbasses, trying to glorify The Wire and try to become what The Wire is. It's just like, fuck out of here with that shit, man.
How do you get out of this lifestyle? Get an education, get a job.
Well, he didn't know. He didn't know. The character went to jail for murder. He murdered somebody, and he was just so hard that he called the cops on himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
some people. That's what I'm saying. I think, and I do believe that everybody deserves a second chance. But these damn repeat offenders got to fucking go. They have got to go.
I totally agree that the freaking like the minimum sentences for most drug crimes are fucking stupid. You know, if that's your only thing is you've been dealing drugs or whatever, like who really got it? Like, if, you know, as long as you're not stealing or fucking killing or raping to fucking make money or whatever for your drugs, I don't see any. Why are we trying to regulate this shit? Fucking let the idiots kill themselves, and it'll be, what is it? Panama or who was it? It was I can't remember. It was South American country. It legalized all drugs, and basically started taxing it and put all the tax money they gained from that into rehabilitation centers, and the overall drug use is
well, it depends on which country you're talking about, because I know
Venezuela or something.
Well, it wasn't Venezuela because it started over in Portugal. Portugal started it. Yeah. Portugal started it, and then it went to, like, I want to say Ecuador.
Yeah, but it worked.
Amsterdam.
Well, it's not that it's illegal. It's not that it's been legalized. It's just been decriminalized. Like you can't.
Well, and they're taxing it, I believe, and then all that revenue is going into rehabilitation centers for people to come in and be like, "Hey, I've been doing crack and I want to quit," you know. But
or I'm addicted, or I'm addicted to heroin. I'm addicted to heroin and I can't find it, and I'm starting to experience withdrawal. So they'll give them a fix and send them on their merry way, and at least it's clean.
Yeah, but I mean, they were doing they did a thing, and they were talking to some kids, high school age kids, and they're like, "So you think you'll ever try any drugs?" And I'm like, "No, that's stupid because it's no longer cool because anybody can do it, you know." Once you remove the restriction, the mysteriousness and the cool factor goes away a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I thought I was going to be when I was in my early 20s. I thought I was going to go live over in the Netherlands, and that's why I have ex-fiance that's Dutch, but just didn't work out that way. and to her, it was absolutely boring. Why do you want to? Why do you want to go into a coffee shop? Why do you want to go into a coffee shop? Like, yeah, I just want to.
I'm telling you, man. It's just, I don't know. Like sometimes, like I'll just sit and I just analyze life and just the people in it.
The only reason marijuana was made illegal, right?
I've heard it was about the hemp industry, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah. So during World War II, the United States actually paid farmers to grow marijuana. Like they were like, "We'll give you the equipment, we'll pay you, we'll train you, we'll give you extra land, grow marijuana." Right?
Well, no, grow hemp.
That was hemp, marijuana. Yeah. No, it was hemp.
It was hemp.
Marijuana is all female plants. Hemp is whatever plant, and you let them do whatever. You just throw it out there. It's the same plant.
Yeah, it is, but
it's the same plant. It's just hemp is probably more male plants than female plants.
It is male, yeah.
But because they were controlling what plant was male or female was grown, they probably just threw seed out and let shit grow. But anyway, so hemp was poised to become a great replacement for newspaper, and a guy named William Randolph Hearst out in California was a media mogul, and he also owned a whole bunch of paper mills and stuff like that. So he started running a smear campaign in his newspapers, and I think he had some other folks here on the East Coast running newspapers, and they ran this whole smear campaign. And they actually produced Reefer Madness, and like one of their slogans was "Marijuana makes black men rape white women," and like a whole bunch of other shit, And it was all
lazy Mexicans, and
yeah, it was all to keep hemp from becoming
a commodity
and replacing his paper mills, because it would have been too expensive for him to retool to do the hemp.
And you know what? That paper would have lasted longer. It was stronger.
It's more sustainable.
Yeah.
You could produce it faster because marijuana grows faster than a fucking pine tree.
Well, and it's easier to run on a machine too, because there's less dust.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all around, everything about it is better. And freaking, you just didn't want to spend the money. And that's the reason why hemp is illegal. Because of him and his buddies and media. Like if you control the media, at the time there was only like 4 or 5 people, I think, that controlled all the newspapers, and he was one of them. Like this man, this man was rich enough to buy a fucking castle from England, pay people to take it apart brick by brick, and bring it back to California and put it back the fucking way it was on his own hill.
Hey, also, did you guys know about Henry Ford's hemp car? It was completely done out of hemp. Everything, even the oils, was made out of hemp.
Yeah, like we could probably replace most.
And after that, he basically apparently got bankrupt because they wouldn't give him loans anymore?
Yeah, because of the probably because of the same reasons.
Well, that's no different than these guys that make gasless engines and stuff like that with water and stuff like that. They have them kind of resources. They just, the powers to be don't want it to come out.
Yeah.
And they just axe it or kill them, or, they make sure that their democracy is in charge.
But no, like, yeah, look up like Reefer Madness, man. That shit's. I mean, it's a cult classic out west now because most people are stoners out west, but it's a fucking cult classic. Yeah,
I actually read that article you were talking about there.
Which one?
The one with where they actually outlawed the hemp by getting all the newspapers and stuff. I just read that like a couple days ago, and
no, William Randolph Hearst owned like 3 or 4 of the newspapers, and then he got his 2 or 3 buddies that owned the rest of them to get on the bandwagon. You know?
Yeah, and it's amazing how they could just snowball what they wanted.
Well, they own the fucking media. Like, if you own the media, you control the people, because fucking apparently people believe whatever the fuck they read or hear.
Yeah, they do. They're fucking morons.
Right?
That's old school, right?
Well, it's like you know, like the fucking Trayvon Martin thing. I mean, I don't know what happened, whether or not Trayvon was innocent and fucking the other dude needs to go to prison or what.
Well,
he did.
He needed to go. Sorry, I mean, he wasn't a cop. What was he falling to do?
No, but here's the thing. Look what the media did. I'm totally not even concerned about the moral ethics or whatever of what actually happened. But look what the media did. As soon as this happened, what picture of Trayvon did they show?
The one where he was a little kid, not
the one where he's like freaking 6, not freaking 6'6" and 300 pounds. You know, like that's the media bias freaking alters the perception of the community so fast. You know, like,
did they also say the other guy was a white Hispanic or something?
Yeah, a white Hispanic.
George,
I've never heard of a white Hispanic before.
George Zimmerman. He's a piece of shit.
Does that mean Obama's a white black guy?
He's an Asian black guy, right?
No, his mom's white. White as fuck. Yeah.
He's Asian or something. Or Hawaiian. Oh, she's Hawaiian, right?
No, his mommy is white.
Oh.
White. Like.
Well, was.
Yeah. His dad was from Kenya, and his mom was. I mean, she probably lived in Hawaii or something, but freaking, she's not Hawaiian. She's straight up fucking European.
Like from Kansas.
Yeah, exactly. If I can, you can't, and then he's like, oh, he's a white black guy apparently. So.
A lot of those floating around.
But yeah, it's.
He's whack.
Hey, the proper term is actually mulatto, but.
Oh, is it?
No, it's Oreo.
Mulatto. It's mulatto. is what it was called at one point. I don't know if that's still a.
One of my good buddies is
mulatto. MULATTO, a person of mixed white and black ancestry, especially a person with one white and one black parent. That's a mulatto. I don't know where the term comes from, but that's fucking what it means.
Jeez, I learned something new again.
Apparently, it comes from Arabic and Spanish. Muwalid or mulatto in what do you call it in Spanish? And then apparently it's changed to 2 T's instead of 1 T at some point. But yeah, it's like the media just fucking does whatever the hell they want with no impunity.
Right. Well, there should be laws against that shit.
That's exactly.
But they went to court. They went to court about it, and now news outlets are considered entertainment sources, so nothing has to be factual.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I say.
You should say this could be fictional, or take this with a grain of salt.
Or blowing smoke up your ass from 7 to 10.
Yeah. This may become true in the future. or maybe not.
Well, I mean that's why when Jon Stewart was him on the Daily Show, that was like 20 something's #1 source for news because I mean it was closer to facts than what you find on
Then 11
CNN.
o'clock. Yeah. Well, I don't think they were scared to actually tell the truth. That was the difference.
Dude,
Right.
I just literally I go on Reddit, and you can go watch Reddit, like current events or whatever the news thing is for Reddit. Like go read that shit for like a day, and then turn on the news 2 days later, and you'll see whatever that is on the news.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, like go watch the front page of like world news on Reddit, and it'll be on the news like a day and a half later, 2 days.
I'm gonna check that out. Thanks.
I used to go on Reddit all the time, and there was like a hotel in Dubai caught on fire, and this guy was like took a picture of it like 2 minutes after it caught fire, and like some other guy was live streaming it, and then the next morning it was on the news.
That was a hell of a fire.
Yeah, like I saw that like the minute it happened, it was on Reddit. I was like, holy shit, hotel in Dubai's on fire.
I was
And
supposed
it's
to go there
raw.
for a training course.
You know, the news on there is raw as hell. It's just fucking somebody posting it up there. But, you know, we got people like fucking Feinstein wanting to make it illegal for non-reporters to fucking post news to social media.
That's bullshit. That's a freedom of speech right there, right?
And she's a fucking Democrat, you know? Fucking talk, you know, all about some free speech until your free speech fucking doesn't agree with her fucking views.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck you, we're all different.
I feel like a lot of media I listen to ends up wanting to manipulate me. Like that Janie posted that thing earlier about the guy who was talking about a supposed photo of this woman holding a bottle was photoshopped. Apparently it wasn't. But
no, it wasn't.
The guy seems inclined to try to make the violence all look to be from one side that it's not necessarily from.
Yeah, it's like I said, if it doesn't meet their agenda, they modify it or leave it out. You know?
Yeah, well, it's almost like they're trying to change the way it goes down, right? They want.
Well, that's called spin. I mean.
Yeah. And that's the problem. Once you hear it the first time, you believe that's the truth, and then you all of a sudden have to be convinced that it's not. You know what I mean?
I wasn't directly a victim of certain spins, but I mean, I saw how a story got spun out of control, and I was there in the middle of it, and I was like, that's not quite how it went down, but if that's how they want to say, okay.
I'm involved in that all the time. When you deal with bullies, that's what they do. That's how they gotta portray themselves. So they gotta always make you look like you're they're the victim and you're the aggressor.
Well, no. I was at a friend's house. You know, smoking a little weed, drinking, and playing video games. And the Metro SWAT decided to send all 3 shifts to look for some shit.
Oh.
And the local paper was making a big deal over the fact that there was 2 30-something males in the residence. Well, it wasn't directly that residence. It was just like the guest house that was like way the fuck off.
Wow.
On the property of 350 acres.
well, the guy's house isn't 350 acres.
Yeah,
it's sizable though.
Yeah, you know, they're like, oh, that was it. They were in the residence. You know, it's an apartment complex, and they were fucking on the 3rd floor. You know, like.
Well, no. I mean, they made no mention of the drugs or the large amount of cash they found on me, but you know, and my name wasn't even in it, so that was good. It's just that everybody was making a big deal, like, well, this dude's like damn near 40 years old. What the fuck is he still doing living with mommy and daddy? And he wasn't.
Hey man, hard times are rough, you know.
No. I mean, it was like a 2-story guest house, and then then the main house is like 3 stories.
Oh shit.
So I mean, if you was given the option to stay there, would you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, more money for weed.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's just, you take the main driveway and then you fork off, and you know you don't really see the main house.
I don't like news outlets, any of them. I don't like any of them.
I'm going to have to pack up to get some stuff to go to Nashville. So I think I'm going to hang it up for the night. You want me to leave the stream going for y'all to talk on? Or?
Sure.
Thanks for joining me, guys.
Well, have
Thanks
a safe
for
trip.
listening, Adrian.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Buy some moonshine.